Oh,
Hello, everyone. Hope everyone's having a good night, evening, day, morning, whatever it is for you, everyone. We're going to be starting our relay here in just a few minutes, but we wanted to start off with a little bit of a throwback because this will be the sixth community Super Metroid relay race. So we wanted to look back on some of the things accomplishments, achievements, and everyone else who's helped make every one of these relays pretty special. So with me, we have Total, who's been wonderful, always helping up all these relays. And have anything you want to say, Total?
no, well, I guess it's nice to finally be able to do this again. It's been a while since the last time, and it's always been a great time. And it's fantastic to see so many new people joining for this one. And as you can see on the newcomers, we have it looks. I'm not sure how
Exactly.
many I can count. It's like
Yeah,
16 you
actually,
feel.
so there are 16 newcomers out of 32. Half of the people in this participating in this relay are actually brand new to our relays. That's really wonderful to see because it's really the newcomers, everyone new coming into the scene that keeps it fresh and lively. And it's nice to see everyone coming in here. We can just go over some of these stats a little bit, but we have our frequency of participation. Out of 6 total relays, there's 5 people who've been in them 5 times, and that's pretty awesome to keep on coming back and to keep on participating. Beeps, of course, Diddy, Insane Fireback, Keku, and Sloters. It's pretty awesome. 4 times Kip and White Mage Becky. 3 times Cutie, Freyas, JD, and Magoo. And we even have 2 people from the original 2015 relay. 16 people participated in that original relay that Wild helped put on. Nintoaster and Justifan coming back. That's pretty neat. Been a long 6 years, and we're still here, still playing the game. That's how you know this game's ever really gonna die, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a fantastic game, and it's always new things happening. So, and yeah. And then we have the frequency of teams or individual wins. Yeah, that's interesting that there's very few people who have won more than once. We have one champion who has actually been won 2 times of these, and that's Sloters.
Yeah, Slaughter's the only one who's been on 2 winning teams so far, still participating. It's pretty nuts. But even just one team, it's pretty. I mean, it's still a pretty small subset. Only
Yeah.
8 people still. A quarter of the people in the relay currently have won at least one. That's pretty neat. And these individual category wins, that just means they had the best time of the category that they ran in that relay. So Cutie and Kip, uh, I think you can tell from the relay category records on the bottom right here that it was any percent and low percent respectively. Also, we have Beeps, Keku, Sloters, and White Mage Becky bringing up their wins as well. But I really like these relay category records. These are the relevant categories that we're going to have in this relay. Any percent, 100%, low percent, GG Classic, and RBO. Cutie holding that record from 2019 of any percent. Static. Static's 100% was also great to watch. Kip's low percent. J-Ro, actually, in the 2017 winter, holding the GT Classic. And Punk holding it down with a pretty solid RBO time from 2019. And don't forget, he ran against Zenny in that relay as well, and Static. So Punk bringing it up against Static and Zenny is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's very good. It'll be interesting to see if any of these records will be beaten then this time around.
Absolutely. So with
So
that, I think we can move on to our teams, right?
yes, and
Take us away, Toll.
oh yeah, sure. Then we have the team one, which then is Gebu's Goon Gang, where we and here's also the categories which we didn't really mention before. That'll be run, which then is GT Classic, 100%, any percent item randomizer, low percent, and then NK, that's the North Korea percent, right?
Yeah, that's that boss order.
Yeah.
Dragon, Phantoon, Ridley, Kraid.
Yeah, and then we have RBO and finally Nintendo Power percent to finish it up. And then
Yes,
in
we got. It's kind of nice that we have some category and extension categories here. They're getting a little more popular in the community, so it's nice there's people actually willing to run them.
yeah, and it's fun to see some new and different things compared to earlier as well. So looking forward to it. So let's actually get into the teams then. Then in Gibby's Goon Gang we have Diddy running GT Classic, and then we have Toil. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
100% item collection. We have Gebby on any percent, Beeps on item rando, Just Defend on low percent, Kevnastics on North Korea percent. We have Bressingham for RBO, and finally Freya Spirit for Nintendo Power percent.
Right. In Goaters, we have McTimothy for GT Classic, Owl RTA for 100%, Galen for any percent. Item randomizer, we have Exodus. Sloters is doing low percent, Professor School doing North Korea percent, Apathy Duck doing RBO, and BF Robber for Nintendo Power.
Yes, and for the CAC attackers, we have Magoo for GT Classic, M-Chan for 100%, Ark for any percent, Tracy for item rando, Kip for low percent, Papa Schmo for North Korea percent, and MM2 NES cartridge for RBO, and finally Nintoaster for Nintendo Power percent.
And for our final team, S4 Spawn, Team 4. So the idea is Spore Spawn, they're Team 4, S4 Spawn. We have Insane Firebat on GT Classic, White Mage Becky for 100%, Pat Scott 25 for any percent, Ikuman Shoyu for item randomizer, E Holden for low percent, Sus Raim for North Korea, Junie June for RBO, and Shabo for Nintendo Power. That'll wrap up our teams. We got a
Yeah, with
lot of
that, yeah.
good people. I think this is going to be a great relay.
I definitely am. I'm looking forward to watching this. It's probably going to take a while to finish as usual, but it's going to be a lot of hours of great content and great runs as usual. And there's usually a lot of back and forth here, so keep watching to see the whole thing unfold.
Absolutely, you better pay attention. And we'll. I think with that, we've introduced all we want to introduce. We can switch on over and introduce you to our first two commentators for the evening, Professor School and Kev Nastics, and we'll bring them on in now, and we'll get this relay started shortly.
Good morning, Super Metroid fans. Good morning, speedrunning fans. We are here for the start of this incredible Super Metroid Relay Race version 2021. My name is Professor School, and I am joined here in the commentary booths by my very good friend and co-commentator, Kev Nastics. Kev, how are you doing today? Are you hyped for this marathon?
I'm so hyped for this marathon, Prof. I am so excited to be back here in the booth with you doing some commentary for some GT Classic, which is definitely one of our favorite categories. We've been in tournaments with GT Classic. We've seen a lot of GT Classic, and I think this is the perfect category to get some high energy going. It's a volatile category. There's a lot of risky points in the run, which will definitely create a lot of excitement. And then there's that major boss rush. So I think this is the absolute perfect category to start off this relay. And I'm just so excited for this entire day. It's going to be so rad.
Yeah, this is going to be really incredible. We take our hats off to Andrew and Total, who just got off and gave a beautiful introduction to this version of the marathon. We have an incredible show in store for you today. These runners are all readied up, and we are just moments away from this gate dropping. Folks, we're starting off with GT Classic today. This is a volatile category. We are going to see some thrilling action. For those of you who are not familiar with this category, GT Classic is actually the result of a rather strange discovery. Isn't that right, Kev?
Yeah, it was about 10 years ago. Somebody was going through the code and found basically if you enter GT's lair holding all the face buttons A, X, Y, and B, it gives you quite a collection of items. So they've called it a developer's debug code. And I don't know the lore as much as some other people might know the lore. I just know that it gives you 100 missiles, 20 supers, 20 power bombs, 700 energy exactly, and 3 reserve tanks, and all the major items except for screw attack. And it resets your items, whatever items you have going into that room, it resets your items.
That's right, and folks, we are off to the races. All 4 of our runners now touching down for the first time on Series Station. Good luck to all 4 teams and to all runners. We've got just a little quick review here for these 4 runners on screen. We've got D-Kong coming in with a PB recently posted at 39.15. McTimothy here on Team 2 with a 38.24. Mazgreth has actually, I think, the oldest posted PB here, just above a 40-minute mark at 40.21, but has come back to the category recently for this relay. And Firebat right now is going to be coming in with the top time. That's in your bottom right of your screen there on Spawn. 35.33 PB with, I think, the only runner that will be doing the bootless lava dive, if I had to guess, out of all 4 of these competitors. Kev, that's one of the big differences in this category, right? Is that bootless versus high jump lava dive. So how's that going to work out for our runners?
Well, so for bootless, obviously Insane Firebat is going to be skipping high jump boots. That is his preferred route. By the way, it is worth mentioning before we get into this that all the runners are required to take 3 safety saves. If they don't, it'll be a minute penalty per save not taken, I believe. So you're definitely going to see a save before the lava dive. Basically, it's going to cut off getting high jump boots, so it saves a lot of time there, but it's extremely risky. Firebat will be getting the Kraid E-Tank, and the high, so he'll have he'll have quite a risky attempt. You're gonna have to do a bomb jump after in the is it no, it's the pre-rising tide room, or is it pre-rising tide room? We'll have to do a bomb jump, and then a really exact series of events. I mean, it's easier to talk about when we get there, but definitely Firebat is the favorite, but also running the riskier route.
Yeah, and getting a couple corrections here in chat. Thank you, chat, for that. Firebat PB is actually 34.21, and apologize for the mispronunciation on the French name there, but that 3rd runner is Magoo. So just wanted to clear that up. Folks, we are down on the planet Zebus now, and these 4 runners are going to be making their way to their first item. Really what we're going to get is a minimum item pickup here in this category, because that developer's GT code is going to give us 53% of the items in the game automatically. So really what we're looking for these runners to do is get more or less the minimum number of items necessary to survive that lava dive down into Lower Norfair and get to the GT room where they can actually initiate that GT code. So that's what you're going to be seeing here. Just a few item pickups and then a pretty volatile and potentially catastrophic portion of the run where our runners will be taking probably the majority of their required saves. Of course, in this relay format for a marathon, all teams and all runners are required to take a minimum of 3 saves. There is no maximum, and you might see more than that in some of the more volatile categories. But I think we could probably expect saves before the lava dive, another save before the green gate glitch, and my guess is the 3rd save in this category will probably come before the Mother Brain fight.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially with stand-up being something that I expect all runners to go for. It is worth talking about the main volatility points. I think the first volatility point you're going to see is Kraid. We'll see if any of our runners pick up a safety charge beam, because that'll help you if you don't get enough damage on Kraid before Kraid stands up. It'll also help you if you're getting really bad missile drops. But I know that Firebat definitely doesn't take charge beam, and I wouldn't be surprised if the other runners skip charge beam as well. So Kraid is one of the first largest volatility points. If you miss the Kraid quick kill, a GT Classic Kraid fight is absolutely horrendous. You have one of Kraid's fingernails that will drop missiles, the other won't, and you're going to try to amass enough firepower to take out Kraid quickly. So there's the number. That's the first main volatility point, and then you have Red Tower, which can be a really huge pain if you mess up some of your wall jumps. After Red Tower, you're not done yet because you have Lava Dive. After Lava Dive, you're not done yet because you have the Green Gate Glitch. And anybody that's ever played Super Metroid knows that sometimes this game, no matter how good you are, just says no. So a couple strategic saves and maybe a couple strategic safeties, like possibly even picking up charge missiles to make the Kraid fight easier. We'll have to take a look. And we've got some some halfway decent bombs times right here, right now. Looks like Diddy might have had a little bit of trouble. But everybody getting their Bomb Torizo fight going on here, and let's see if we get any BT Classic today.
A pretty nice fight for Firebat, getting in the room just a little under 5 minutes. About a 5:30 exit. It's a pretty decent time leaving BT here. I will go back for a second to your comment about Kraid. This is a really tough category when you miss Kraid and take Kraid to prom, because that quick kill. I mean, you go into that room with just about no equipment at all, right? I mean, you don't have charge. You have a very small number of ballistics, and you're really in a rough situation and at the sort of behest of the game and RNG very quickly. It can be one of the nastier categories to miss Kraid quick kill in, right? You don't have any upgraded beams. You don't have a ton of supers that you can blow through to make that fight go faster. It can actually get pretty bad pretty quickly.
Yeah, it also depends on what you decide to do as far as farming is concerned at Red Tower. You see Firebat, missling those pirates to make sure that he has enough energy to potentially get some good missile drops coming out of early supers, potentially with the Rio and the Golden Mockball room, but some runners will feel like they're really behind and kind of rush that Red Tower and then enter Kraid with like next to no energy. I've seen runners getting taken out by mini Kraid on the way to Kraid because they've neglected a proper farm at in Hellway. So that's another thing. Ooh, really nice backup mockball from Firebat there. Firebat has some of the slickest and quickest mockballs in the game of all like runners I've seen. He's just ridiculous.
I totally agree. I think those tight mockballs from Firebat are about the best that I've seen, and you really need that when you miss that entry into that early supers mockball. Being able to do that quick backup under the gate and keep your momentum is really critical. It's a huge time saver. Overall, things looking very good for Firebat. It was about a 6:20 touch time on the Green Bryn elevator, making that nice little adjustment, and now moving on to a couple more pickups here. Of course, needing to go up Red Tower in order to get those crucial power bombs to access Lower Norfair.
By the way, it is worth mentioning right now, while there's not a lot of action going on, that we see some really slick suits here from a couple of our teams did have the option of having their own specific suits to their category. So you'll see some of the runners will be wearing team suits and some might not be, and that's no big deal. Just a little bit extra swag for this relay. Firebat, getting ready to make his way to Red Tower. Hopefully remembers to go up, and very few runners are more practiced in GT Classic than Insane Firebat, so I'm sure there's going to be no problems there. I do not believe any of our runners have picked up charge beams so far. Just last is waiting to see if Diddy picks up charge beam, and that also depends on the Kraid quick kill. Some runners only know how to do a charge beam Kraid quick kill. Some know how to do the missile Kraid quick kill or the P-shot Kraid quick kill. And Firebat getting trolled already in Red Tower, but cleaning it up really nice. No charge beam for anybody, confirmed.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, that could potentially make things a little bit more dangerous later on if we have some issues with Kraid, but not hoping for that for any of our runners. We do have, as you mentioned, some really nice custom sprites here. I think the one that I found the most interesting was the CAC attackers. And as you'll see throughout the progression of this marathon, each of those three suits, the power suit, the Varia, and the gravity suit, actually are based on color palettes relative to the CACs throughout this game. So you have the yellow CAC with the sort of red head here, and then you're going to get or the green CAC, excuse me, and then you'll have a switch to purple and pink CAC from Meridia, and you'll have the Varia looking CAC, which is going to be the one from Lower Norfair. I think that was a really clever little color palette addition to that team. Nicely thought out.
Yeah, that is just absolutely cute. And by the way, there's Firebat with the Scree boost, and everybody knows the Scree boost blesses the run. And also a shout out to Diddy Kong, my teammate, with that really beautiful blue dread suit right there for all you dread fans out there. Really good looking suit. So we have some action right here. We got some farming going on by Mygoo in Hellway. Diddy's going to make his way to Hellway. Meanwhile, Firebat on the way to Kraid. And our other top runner, whose name is cut off, I'm so sorry, is really just hot on the heels of Firebat. That's McTimothy. Sorry, McTimothy. It's McTimothy's a pal of mine. I didn't mean to look you over right there. But hot on the heels, but we'll probably lose that lead once Firebat goes and skips those high jump boots, which I'm super excited, because if you've never seen a bootless lava dive, it is just a heart-stopping moment every time.
All right, here comes our first boss fight of the game, and the only boss fight that we're going to get before the GT code. The rest of those boss fights, of course, are going to come in the form of a boss rush after inputting that code. Firebat going for a little lag reduction. Hopefully we'll be in the right spot for this kill. Yep, no problem. 4 super kill there for Firebat, nicely handled. And just before that Firebat, you'll actually have seen him opening up preemptively the tube into Meridia without generating any kind of soft lock. That'll save a little bit of time on the back end of this run when we go into Meridia for that Batoon and Dragon boss rush. And now a slightly different quick kill for McTimothy, opting to use the 2 missiles, 3 supers. Very nicely executed. And we've got 2 runners with Various Suit moving on here, so nicely done for both of those runners.
I'm actually really excited to see McTimothy run GT Classic. Out of all these runners, he's the one I've seen run the least amount of GT Classic. McTimothy is primarily an any percent runner, but he's pretty solid. I want to say maybe between 46 and 48 minute any percent runner. So really, really slick movement. So definitely cool to see some runners outside of their normal categories in some of these race lineups I've seen. So this is going to be really great. And oh man, Mygoo does miss the quick kill. So we're going to see a little bit about how hard this Kraid fight can be, but fortunately cleans it up really fast, because Mygoo was able to hold on to a couple super missiles. So not a huge time loss, but does give Diddy a little bit of time to catch up. Meanwhile, we're going to see high jump boot skip here from Firebat. So he's going to go straight into Cathedral. And again, we're going to see a little bomb jump here where you would normally have high jump boots in the, pre-rising tide room? Yeah.
Ooh, oh, and Didi just shanking that first super right into the hand, but had enough missiles and actually managed to clean up before Kraid had the chance to stand up. So really all of our runners avoiding disaster here. Mygoo did take Kraid to prom, but was able to finish that up very, very quickly, nicely handled. And D looked to potentially be having some problems after sending that first super into Kraid's hand, but a very, very quick cleanup. So all of our runners through the hardest part of the first early part of this run here. That first choke point is past them. GG.
Yeah, now if anybody here is familiar with GT Classic races, we used to do a lot of community races. Get your exclamation point IFBs in the chat, because we don't want to forget to save. Here comes this bootless lava dive. You're going to see Firebat is going to go and save, or I'm going to go and farm up here in this room before he heads down to Lower Norfair. And we did see Mygoo pick up the Kraid tank. My guess is that is going to be a safety, so I bet Mygoo is going to be running 3 tanks into the lava dive. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm guessing. And here we go. We've got farming here for Insane Firebat. Making sure that we get to that 5 super missiles, so we get enough chances at the Green Gate glitch. Anybody that doesn't know how the Green Gate glitch works, after we get with this bootless lava dive, we'll have Prof will explain that. Prof is our master with tech.
Well, I do my best to learn it. As you see here, we've got a couple of our runners picking up extra E-tanks here as a safety, but importantly on the bottom right, here comes a pretty good-looking entry for Firebat. Nicely done there. 3 quick short wall jumps necessary. No, and just misses that last one by, it looked like just about a pixel or so. The setup looked pretty good. The wall jumps may have been just a little bit short at the end, and that is brutal and unfortunate for Firebat and Spore Spawn. But fortunately, we have these saves, so Firebat is going to have an opportunity here having built a considerable lead leading up to this point, to stay pretty close with a proper execution here on this second attempt.
Yeah, that gives the Goaters a little chance to catch up. McTimothy making his way to his lava dive will pull ahead of Firebat here. Meanwhile, we have Cathedral for Maigu and Pre-Cathedral here for Diddy Kong, so they're right behind our racers. We're going to go with another quick entry here from McTimothy. Let's see how he does. And you can see how these lava dives are. Ooh, oh no, oh, hits that flame. He can still make this, but this is going to be real tight. You don't want to, oh, done. You don't want to heck that up. Those Namhe flames do about an E-tank's worth of damage per hit. And you do have Varia's suit, but with 2 tanks, sometimes you can get another attempt. But Firebat not liking that setup, going for it anyways. Holding my breath. Oh, Firebat break spin does not get it.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think that I'm not as familiar with high jump dive, but bootless dive. But the Kago setup there looked pretty good, where you actually do a turnaround to take damage from that the flame from the Namahe, and then you can use those iframes to quickly get yourself up those spikes. You see that wall jump that Insane Firebat is doing up those spikes, of course, doing that with iframes to not get knocked down. And the setup to my eyes looked pretty good both times. I'm not sure if one of the 3 wall jumps was just a little short, or if it was the jump all the way across that was just a little bit short, but coming very, very close both times. I think maybe slightly closer the first time. But just like that, this is the volatility that you would expect from this category. And it's hard to keep track of the lead changes. We now have 3 people and almost a 4th all in their lava dive at the same time. This is absolutely anybody's race. And there's McTimothy up at the same time as Maigu. Okay, we've got 2 of them through, folks.
So 2 through, we got the save here before the green gate glitch. Firebat's going to have to go through this. I don't think Firebat has enough health to do this right now. Might have to farm up a bit. This is unusual for Firebat. Firebat is usually really, really consistent with GT Classic. Very, very good movement. I mean, we see the minutes of difference in their PBs. So if Firebat can pull it off this time, he can still bring this really close or even still come out ahead. But meanwhile, we have the most volatile, I think, part of this is Firebat nails this lava dive. Let's go, and let's get these green gates, Prof. You want to explain the gate? If you have time.
Oh boy, I am so happy that they got through there. That is a relief.
Maigu taking some hits, but no big deal. Avoids too much of the lava there. Come on, Diddy.
Yeah, barely enough time to explain anything. This little section from Lava Dive through to GT is just nonstop action. Looks like we're going to have a reset, unfortunately, for Didi running out of super missiles on that green gate glitch attempt, but at least all 4 of our runners are through now.
So now the GT fight is really, Firebat first times it too, of course. Really nice entry there. The GT fight is not too difficult. You just got to line up at the perfect pixel. McTimothy is the first one to make it through. GT code executed successfully by everybody. Now you have to turn off the spacer beam, and you have to hold the face buttons as it's going through. It's slightly complicated. You can mess up an input. I've done it before. In a race. I mean, a lot of runners, everybody who runs this category is going to make a mistake, but you want to turn off spacer before you start firing, because keeping spacer on, the GT code has all the beams turned on at once, so that will crash the game. I mean, we don't need to go into too much specifics. This is a really quick category. You can look it up, but let's give Diddy some luck here as he goes through his next green gate glitch and gets
There it is. All right. Nicely done. And all 4 of our runners through another hurdle here. 1 more left for D. Just got to get that GT code inputted. You'll actually see that a lot of these runners are entering this room either with missiles or supers selected or in ball form, in morph. And that's actually to ensure that they don't accidentally shoot a beam that will crash the game, which, as you see, D had missiles there selected. An accidental missile shot will not crash the game. It's only the beam shot. So nicely handled there for D. And just like that, we have all 4 of our runners through. We have a race, folks. Let's go.
Yeah, and McTimothy has a solid room of, a little bit more than solid lead of a little bit more than a room here. to My Goo. So pretty close there. And you have Firebat is not too far behind. I actually would not be surprised if Firebat can catch up by Wreck Ship. Probably the runner who is most familiar with this category. And I have a 38 PB, and I've been beaten by Firebat in a race before when he's had 2 or 3 resets. So I know Firebat can do this. But definitely wishing good luck to all the runners that they keep it clean from here on out, because now it's strictly movement based. This is just a boss rush. You're going to fight Ridley, and then after Ridley, you're going to go fight Dragon, and then you're going to finish out with Phantoon. Hopefully we don't get a G3 from any of our runners. People who run GT Classic a lot can, or run other categories like any percent, like McTimothy, can possibly forget about Phantoon. You just going on that muscle memory there. Wow, beautiful Metal Pirates.
Beautiful Metal Pirates from Firebat. Holy smokes. Oh. And with the spring ball, let's see, are we going to get all the way across? The setup looked pretty good. No, just a little bit short there on that last platform, but nicely executed. And now into the second boss fight. Firebat already making up time after taking those several unfortunate deaths. I totally agree with you, Kev. I think that given Firebat's skill with movement, by Wrecked Ship, we have a very good opportunity to see Firebat pulling ahead there.
It's not just skill, it's also knowledge of the category. Like we saw in the multi-extension category tournament, anybody that plays more than just 1 or 2 categories knows that the more variety of categories you have, the easier it is to get kind of hecked up or confused. Like, all right, how do I enter this room? Firebat pretty much mains GT Classic, so there are very few people in the community with better. Wow, look at that Ridley grab right there from Firebat.
Look at this. We are within 3 seconds of each other. This Ridley grab. And at the same time, My Goo is just finishing up Ridley also. Folks, we have a tight race between these 3 individuals. It is really going to come down to, as Kev is saying, knowledge and movement here.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm hoping is going to help Diddy Kong out just a little bit, because Diddy had that unfortunate Green Gate reset, whereas none of our other runners had to reset at Green Gate. So that's the only thing that could possibly help Diddy pull ahead of, say, perhaps My Goo. But I think it's highly unlikely at this point, unless there's a major disaster, that Diddy can catch up to any of the other runners. We got a whole Ridley fight in 3 rooms that Diddy is away from My Goo right now. Meanwhile, Firebat, hot on the heels of McTimothy. McTimothy only has about a 1-room lead. Not even a full room lead right now on Firebat. So this is going to get really exciting. And again, I think you'll see Firebat's knowledge of the category really start to shine in areas like Meridia and Wreck Ship, which are very different in this category compared to a lot of other ones.
All right, and as D is the last of our 4 runners taking care of Ridley here, the other 3 runners are making their way to Meridia for a couple more bosses. And as you said, they are in the same room right now. Firebat hot on the heels of McTimothy. This is really nice execution here. This has been a very good escape so far from Firebat. Very nicely done. And I think that might be it right there. Nope, not quite. This is just a door transition away, folks. Let's go.
I mean, you love to see at least the start of this, kind of get this close. But I do want to remind everybody in this relay, we are taking a lot of saves, but we have so many high variance categories, probably more than I've seen in some past relays, or definitely more than you'd get in a normal tournament. Because, Hundo item is probably the least variant as far as volatility is concerned. But you have any percent, which is probably, honestly, one of the next safest ones other than Nintendo Power Percent, just because of the safety saves. But when you have Item Randomizer, Low Percent, North Korea, and RBO all back to back to back, there's no way to tell how this relay is gonna go. Even until we get to Nintendo Power Percent, I don't think we're gonna have any idea, because there's just so much volatility in this relay. This is going to be a really exciting day, and we're off to a great start.
We are off to a great start, Kev, and look at this. These 2 runners on the elevator at the same time. Firebat just retaking the lead over the last few rooms. But we have, we're measuring things in differences of a door transition right now.
Lead
and
change
just like
again,
that, look at that, another lead change. We are measuring the difference in door transitions, but we have a lot of RNG and some really interesting tech coming up still. Despite the fact that the Lava Dive and the GGG are behind us, we still have some RNG here from from some of our bosses. Of course,
Ooh.
Fantoon going to be offering potentially some different patterns that could change things up by quite a bit more than a door transition. And of course, we're going to have to talk about stand-up glitch in Turian. So there's still quite a bit of tech ahead for our runners. And this is by no means anywhere near decided for this first leg of this marathon.
Yeah, and McTimothy lost another lead going for the optimal Everest strat, whereas Firebat goes for the traditional Spark. And here we're going to get our first boss microwave. So basically, we do have X-ray beam. So I don't know. We can let somebody in chat explain microwaving, because it's going to happen here. It's going to happen at Dragon. It's going to go really, really fast. Also, speaking of the resets, this goes to show you how much Bootless Lava Dive can save you, because Firebat had 2 resets, McTimothy had none, and Firebat getting a little trolled by those Puyos. Oh my goodness. Full happy time. Come on, who's going to get it? McTimothy skipping the attempt. Firebat going for it.
Looked like a pretty clean setup. The ledge grab was not the tightest, but Firebat managed to get through, and you can see the benefit of that full halfie there. Of course, I actually like the strategy there from McTimothy. If you're not 100% confident in your halfie, there's really not a huge amount of time loss, since you have space jump in this category to simply just fly up through that room and then coast your way across Coliseum. Unfortunately for McTimothy, dropping down into that sand there, costing a little bit of time, and yet another lead change.
Mygu doing a nice little swaggy Spark and choosing to just space jump right through the room. Hopefully going to get through a little bit cleaner than McTimothy. Diddy trying his best to catch up to Mygu right now, but still playing pretty well coming out of Lower Norfair. There's another X-Ray on Dragon. Basically, if you have X-Ray, the beam is kind of broken. If you fire a shot and then you can kind of... tap the X-ray button or hold it. You got to go through certain intervals. It doesn't necessarily, I forget the explanation, doesn't necessarily reset the iframes, but anyways, it allows you to multiple time hit the enemy. So maybe it resets the iframes. I don't know. Somebody in chat can do a good job explaining it, but it allows you to kill those bosses really, really fast because you can hit them many times in a row with the plasma beam. Or full
yeah,
beam
you're essentially waiting for iframes to run out, so you actually don't want to use the X-ray and mash it very quickly, because you want the iframes to go for the right interval essentially in order to be able to fry those bosses as quickly as possible. But as you can see on the top left, Batun taken out by an X-ray. On the bottom left, Mygu taking out Dragon with the X-ray. All 4 of our runners making their way through this boss rush rather smoothly. But I think it was really those differences that were built up early on that seemed to be holding so far. And Firebat just pulling about a half a room ahead here and getting ready for this last boss. But a little bit of trouble with 1 tile gaps. And just like that, McTimothy back within a door transition.
Heck, 1 tile gaps, man. That crab shaft is really, really tricky movement right there. Let's see if we get a foosball. Come on, somebody. Validate this run. Everybody knows that foosball is MM2's favorite move because it uses spring ball.
That's right, the foosball.
No
Neither one of our runners getting it. That's that tunnel exit there from Meridia. You can actually hop out of there with a really beautiful frame perfect spring ball trick. And now both of our runners should be turning right, we hope. Firebat is. We'll wait a second for on McTimothy. Yeah, and they're both going towards the wrecked ship, so no G3s for either one of our 2 leaders so far.
I mean, that's kind of a relief with how close this is. I think we've all done it. I think we've seen it happen in tournaments and possibly even a relay in the past. But hopefully all of our runners will remember Fantoon. And Fantoon is the last boss you get to employ that use of that microwave beam. However, because of how strong your full beam combo is, you have to combo. You have to start off with missiles first when Fantoon's eye opens and get a little bit of damage. And we'll see. I'm going to predict that Firebat's going to get an on-screen microwave just because of how just awesome he is. But we do expect 1-round Fantoons, so we'll see if Fantoon can bring this race a little bit closer. If Firebat gets a slow and McTimothy gets a fast, I don't know. I like that kind of excitement, but we'll see. Hopefully everybody gets all fast, though. Let's be real. That's what we really want.
All right, no fast for Firebat. Of course, the fast is about, every pattern is about 6-second difference. We do get a mid and a very quick on-screen kill. Very nicely done by Firebat. Looks like we're going to be getting a slow here for McTimothy. That's going to be about a 6-second time loss relative to Firebat's mid. Oh, no, just a little bit of an issue there.
If you jump before you fire, you can't get X-ray on in time before you've done too much damage to Fantoon, and he disappears. And McTimothy getting punished with another slow. Heck you, Fantoon.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you cannot activate the X-ray beam while you're midair.
See, that's, again, knowledge of the category. Either that or, McTimothy's, hand just kind of slipped. Because, I mean, we all do that sometimes in this category. My goo getting a little bit trolled there with the flames, not being able to get a missile off into Fantoon's eye. Giving Diddy a little bit of a chance to catch up here. Firebat with a beautiful, beautiful West Ocean entry. Let's see if we get this spring ball. Gorgeous, gorgeous movement from Insane Firebat. And now has a kind of a commanding lead here over McTimothy, just simply based on not only Fantoon patterns, but just getting a better X-ray kill. Ooh, my goo shooting his X-ray off a little too soon. Poor Diddy on his way back. That green gate glitch really set Diddy behind. Kind of feels bad, man, but I think Diddy's going to clean up this race really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, frankly speaking, despite some of the issues we saw with Lava Dive deaths and green gate glitch resets, this has been very close. In what can be a really, really rough and volatile category. And I think all four of these runners are leaving their team in just fine position going forward. There's, any of the differences that we see between these runners can easily disappear with, a single set of decisions in randomizer, with some issues with RBO or North Korea, some, deaths in any or low percent. So we are far, far, far from the end of this marathon. And I think all four of these runners are doing just fine to get their teams in a good position going forward.
Check out those bomb jumps from Insane Firebat. What a legend. Also worth mentioning that Firebat does have one more save that he has to do, and I believe all the other runners do as well. I know Firebat was a little bit concerned about forgetting about the Mother Brain save because it's not one he would ever typically take, so I wouldn't be surprised if IFB put Mother Brain save in his splits just to make sure he doesn't miss it. Really beautiful Fantoon, beautiful Fantoon kill on screen by Diddy right there, hoping to catch up to the other racers. We do have stand-up glitch, and there are about 1,001 ways to soft lock on stand-up glitch. So a save before Mother Brain would be a very good idea in this relay. But again, Firebat is very well practiced. And, our time is almost at an end here with how this is going. So just let's watch a beautiful turn here from Insane Firebat. And, once the first runner finishes, looking like it will be IFB, once the first runner finishes, we're going to introduce the next set of commentators. And that will be all you get from Prof and I until we have our North Korea percent race later today.
I think you mean North Korea percent showdown, Kev. And you're going down, bud.
You know what? We'll see how it goes. I've got some tricks up my sleeve. No Susream level tricks, but I've got some stuff.
All right, now we're coming into Baby Skip. Of course, here's an opportunity for McTimothy to potentially retake the lead, depending on how things go. Firebat setting up in the corner, and we'll see if he can pull this off and maintain control of that commanding lead, which really kicked its way off with a perfectly executed Fantoon fight.
First jump looks good. Going for a 3-jump. Firebat, you animal.
Yep, and no grab through the transition, beautifully executed. And with that, Firebat will be heading into what should be the third and final required save of all of these categories, and that'll be enough to avoid any of the 1-minute time penalties for skipping any of the obligatory saves.
Well done. McTimothy made it through Turian, made it through the Metroid rooms pretty nicely. Good deboost off of those hoppers there, and my goo doing a pretty solid job here as well. Diddy getting ready to take out the Metroids. Let's see the Zeb skip and see if we can get some pauseless from Firebat. We might be able to get a pauseless here, Prof. Oh no, misses the morph. Not sure exactly. Okay, no reset room, and we're through, but no chance for pauseless right here, right now. Firebat does need 7 E-tanks in order to do stand-up. So after Firebat kills or finishes Mother Brain 2, you're going to see Firebat pause and then empty his reserves so that he can do a stand-up glitch. You cannot stand up on the cutscene unless you have 7 full E-tanks. Or at least seven.
Nicely handled
seven
baby
tanks.
skip there for McTimothy, maintaining at least that gap and making sure not to fall behind another 25 to 30 seconds. And there's that final save coming from McTimothy as well, as we see Mygu set up in the bottom left of your screen for that baby skip. Folks, these runners are making this look very easy, but this is obviously a very difficult trick. It is absolutely no guarantee, and we already have 2 of our runners nailing this baby skip. So really, really beautiful stuff being shown. Mygu going for a slightly safer version, shooting out all of the potential dust enemies on the ceiling there. It causes a little bit more lag, but can make things a little easier with the movement. But unfortunately, just on that last jump setting up, Mygu gets grabbed and is going to have to go ahead and refill. So it's that's going to be 25-30 seconds loss. But maybe we'll give Didi a chance to pull a little closer into that 3 spot.
Yeah, it is possible. Also, I want to mention that you notice that Insane Firebat removed his Varia suit while he was in the pause menu. That takes that way Mother Brain will do exactly 600 damage, so you don't need to worry about damaging down. Some runners will think they have to damage down, but as long as you're at 100 energy, Mother Brain will not attack you again. So we're going to see Firebat set up for the stand-up glitch. We've got McTimothy in the catch-up phase. Well, near the catch-up, right in the catch-up phase for Mother Brain 1. Diddy hot on the heels of Mygu. And let's see if Mygu remembers the Mother Brain save and heads, there you go, remembers it and heads to their Mother Brain 1 fight. So really, really great start to our relay, I think. Prof, some volatility to showcase how difficult this category is. Some really, stellar movement. We can see how important knowledge of the category is. Oh, Diddy just gets grabbed. No, this is going to cost Diddy even more time. We've got the baby slow grab. Not going to cost Diddy as much time, as it would in a normal race because this save is actually required. But, going to lose probably about 30 seconds with that slowdown. It looks like he started the jump way too. My God, Prof, there's just so much going on right now. I mean, holy cow. Firebat is on Mother Brain 3. Timothy's doing stand-up. We've got Mother Brain 1 down. We've got a baby slow. Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, and this stand-up here, we have a second to take an important look here. You see a very, very large jump there from McTimothy. There are a couple really key moments in this stand-up glitch where you actually need to make sure that you are not on the ground. That baby detach from Mother Brain is actually very critical. You can get forced into a crouch position there. Now, fortunately, with X-Ray, you can get yourself out of that, but there are some really, really key moments here where you have to ensure that you are not forced back into a crouch by the game. McTimothy handling it quite well, and there will not be any soft lock on his end.
Well, it is worth mentioning that McTimothy almost did not get the Metroid far enough right because the Metroid will detach from Samus when your energy fills up to full. So if you are not far enough left, then Mother Brain's onion rings can't hit the baby, and therefore the baby never dies, and you cannot go further in the game. So you have to really keep an eye. If you're used to Hundo, you generally have way more E-tanks and way more time, so there's really not a lot of chance of doing that there. But you only have 7 E-tanks here in GT Classic, so you have to keep an eye on those tanks while the baby is refilling you to make sure you get the baby just far enough. And Firebat beautifully through the parlor and about to end his run and our time in the booth. I know we have Papa Schmo and MM2 NES cartridge coming up for 100% item completion as soon as the end credits roll through. So, Prof, it's probably time to do our segue into the next run.
Yeah, get your GGs in chat. Just with a high 38 coming in there to finish on the ship is Insane Firebat, just a shade off the record. We posted that earlier. That GT Classic record from 2017 was a 37:38, but really a nice run there after needing to recover from a difficult couple attempts with that bootless dive. Firebat really showing through the skill and knowledge of this game in order to be able to take this first leg and put Swan ahead of the rest of the teams. McTimothy, though, not far behind, and our other two runners just a few more minutes behind that. We've got a whole lot of run to go, so GG to those folks, and thank you so much, Kev, for joining me in the comms booth. It was an absolute pleasure to kick off this year's marathon with you.
Yeah, I feel completely honored not only to be a part of this relay, but do cons and race with wonderful people like yourself and everybody else involved in this relay. So it's been really exciting. I'm not sure if you covered it right there. I was just looking through some stuff, but we're going to sit here through the credit scene, and the next runner is not going to start until the item completion percentage comes on the screen. So basically, when they face forward on the ship, they'll be letting their teammate know that they have completed their run, and then they'll probably throw a Deer Force in the chat, and then they'll tell their teammate to go as soon as that item percentage comes on the screen. So so we'll sit through the credits here, and let's get ready for MM2 Nest Cartridge and Papa Schmo. I have been Kev Nastics, and you'll see Prof and I later in the North Korea percent run, but let's give it up in chat for all these runners and everybody coming up next.
All right, folks, enjoy the rest of your marathon. We will see you next mission. On to 100%. Let's go.
Let's go.
Well, hello there, and welcome to the next portion of the Super Metroid 2021 relay race. My name is MM2 Nest Cartridge, and we're going to be commentating the 100% portion of this relay with myself as well as Papa Schmo. How are you doing?
I'm doing splendid. I'm just excited, man. I was watching that GT Classic race. Just the juices are flowing. And I'm excited to calm this hundo here with you and cheering, I guess, our team on.
I guess our team, as we're both on the CAC attackers.
Yeah, definitely not going to be any biased comments or anything of any kind during this at all.
Nope, not at all, not at all. This will be a completely unbiased commentary. There will be no rooting for the CAC attackers here from these commentators.
Yep, absolutely not.
Yeah, we have all four, well, 3 of our 4 GT Classic runners finishing their runs. IFB has finished his run, and White Mage Becky is going to be starting the next run for that team's 4 spawn, and she will be starting her hundo run. And then Diddy just finishing his run. Yeah, Becky is off and in series. So, Papa Schmo, it's pretty simple, but we're probably going to need to go over it. So, what is hundo?
Yeah, so hundo, short for 100%, and that might be some self-explanatory explanation for anyone, but that just means that these runners are going to have to get all the items in the game. There are 100 of them, so every item will give them 1% of that 100, and they are kind of allowed to do whatever they want before finishing the game as long as they get that 100%. So you might see some route deviation. You might see a couple of people going in certain places, collecting some items before some others. Depends on how comfortable these runners are and what kind of risks they want to take. But that 100% is the key. For
sure, yeah. There are 2 main routes to 100%. I do not know which route everybody's going to be running. I suspect we're going to see a lot of early Crocs, but yeah, there are 2 main routes, like I was saying. Early Croc 100%, being the route that most people run, with of course doing Croc early, so you get the grapple beam for all the cool grapple stuff, notably Shack Tool, and then after that, there is the late Croc route, which does Croc later. And the benefits of that route is it's a bit faster, but you have to do a spring ball an ice clip to spring ball, and a bomb jump to wreck ship E tank, and your health is a lot tighter in the attic of wreck ship. But you get to use charge plasma on Croc, and if you can get a spike suit off of the Crocmire spikes, then you can attempt to carry that to X-ray and save a few more seconds.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's just going to depend what the runners have been practicing, what they're comfortable with. I think it's going to be exciting either way, even if we have all the runners running the same route. If the GT Classic was any show of what we're going to see here today in all of our categories, it's going to be a tight race and it's going to be exciting nonetheless.
Indeed, yeah, and just now seeing that Mtron has started their run, and Magoo just now finishing it on screen. So we will cut to that feed shortly, and then Diddy, whoever's after Diddy, will be starting their run. But Becky, all the way through series, Al in the cutscene, Becky picking up her first item, Morph Ball, and I'm pretty sure that's going to be the first item in every category.
Yeah, I think that is correct. Depending on what kind of settings we have for our item randomizer category, I think that should be accurate.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, Rando might. I think Rando is allowed to put Morph in the ceiling, but at least they're going to check Morph first, so I guess it kind of counts.
Yeah. I mean, I think early morph is probably going to be in the settings. I think it might be a season races type settings for that logic. That's going to be a cool one. I let me ask you a question. What do you think is going to be one of the one of the top categories that's really going to cause some greater leads than what we saw in GT Classic?
RBO. RBO is, in my opinion, definitely going to be the biggest lead change. Also, low percent is going to be a very big lead change as well. So those two categories are, as well as Rando, of course. Rando is Rando. Who knows what's going to happen in Rando? But then, then aside from Rando, it's low percent and RBO, because those are definitely the most volatile. RBO, obviously, you're hell running lower in warfare, so there are a lot of things that can go wrong in that category. And low percent, of course, you're doing all the bosses on minimal equipment, so that has a bunch of potential for volatility as well. And then North Korea percent could also be a source of volatility. It's probably not going to be as big of something like RBO or low percent, but it could be something. There's Dragon, there's Hell Runs, there's Suitless Meridia, and yeah, who knows what can happen. And of course, anything can happen.
For sure. There's no pressure to me. I'll be the one running North Korea for us. Not quite RBO. But,
well, I'm the one running RBO for us. So yeah, I think we've both got some volatility in us.
All right.
Yeah, we should mention that Mchan accidentally started early, so they're waiting 4 minutes to compensate for that.
Yes, I'm sure there was some question as to what's going on over there in the bottom left-hand screen. But he'll be picking up shortly here, so we'll have 4 Samuses running around planet Zebes. I'm sorry if you do not pronounce the planet that way, but that's how I will say it today.
Well, I respect any pronunciation of the planet that we do all of our runs on in Super Metroid. Zebes, 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 however you want to say it. It's just the planet. It's not something big that people actually should care about, like Spring Ball. I'll just throw that out there.
I was going to ask you how you felt about calming a category that holds spring ball as part of the requirements there.
I mean, I would rather calm 99% if we where it's just hundo, but we don't pick up spring ball. But I'm fine with commentating hundo because it's a fun category. Spring ball is easily the worst part of it, but I think the rest of the category makes up for it.
I agree. There's so many, you got to visit almost every nook and cranny of the planet here, and it allows for some really, really cool strats depending on what items you take and what rooms you have to revisit with different items. It is just, man, we get to see so many cool things during this category. It's awesome. Speaking of one cool thing we may get to see on Svorsmon's side here is what's called the reverse mock ball. A little bit of a tricky timing to kind of pick this up if you're definitely just trying it out for the first time. So we'll see if Becky can pull off a nice little trick for us. Not to put any pressure, but
yeah. Well, it saves a couple seconds, like 8 or so. I don't know the number, so I really shouldn't say a number, but it's somewhere around there. But yeah, misses the reverse mock ball, unfortunately, but is definitely far enough ahead that it won't make that big of a difference. There are going to be a lot more differences in not just this category that we're going to set apart at least 8 seconds, so it will be fine.
Absolutely. A lot of time, a lot of places to save time, a lot of places to lose time. It's going to be a bit of a roller coaster of emotions here today.
For sure. And yeah, now Becky, having gotten the early supers items with that mock ball, is going to be heading on to Big Pink, where there are a lot of items, but we're not going to be picking up all of them. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, Papa Schmo?
Yeah, so you'll notice coming into Big Pink, what usually happens in any percent run is Becky will jump and go get those charge missions there, but it's going to skip by them. The reason for that is because you have to revisit this anyway to come back and get your wave tank. You can't get it right now because you don't have power bombs, you don't have the gravity suit. And it is just a little bit faster to snag those missiles on the second coming of that room, if you will. And so, every little bit of the route that you can save time on is what these runners are definitely going to try to do. So it's just a little bit of big brain on the routing in order to pick some of this stuff up later on, more equipped to do it faster.
For sure. Every frame we can possibly save is definitely worth saving. So it's just those minor route differences, and of course having those missiles early is not going to be that big of a deal since we're already picking up so many missiles. We've already got quite a few. I'm not going to actually count them all because I don't feel like that. But
maybe we could. But
we're sure we could. But Anyways, Al going down Big Pink is also going to skip those charge missiles for later. The main reason that we're going to have to come back to Big Pink instead of getting early power bombs via something like Moondance is the waterway energy tank, and we need speed booster for that. Even Tass has to come back for that. So yeah, we do have to do a Bryn revisit. I guess we do 2 Bryn revisits, one for main Bryn Star, for Green Pink Bryn Star, and then one for Retro Bryn Star.
That one will come towards the end of our item collection portions of this run. Just to note, we've got about a 9-second difference between the Cack Attackers and Gebu's Goon Gang right now. So that'll be interesting to watch these runners kind of try to inch away or closer as we go through here.
Yeah, Gebu, good grief. M-Chan getting the mock ball, P-Toil does as well. P-Toil also known for not using Moonwalk because he's an advocate of not going fast. I don't approve. Though he ran max percent suitless, so I can't really complain.
Getting the nice deboost off of the waiver there. That one can be pretty easy as long as you get there and you're able to kind of catch that one and snag the item. You just kind of hold right, and it's a It's a nice looking mock ball, but it can be kind of an easy setup to get. Not all the time, but it's a good one. Various suit for Becky, bottom right.
Yeah, Becky just been putting on a really solid show so far, and yeah, just in a solid lead so far. We'll see what happens if Owl or P12 or even Mchon can catch up.
Yeah, let me see if I can snag a maybe an elevator time from Becky going down to Upper North Fair for the second time, or the first time rather. We don't need high jump in this here to get the crate.
Yeah, needing high jump to get the crate is very overrated. I'm pretty sure everybody who runs Hundo does crate without high jump. I would be very shocked if anyone did crate with high jump in anything other than like like Nintendo Power, North Korea, I guess RBO as well. Heck, so it's like the last three in any percent and maybe rando.
Yeah, well, but Nintendo Power requires it, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like if you do crate first, you don't get high jump for crate unless you're running Nintendo Power, because Nintendo Power is an interesting category.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. It seems a bit backwards if you're just a speedrunner, but it's supposed to emulate the casual run through. But there are some things that are not very casual about that run through, based off of the Nintendo Power magazine. So we will get to see all that stuff later on as the last category of this relay.
Yeah, stay tuned for that. That's going to be very exciting.
Absolutely.
But now, Mchon and P12 very close to each other, both going down the red tower. Mchon having a little less clean of a red tower descent than P12. P12 just having a very excellent descent. And yeah, I think P12 got that lead change. So yeah, now P12 has gone into third place for Gebu's Goon Gang.
Don't count the CAC attackers out, though. They are the superior team. So
unbiased commentary,
right?
Remember?
Yeah, no, this is
unbiased.
Just factual things.
Good grief! Oh my god, I think the other teams might have something to say about it, but I think we'll let the run show for themselves.
That's fair. I'm with you.
Heck yeah, nice mouth ball there from Owl.
Gotta love the mouth ball.
Yeah, getting out of crate's lair in style.
Absolutely. Almost looks like a trick that is just somewhat impossible, kind of like Alcatraz too. And when you see it done, it just looks beautiful.
Alcatraz is patched until it's not.
Indeed. Everything is impossible until it's not.
I agree. Now Becky gonna go into the speed hallway, gonna get her speed missiles and then her speed booster. And yeah, we'll be able to go faster. I guess Owl getting the high jump boots and Becky getting the speed booster very similar to each other, very similar times to each other. So
yeah,
it's like you're getting the complement items at similar times. So yeah, high jump and speed known for going very, very well together.
Yeah, when you have speed without high jump, you notice it very much, because speed booster will cause your max jump height to be a little bit less, because at the time that you get speed booster, the game is kind of expecting you to have high jump, and so it needs to lower your max high jump height to compensate for the fact that you now have speed booster and can increase that. But if you don't, it's just it feels very bad to jump.
Yeah, there's like a document that Freya Spirit made a while back. Freya Spirit running Nintendo Power percent for Gebu's Goon Gang, I want to say, and yeah, it details the wacky jump heights depending on your run speed, with high jump speed booster and no high jump speed booster, and it's a really weird graph. But yeah, hopefully the rando players won't have to suffer through that. It'd be unfortunate. But
Yeah.
if you're experienced in rando, you probably know how to deal with high jump with speed without high jump.
Yeah, you have this little tucked away portion in your brain to kind of know, okay, I'm at this weird jump height. I need to do extra wall jumps on these particular platforms going through this room. It's just
Yeah.
it's a little funky little thing you have to do into your brain. But yes, I think all of our rando runners are gonna have hopefully no trouble kind of navigating around even if they go through that sort of thing. I did a little bit of timing coming down the elevator of Upper North Fair there. Obviously, this is minutes ago, but it was a little over a minute and a half difference between White Mage Becky and Owl RTA.
Yeah, and it does look like we're going to be seeing early Croc from White Mage Becky, and I'd be very surprised if we're going to see any late Crocs from any of the other runners.
Yeah, I'm not sure we'll see any late Croc as well. Late Croc is pretty cool because at that time you have Plasma and you can just kind of one-shot old Crocky.
On the contrary, early Croc is very cool because you get grapple. Sorry.
That's true.
Yeah.
Gotta love grapple. Very underrated beam, but will be used a little more than normal in this category. See some cool things with grapple beam, hopefully.
Yeah. In addition to this category, we're going to see a lot of grapple in maybe rando. Who knows? It's rando, and then North Korea present your category will use grapple a lot, and then and then RBO of course uses grapple a ton. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of grapple usage. I guess Nintendo Power will also use grapple. So we're getting a lot of grapple. Sad that we don't have Mappo in here because that's the grapple category supreme.
Oh wow, okay. One I have not done yet, so I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't know. I do not know, but Mappo is a fantastic category, but not many people run it, so it's unfortunate that it didn't get in for this relay, but maybe next time.
Yeah, for sure. Becky doing a nice spark across this room here that I do not know the name of. Sure, chat can help me out, but that's
sure
right after. Go ahead.
I'm pretty sure it's called Post Crockemeyer Farming Room.
Okay,
So
very nicely worded there. I like that.
Very very descriptive. It gets the job done.
Yeah, you know exactly where that is. That's well named for sure.
For sure.
Croc number 2 coming up for the Goaters.
Yep, and Becky picks up best beam and does pick up grapple first, so she is going to attempt the Indiana Jones. Oh, just takes that hit from that last ripper, so he's going to have to do a backup here.
Yeah, it was a really good setup though. That first grapple was on point, just a little bit. I guess just a little bit too fast, maybe on that second one, or is there some RNG on where that second ripper is going to be?
I don't know the exact details of that trick because I do Indiana Jones first. So
gotcha. Well,
I do not know.
Valiant effort. Well tried.
According to Chavo, somebody suggested Yoda Room for that room. Post Crockemeyer Farming Room. That is a room name I have never heard.
Yeah, I hadn't heard either.
And Owl is going to spark through his drop. Spark's a bit too high, though, so is not going to get that spark across Post Crockemeyer Farming Room. But yeah, now Becky going to farm up a bit. Is on 1 super. It's not ideal, but there's a bunch of opportunities to get some more supers. You generally just want to have 5 going into beta PBs.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you can picking up two more supers there, but Becky should be fine. Every now and then, if you're just not paying attention or your mind is elsewhere, and you realize that all of a sudden you don't have enough supers to get in a door or to open a gate, and that feeling is horrible. So Luckily, his brothers runners are hopefully keeping an eye on their ammos and will not run into anything like that.
For sure, yeah. Doing a few farms and business center going up, trying to get that super count a bit higher, but getting some health drops instead. Owl gets the Indiana Jones. That's really nice.
Well
gonna
done.
Save a bit of time.
Yeah, just took an extra second to make sure that I didn't try firing that grapple beam just a hair too early. Just waited for that ripper. So well done. That's cool to see. That's an intended strat, by the way, for anybody who's kind of new to Super Metroid. The original developers expected you to do that little grapple to grapple thing, and that's not easy to do.
For sure. And now Owl doing a little different deboost strat to try to get that farm off the first bug, deboosting off the first spike on the right instead of the second. And Becky got a pause and has turned off Spazer for X Factors on Fantoon, and then also Batoon and Dragon. So, and also to have no, never mind.
And can we mention real quick the nice design, the palette changes for some of our team members here. I'm enjoying the green right now on the Goater's side. It's just a color you don't see very often, kind of in as much of the screen as we have right now. Also, the Cack Attackers. I'm not sure if this has been explained yet, anything at all, but if you look at the kind of the design, the colors design of Pack Attack, that's what our palettes were for all three suits were modeled after. Somebody that Kip knows was able to kind of get these palettes made for us, and I think that they're super awesome. So shout out to whoever made these. And yeah, we went full on Cack Attack. We even went into the colors of the suits to be Cacks.
For sure, yeah. I'm sure Kip. I'm sure. I don't know what I was going to say, but yeah, definitely shout out to whoever Kip got to make the Cack Attack suit. And yes, there is. We should mention there is the 3 save requirement. 1 minute for each missed save is a penalty, and then also 1 minute time penalty for each unintentionally missed item. Yes,
that is correct. Intentionally missed items are not allowed. So yeah, if you just happen to forget one, that's a solid minute. So hopefully we don't have any 99% here today. It hurts a little bit, but it's not a complete disqualification.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate. Owl with an interesting backup for top of Red Tower, missing the normal climb, used up power arm to clear out the rippers to make it a lot easier to get up for the backup. So I like that strat there, just knowing that if you mess up, just do the backup and get through.
Yeah. I also missed. Was that a full ocean fly on Becky's screen, or is that after mode? I just saw Becky flying across the screen, and it looked awesome. I didn't know if it was a full ocean fly.
I did also miss it, so I do not know. Yeah, Becky is definitely cruising. Gonna hop into Fantoon in a few seconds, and we will see what patterns we get.
Fantoon, the ghost with the most, the punk with the trunk. Likes to troll, likes to really give Samus a hard time. All Samus is doing is trying to kill Fantoon. Why gotta be like this?
Yeah. Also notable, Mchan electing not to do the deboosts across the spikes. Very respectable strat if you want to save that health for Fantoon and spike your death. Becky gonna go with the charge strat for X Factors. And gets a slow first round. Ooh, misses the charge shot, so not able to get that X Factor off.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Almost the correct timing for that. Select it up. Ooh, a little bit Fantoon magic there on trying to get the Doppler. Might take an extra round or two for Becky. Depending on the other runners' Fantoons, I mean, this isn't a huge, time save, unless something catastrophic happens at Fantoon, but it can make up a lot of the time.
For sure. Yeah, this is looking to be a 3-round or a 4-round. I think it might be a 4-round. But
Yeah.
who knows?
Throwing a slow in Becky's face. Yeah, I mean, Becky knows what the lead is. I'm sure not too worried about this Fantoon fight, but doesn't feel great about it. Fantoon is giving them giving Becky a lot of lip, if you will. We did have a save on Goder's side before Fantoon. I like that save. Just in case something crazy goes on in a boss fight. Generally, if you have to take saves, you do it before bosses, and sometimes Fantoon. That's Fantoon's weird cousin. But sometimes Fantoon can just snowball and go horribly wrong. So taking a save in there,
I gotta agree with you. Taking a save pre-Fantoon and then, of course, pre-Spiky Room of Death. I would say those are the two most obvious saves. And also, you could argue for pre-Dragon save in case of chain damage. Also, pre-Mother Brain in case of stand-up soft block. Any number of valid saves, but you are required to take at least 3. So,
and I think anybody. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I don't know what I was gonna say.
Cool. I was just gonna mention, anybody who decides to take more than 3 saves, even in a not as volatile category, like I'm not talking about NK percent or RBO, but just if you want to take an extra save, you want to save it from Mother Brain. I'm not going to hold that against any of our runners here. I think that's, you're on a team, you're on a relay. You have people counting on you to get through your run in at least an average amount of time. So, take an extra save just to make sure. That I'm completely cool with that.
Yeah, extra saves are completely fine. The only rule is that you must take at least 3. I know for my RBO run, I'm going to be taking at least double that. So we'll see.
Yeah, I have I think 5 or 6 saves in my splits for DPRK.
That's a good idea.
Got a fast on P-Toil's side.
Yeah, P-Toil P-Toil about to do Fantoon, and then Al just now heading out, and then Becky heading out of Spy Hero Death for the last time. Becky on 549 energy. This is pretty solid health for upper rect ship, especially in early Croc. And then I don't know how much is in her reserve.
Very nice X Factor on P-Toil's side. By the way, I misspoke. I was talking about Owl and reading chat and getting confused. But wow, very nice 2-round for P-Toil there. Little X Factor, a couple missiles, and super to just seal the deal.
Yeah, and Becky gets a nice Attic Spark, I assume. And I almost thought she was gonna go out the left side of Attic and have to re-kill all the enemies again. But you do need to get this Attic missile and put yourself through the put me through robots, because they suck.
That room just feels bad. it's just like, get out of my way, you robots. Just move. They're so slow. I mean, they're probably
really
nice. They're probably nice robots. I never give them a chance. I'm just, sorry.
Well, I mean, they've gotten better treatment than the vast majority of all the enemies in the game. They haven't been killed, at least regularly.
That's true. Can you kill them?
I do not know. Maybe they're just immortal robots.
Yeah, those the snails you can kill, but you can't shine spark through a snail. Just laugh at you. We'll maybe see that in Meridia a little bit from now.
Yeah, the snail bonk is my worst nightmare because it's literally a run killer in 98% suitless, which is the category that nobody knows about.
Maybe more people will know about it now. Here we're seeing
Well-
that save before Spiking Room of Death. P-Toil. With 2 tanks, 277 energy. I mean, you do have reserves, but unless you drain those reserves, they're really useless. Because if they get triggered because you hit a spike, they're gonna get triggered. You're gonna take the spike damage again right after they trigger because your iframes are gone and you're still right on that spike. So it's really deadly stuff. But making the way through Spiking Room of Death, no problem.
Yeah, indeed, Owl. Well, Owl just having, I don't know, capture card issues. I don't know. Anyways, it's gone now. But yeah, you're right. The reserve tank is usually used in a pause after criteria PBs, right before Gauntlet Spark, and then if you want to, you can also turn off Varia suits. You've got Gravity suit at that point, and you can have that Varia off for stand up. And if you haven't turned Spazer off yet, you can turn Spazer off then, and it's great. And also, if you turn Spazer on for wraparound shot, you can do that then. Turn it off again, I mean. M-John skipping a lot of health from those Fantoon drops. Didn't get a single super. That's not great, but then again, this is Hundo. You're getting 2 super packs right here, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Better for this to happen in this category than in something like PRKD.
Yeah, not the worst thing. It is probably the rudest thing that Fantoon could have done. But like you said, we'll have 10 more supers. No problem there.
Yeah, 11 supers will very likely be fine. And Becky turning around just a bit late is not gonna get the Moonfall out of Gravity Suit Room. Unfortunate. Ooh, nice morph ball strap there from P-Toil getting through the robots. That's really nice.
Yeah, that can definitely save a couple of seconds for sure.
Any consistent way to get through the robots is a good way.
P-Toil
must
just
say.
like wiggling through the robots. It didn't even have to morph through them. Just did a little jig, and I guess like de-boosted through them. I'd not seen that back to back like that. GG's.
Yeah. P-Toil's a robot master.
Got Bowling Teresa about to bowl a radioactive bowling ball. See if we can get a nice strike.
Yeah, whatever that suit is for Owl. I do not know.
It should
And
be
Becky gonna do the wave only wraparound shot that is pixel perfect. It's actually pixel perfect, not fake pixel perfect. But gets it very nice and didn't need to pause. So we'll have Varia on for stand up, but that's going to be relevant in like an hour. So
yeah.
now for back of Gauntlet. Gets through and is able to get both items.
Yeah, doing a little wiggle down backside of Gauntlet there. It can be a little scary if you're not used to doing it, because anybody who's trying to run Hundo knows if you miss one of those missiles, it's worth time lost there. It's just bad news.
Yeah, it would be. It would be enough to put. I'm pretty sure Owl or P-Toil, Owl and P-Toil could pull ahead of Becky if she missed a Gauntlet missile and had to come back for it. But Yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen. It's like a 3-minute time loss, and we don't want to see that.
Yeah, definitely not. Apologize, I'm having to mute just for a couple minutes here and there. My son Ridley is going to. You might hear him in the background. He's obviously upset about some of those fan tune patterns and stuff like that. But he's going up for a nap, so I might just kind of mute for a second while he cries about that.
No worries. Yeah, Owl on 237. So this is like very borderline on whether you have to pause or not. I probably wouldn't. I probably would pause here, especially since it's a relay. But yeah, is not going to pause. Has faith in his 237 health, and does make it through. Very nice. Owl has more confidence than me, or just more game knowledge. That's probably it. Ooh, nice spark there from Pito, going with the aggressive setup and gets it. So save a couple seconds. And now P-Toil also going up to a Gauntlet Spark. M-Chan in Bowling. And now we have... Becky gets the Mission Impossible missile, is probably going to... at least attempt the Mission Impossible. And we'll see how that goes.
M-Chan getting the solid went for the Kago through Bowling strat. That's it's a pretty nice one to see. You don't see that every time.
Yeah, I agree. Kago, Kago can Kago through Bowling, Kago through anything. Kago through the Bowling statue it's a funny one. Can't grapple Super Sync through all of Bowling though. So we will have to actually see the cutscene, but we've seen it all. We've seen it from all 4 runners, but this is not the last time we will see the Bowling cutscene.
Absolutely. Owl doing the revisit. Green Brinstar could make their way through here first time around, didn't have power bombs. Now is equipped with power bombs and ready to come snag 3 more items to add to the 100%.
Yeah, Ditto like to farm the 4, whatever their names are, the 4 power bomb dropping enemies in the room before Edekun's E-Tank. Just one of those extra power bombs is now on 11, so yeah, so definitely a fine power bomb count, especially since he's getting Edekun's power bombs now.
Yes, indeed. Nice triple D boost for the Goaters. Sometimes that room below Edekun's there can just troll you when you're trying to just deboost.
Yeah, Edekun's deboosts, like he said, are definitely annoying to get. A nice moonfall there from Becky. And is going to get the final item in Pink Brinstar in the whole run, yeah. We have fully cleaned up Pink Brinstar. Assuming you count Pipe Missile as part of Green Brinstar, because Brinstar is green. And M-Chan is going to save at the ship here and fully refill, get their health back, their supers and their power bombs, as well as their missiles.
Yeah, that's very helpful, especially after coming out of wrecked ship. Depending on what Spike in Room of Death did to you, and a couple, the attic, depending on how much damage you took there. A nice little refill at the ship just guarantees that you can go through Gauntlet here with that Gauntlet Spark without issues. So it's definitely a double good. You have to save 3 times. You might as well. Hey, my health is low. Let me just take a refill here.
Yeah, and also having the extra supers for going into Meridia, it could be very, very useful. So, because Batoon can suck your supers, Dragon, if that fight goes wrong, and then of course you want to have all the supers you can for Ridley. So,
Yes, indeed.
and gets the Gauntlet Spark. So that's 4 for 4. No missed Gauntlet Sparks today.
You love to see it.
Yeah, sadly, no Teletubby Huggies from any of our runners. Back at Gauntlet Spark is not something we will see. We will see this this relay, or at least in Hundo. I guess you could theoretically see it in Rando because you can see anything in Rando. But yeah, outside of Rando, we will not see Gauntlet again.
Indeed.
No, we will. Good grief. We're gonna see it. We might see it in RBO depending on what routes people run. I should know this. I literally pick up Gauntlet tank in my route. Good grief.
Yeah. Nope. I was gonna say something. Now it's gone.
Yeah. Well, Becky got the Main Street short charge. So that's really nice. Did not have to go up for the backup. One tap or two tap or whatever.
Yeah, that one can be tight. I'm sure you could 3-tap it if you are really accurate with your taps, but I have to stutter 3-tap that one in order to.
Oh, don't worry. I stutter 3 it. I can't properly do a 3-tap because every time I do, you should just do a stutter 3 if you're more practiced with that, which is what I do. I'm pretty sure Zenny does something dumb, like a double stutter something or other, but or maybe that's for back of Gauntlet Spark.
Like how you worded that.
Yeah, for sure.
The old back of Gauntlet Spark.
Yeah, back of Gauntlet Spark. Oh no, Mjon falls into Edikuns. So they're gonna have to go back and get the other 2 items, but is gonna be able to get the power arms here.
Now it could be worse. I mean, this could be the Gauntlet time loss we're talking about. But yeah, probably feels a little unfortunate about that. But it's all right. We're here with you.
Yeah, definitely something every Honda runner's done. Mistakes like falling into Gauntlet, falling in Gauntlet, missing a missile, falling in Edikuns, Mickey Mouse. Anything can happen in Hundo.
Absolutely.
Yeah, now Becky is still in a very commanding lead at this point, but of course that's just for this category. There are other categories that are a lot more volatile than Hundo.
Yes, Hundo can be dangerous for sure. I mean, in a lot of different places. Mainly, a lot of it, is comes earlier in the run. So there can be deaths in Hundo, but some of our other categories definitely, a death here or there can sway the tide of the lead. But Becky's definitely doing a great job of getting for spawn a little bit of breathing room, a little comfort.
For sure, yeah. And now Owl is gonna do that spark into Mama Turtle, E-Tank, P12, not too far behind, is gonna attempt the probably will attempt the Main Street short charge.
We also have yep, there it is.
And
Very
gets
good.
it. Very nice.
First try. Well done.
Yeah. Ooh, Becky did not get the good setup for the bottom X Factor, and is gonna have to go with a backup. It does manage to 3-round boss win though, so not too bad. Just probably used a few more supers than she would have liked, but you still got 15. You'll be fine. This is Hundo. Resources in Hundo, resources are not a thing you generally want to worry about until you get like at a top level. Oh no, P12 misses the Mama Turtle E-Tank spark, and it's gonna have to go with a backup. Maybe he's gonna grapple. I don't know.
Oh, gets the. Oh, well done.
Yeah, very nice backup there.
Yeah, I dig that. Yeah, it kept the spin jump through the item collection, and then was able to just snag that grapple block right at the little tippy tips of the electrocution coming off the grapple beam. That was good. I like it. I'll allow it.
Yeah, Pito showing it off to everybody and everyone just how powerful and amazing of an item grapple beam is. So I'm glad you all came to this presentation on why grapple beam is great.
Come back next week for spring ball lesson.
No. please no.
No, it's why
Yeah.
MM2 hates spring ball. That's the lesson. All right, we have a Dragon coming up on Becky's side. Gonna go for the X Factor Shine Spark opener. Looked pretty good.
Yeah, this is a pretty good opener, I must say, and does not manage to get the kill with the second spark though, so probably on pretty low health for Dragon. And yeah, does not go for the blue suit setup. Just going for the safer setup so you know you will not get chain damage.
That's fair. Chain damage is scary no matter how many tanks you have. I've seen it chew through more than Becky has now, depending on what the situation was. So I'm okay with that decision.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have seen the clip of Professor School dying in the 100% tournament to chain damage, which is quite unfortunate. But yeah, it's just a thing that can happen to anyone at any level.
If you're curious, Insane Firebed has a spreadsheet of the most chain damage kills from Dragon on runners and video links to all of them. They're pretty entertaining.
Yeah, Insane Firebed, the GT Classic runner for Spore Spawn, who did his run and got Becky into this lead here. Well, and Becky's definitely been not to take anything away from Becky's performance. Has been definitely a very good run so far.
Yeah, Becky is just capitalizing, just putting more meat on the sandwich. I don't know if that's a saying, but it is now. For Spore Spawn and Pete Toil, as far as I can see here, gaining some time on second place. Coming up on this bot wound fight. Misses the
only gets
strat.
only gets one particle in on bot wound. Al gonna take a pre-Dragon save. I definitely like the save here. Just protection against chain damage.
Gets 4 missiles on bot wound. I didn't know you could do that. It's poking bot wound's head out of the one on the poles there. I thought 3 was the max. Shows what I know. But good recovery from P-Toil, getting that quick recovery on bot wound.
Yeah,
you have a lot of missiles here.
It did miss that the jump for full halfie, so is going to just go for a halfie, and Mchon doing the intended strat for mainstream missiles. So glad we got to see that shown off. Just going for all reliable, what Nintendo intended you to do.
Indeed. Do what you're comfortable with.
Indeed. Yeah, a wise person, I think his name is Kip, said not dying or not losing massive chunks of time is the fastest thing you can do. So
absolutely. Yeah,
take that as a lesson. Owl does get the blue suit, but it's kind of a red suit now. But
so is it a purple suit then? Blue, red? No. What?
No, it's a red suit because it looks red.
Blue. What? How do you get red from blue?
Because on his screen it's red.
No, I mean if you mix the color blue and something else to get red. I wonder what that would be.
Blue. I don't know. You should probably ask your local colorist.
That's fair. He's on vacation right now, so I'll get back to you on that. Either way, it looks awesome.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, and Becky picking up the worst item in the game. I don't know what it's called. I think it's like Bring Saul or something. I don't know. It's definitely a waste of time though. I don't like it.
Almost getting a little bit of chain damage and the spike suit first try on Pito's side. Meanwhile, all 4 of our runners are now in Meridia.
Yep. Yes, indeed. And Owl electing to pick up Botany Tank first trip. I believe Becky elected to do it second trip, since you have to make 2 revisits to that room. And of course, if you have somehow just god awful health pre-Dragon, you can pick it up actual first trip.
Yeah. Hopefully all our runners snagged the precious missile. I didn't confirm for all the runners who have been there. Hopefully there were
Precious
not
Missile,
any.
one of those items that is easily forgotten, but
Yeah, your mind's on Dragon, you're checking your ammo, you want to make sure this fight goes well, and you just forget that there's another way to go before you get to the boss room.
yeah. Or you can just do Precious Missile after Dragon. I know a couple runners who do that. It's definitely a respectable strat, especially if you don't get Blue Suit. Because it'll be a bit slower to go with Blue Suit because you can't press run.
Yeah, pressing run with a blue suit causes that blue suit to just get eaten.
Yep, it disappears because reasons. I mean, yeah, it's a cool thing though. And I'm pretty sure it's not just pressing run; it's like moving while going with the effective run. Because if you press run while you're suitless underwater with a blue suit, it doesn't kill the blue suit. However, it's also worth noting that sand will kill your blue suit, and yeah, sand's not nice.
Yeah, sand is probably the least favorite thing for most, whether you're a speedrunner or not. The physics in sand just really do things you don't expect it to do, and trying to get out doesn't make sense. And your first encounters with sand, quicksand here is just definitely not gonna say you hate it, but there's definitely strong feelings.
Yeah, I know there's something worse than the first encounter with sand though. The first encounter with Spring Ball. Just throwing that out there.
Okay, that's okay. That's
Nice Yo-Dog boost
noted.
though from Becky. Was a really good example of, if you like deboosting, then you can just put a deboost in your deboost.
Becky just getting a little spark down the left sandpit here. Why? Who knows? But I like it. I'm okay with it.
Owl killing Shack Tool with Shine Spark Echoes. Absolutely obliterating him.
Becky making use of that spring ball there to get up the left sand pit to get to these items. Wow, gets a nice little spring ball jump off the right corner. That's not easy to do. That's not a gimme. Well done.
Yeah, anyways, Mchan is going to enter Dragon now. And yeah, the last Dragon fight of the 100% category. But of course, we will see many more Dragon fights of many different varieties in this relay.
Got Mchan doing some more intended strats to kill Dragon here. Looks like we said, do what you're comfortable with. Make sure that you do what you practiced, and don't die, of course.
Indeed, looks like Mchan's going to go for a grapple kill. Gets the quick kill with
Very
gravity
nice.
suit on. That's a really, really nice. I'm more practiced with a grapple quick kill without gravity suit, because I mean that's what you practice when you do stuff like RBO and mostly RBO and like North Korea percent as well. yeah, being able to do the quick kill with gravity suit on is very nice. So yeah, nice for Emchan there.
Yeah, they definitely had practiced it. Did a nice high jump, making sure that Dragon attached at the right spot. It's well done. If you're not doing any other stuff, that's definitely the quickest way you can take out Dragon. Not doing sparks and X factors and whatnot.
For sure. Also, liking to get the precious missiles after Dragon instead of before. Definitely respect this call. It's at this point it's just down to runner preference with a lot of these routing choices. When to get bottom E tank, when to get precious missile. There are a lot of things like that. Like again, grapple and Indiana Jones missile in early Croc. Yeah. There's just a lot of stuff in it, and it's not just item order. There's just a lot of stuff in this game that it's down to runner preference, like strat choices and route choices.
Yeah, I mean, there's 100 items to get in the game, and although some routes seem like, they might be the fastest right now, it's not always the fastest for every single runner. So, feel free to change up what you're doing based off of what you know you can do to get the fastest time right now for your skill set.
Yep. Now we're going to be seeing Becky head into the fourth major boss area, Lower Warfare.
Definitely
Yes.
one of the more daunting places in Planet Zeebs, and you not only figure that out when you start fighting enemies and see how much they hit for and what they're doing, but as soon as you go down the elevator for Lord Warfare, you hear that music, and that really tells you, in a general sense, all you need to know about where you're about to go. Becky going for the chronic boost, though, doesn't quite make it. That one's can be a little bit finicky. Takes a save, top of Lower Warfare. I like this save. You're a lot of places that can potentially do a lot of damage here. Ridley fight is coming up. Why not?
Yeah. To answer the question in chat, I guess the runners could take all three saves at one spot, but the thing is, you can't take a save in a room and then take another save in that same room without reloading the room. So it would probably be faster and also more useful to take it at another spot, because these saves are just intended for safety, not for optimizing where you save. This is just
the point is to make sure you don't mess up your team by saving 3 times at the ship at the very beginning of your run, going through the entire run, especially one it takes an hour and some change, and then die at Mother Brain and have to restart all the way over again.
Yeah, for sure. Like Papa Schmo said, this is just a safety measure, not a feature to be gamed. Yeah, did Becky do Kraid's Lair before Lower Warfare, or is she going to do it after?
Great question. Was not paying attention. Chat might know. I'll have to keep an eye out for the way out. Okay, Becky did. Susream says Becky picked that up.
All right. Thank you, chat. Yeah, that's another one of those things that can be left up to runner preference. When you revisit Kraid's Lair, or I guess if you revisit Kraid's Lair, if you're like Zoast, because you can do early power bombs and not have to revisit Kraid's Lair, and then you can revisit Kraid's Lair. I guess in theory you could do it before Meridia, but that's just unnecessarily slow. And then you can do it after Meridia. Then you can do it after Lower Warfare, and those two are relatively equal in time.
Yeah, most important thing is just to make sure you don't forget.
For sure.
Sometimes muscle memory can just take over, and oopsie, there's a 99%.
Yeah, the missile, like Precious Missile and a lot of other missiles, is very easy to forget. But yeah, who knows? I am very hopeful that we will not see any 99%. We're going for all 100%.
Heck yeah, we are. And these runners are doing a great job. Obviously, some in the lead, but it's. I haven't seen anything so far that has just been like a huge ouch for these runners. They're definitely doing what they came here to do. GG's to everybody and to our GT Classic runners on the category before this. It's really putting on a good show.
For sure. Yeah, nice chronic boost setup there from Owl. Did get the boost, cleared the platform, and it's just gonna space jump here up through Lava Dive, and P12 right on Owl's heels. I'm pretty sure that I know they both did great, yeah. And yeah, P12 and Owl very close at the moment.
P12 has been just inching closer and closer to that second place spot. Really doing a good job, room after room, shaving frames.
Yeah, interesting. Owl not electing to do the blue strat that you see a lot of runners do in LN main hall. Just electing this to jump across the platforms. And yeah, you'll see the blue strat here from P12. Gets the short charge, is able to carry his blue suit to be invulnerable through all the flames, and does get the full blue fireball strat. Very nice.
Yes, indeed, and just like that, we have a Ridley on screen. Ridley, one of the, if not the most trolly bosses. You can fight him 100 times and think you know what Ridley's gonna do, but
Dragon.
he'll prove you wrong.
Dragon is definitely. I don't know. I have strong opinions about Dragon. I don't have strong opinions, but I definitely feel that Dragon is more trolly than Ridley, except in RBO when Ridley just decides to kill you.
Yeah, he does that. Very nice fight from Becky. Taking a lot of angled shots, manipulating Ridley's position, gets all the shots in, and then just gets the quick grab.
Wow,
Very well
really
done.
nice knowledge there from Owl. He was he finished his GT fight inside of GT's hitbox. So really nice knowledge that he was about to kill GT and counting the shots and knowing that he didn't need to move out of GT's hitbox before finishing the fight. Yeah.
Big brains.
Yeah. And he was Becky not KOing through that the Viola, and instead of getting the deboost off of it like you want to. And yeah, P12 and Owl are very, very close. Owl getting the charge for Pillar Spark. I never know what it's actually called, but I'm pretty sure it's just Pillar Spark.
Well, in this particular case, to quote one crazy owl, that's called free pillars.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Yes, it would be free
fat
Pillar
pillars.
Spark. Yeah. In RBO, it would be deceptively not free Pillar Spark because sometimes the game, because you're hell running, the game just eats your blue and just won't let you charge. That's also a problem in Metal Pirates because then you lose your spark and you have to kill them with supers and also lose time probably.
Yeah, it's I don't know what governs that, because sometimes, I've been practicing DPRK, and coming out of speed booster, you're taking damage, and sometimes I'll keep my blue suit all the way up to where I can just run through those farming bugs, and sometimes it goes away immediately. So I don't know what actually governs whether or not you keep your blue suit through damage.
I know the one at Speed Booster is relevant to the sound cue, and I know that if you once you actually get blue in that Speed Booster one, if you release run, you'll get your blue for free every time. So that one I know how to do it consistently, but the others I don't, which kind of sucks since the others actually matter more.
Gotcha. Yeah, we got a lot of one going into PBs of Shame, and another runner walking out of PBs of Shame. Things are getting very close.
Yeah, like we said, Peach Oil and Owl have been really, really close throughout this entire Lower Norfair. Yeah, Owl electing to not collect those drops until he moved left to shoot the second pirate. P12 going for a faster metal pirate strat and gets it, saves a little bit of time on Owl. And
P12 doing that fast strat did a little hop before shooting the second charge shot just to make sure. I guess they weren't completely confident with where the pirate was going to be, so decided to shoot a little bit higher to make sure that it hit both pirates at the same time. That was, I don't know if they normally do that or that was an improvisation, but GG's either way.
Yeah. Anyways, Owl like 5 seconds ahead of P12 going into Ridley. So
this could definitely just be it right here.
Yeah.
Who knows what
Looks
Ridley's
like
gonna do.
Looks like Pito got a few faster shots and misses a shot though, and yeah, Owl just not having the pogos. Pito gets the pogos, and yeah, Owl. This is a really rough ending for both runners actually.
Yeah, looking for the quick
Owl,
grab.
Oh, that was really
that
was really close on the grabs. Good grief.
Yeah, they both got grabbed, hoping that was the final grab, but got thrown around by Ridley, and they both got the second grab at almost the exact same time.
Yeah, both
Let's
runners.
go. Meanwhile, Becky just holding the fort down for Team's 4 spawn, and McCann just working their way through down to get to Lower Norfair to join the rest of these runners for their Ridley fight. Just speeding on through.
Indeed, yeah. Owl bonks the door, P12 bonks the platform, so both runners not having that room go perfectly. P12 did have a bit more momentum, but he missed a morph. He missed a morph through, so he lost his momentum there. So Owl's going to get a bit more time save there. And, neither runner's going for the D boost though.
Yeah, to be clear, in case anyone was curious, the runners are allowed to watch the restream, if I'm not mistaken, except for obviously the item randomizer category.
Yeah,
that
obviously
would be
random
cheating.
can't watch restream because it's random. But
right.
Yeah, all the vanilla categories are allowed to watch restream.
Yeah. So if P-Toil and Owl are checking in to see where everyone is, they might start to feel a little nerves, or that might empower them to play better. It depends on who you are. But if they see each other right at the same spot, they start to feel the feels.
P-Toil is not going for the freeze strat here, but Owl is. So yeah.
Got the ice.
Owl gets the strat, so Owl's going to catch him a
is.
bit after P-Toil changed that lead.
That's just a beauty right there.
Owl doesn't. P-Toil doesn't properly get the past the boulder though. Though Owl took a hit from something. I think it was a fireball. P-Toil going for a power bomb strat here though, and Owl's going for Hodorubi special. And
looks pretty good.
Yeah, looks decent. I do not know the actual setup for this, so I can't rate this.
There it is. There it is.
Well, doesn't get the full Hodorubi special. Doesn't get the.
Either way, saves some frames for sure. Yeah, both of the runners are kind of making little tiny things here and little bonks and stuff like that. So they may be feeling the nerves. Could be that they're watching the restream, but still battling it out. Meanwhile, we got a GT, the CAC attacker's side.
Yep.
Got to find that sweet spot. There it is. Well done.
Yeah, P-Toil gets the one tile screw attack first try, and Owl gets the screw attack but doesn't fall through the block, so we're going to lose a little time. Interesting spring ball bomb lay strat there from Owl. I know a lot of runners just shoot or missile out the statue head to get through to the missile, but that's definitely just as valid of a strat, even though it does use frame rate.
That is true. Yep.
Yeah, like we said a lot. This game is just half this game is just personal preference. Like the majority of these strats have some alternative that you can use if you don't feel comfortable with whatever's technically fastest.
Yeah. And again, it's what's fastest for you. What's fastest for a top runner is not necessarily going to be fastest for you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that statement. You got to go with what's best for you as a runner, not what's best for people like Zenny and Zost.
Yeah.
And yeah, Becky is just flying away with this Hundo race. Already in Retro Brinstar, while as P-Toil and Owl are cleaning up Upper Norfair. Looking like Spore Spawn is going to have a very solid lead going into any percent.
Yeah, we'll get a G4 time on Becky. I'll put that up in chat so we can get a little bit of an actual count going into Torian.
Yeah, nice D-boost across Bubble Mountain from Owl, and I did not see if P-Toil got that strat, but he probably did.
P-Toil's been getting a lot of strats.
Yeah, P-Toil's actually, like, Owl was a few minutes ahead going into this run, but P-Toil's been making up time throughout the whole race. So it's really interesting to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, and a quick reminder coming up next, as you can see on your screen, is the any percent category, and that one is going to be potentially a lot more route deviation, a lot of great runners in that category. So it is going to be just all eyes on all screens to see how that ends up shifting the tides or doesn't.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, Becky getting the third to last item, I guess. Yeah, third to last. Pretty sure. Interesting though, Becky's got like a bunch more missiles than either Owl or P-Toil have at 207 as opposed to P-Toil's 168 and Owl's 149. Shoutouts to Edu 207 because he's cool.
Yeah, that was definitely a call out for Edu there. Speaking of Keikos, nice little Keiko through that little, I don't know what that thing is, the gate barrier, little gate.
Yeah,
and we have
the gate is officially called the Hockey Tower because shoutouts to the Hockey Towner because he's also cool. He's a really solid commentator, and I've commed with him many times, and it's always a pleasure.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure Hockey might be gracing his us with his commentating presence at some point in this relay, if we're lucky.
Yeah, I don't think he actually is. I heard something about him being in the airport today, so it's really unfortunate how that happened.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, wherever Hockey is, we wish the best for you and hope you get through whatever it is you're going. Airports are not fun usually.
For sure.
And Becky, by the way, has picked up all the items in the game and is just now going on to Mother Brain to finish this game here. And we have a G4 time of 1:58.17. I'm going to put that up in chat.
Yeah, some people were asking chat. This category, 100% item collection, only requires 100% item collection. As the name suggests, it does not require saving the animals. The only category I know of that requires saving the animals is true completion. Why? Because it's true completion. Are you really going to true complete Super Metroid without saving the animals? However, 100% does not require saving the animals. However, the runners have said a few things about maybe saving the animals at the end of this run, so who knows.
Interesting that Nintendo Power Percent doesn't have saving the animals in there. I would have thought that would have been in the magazine at some point. I guess they just left that to be found.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I was going to agree with you. They might have just wanted the players to figure it out. Yeah, Owl and Peach Oil still nipping at each other's heels. Owl with that Moonfall down there that Peach Oil cannot mimic because he doesn't have Moonwalk on. So yeah, Owl gonna save a bit more time. Interesting, Peach Oil didn't go for the Power Bomb lay there. So again, also gonna lose a bit of time there. Ooh,
Yeah,
Owl misses a short charge. Owl misses a short charge, and Peach.
Oh no! Peach Oil.
Peach Oil bonks the spark.
They're not only are they 1 for 1, some rooms with some of their awesome strats apparently. All right, so Owl gets Spark across this room, and so does P-Toil, just a few seconds behind. Nice screw attack into Old Mother Brain Missiles. Sometimes that one tile gap can be a little finicky, going up or going down. As displayed a little bit on P-Toil's side. Speaking of not being able to use Moonfall, there's really a couple Moonfalls you could do in the rest of this run to potentially save some time. The biggest one's going to be on the escape, going down the Leodox room. That's probably the biggest time save of all the Moonfalls that are left. So we'll see if that makes any difference and see how close our runners are going into G4.
Yeah, I know the Leodox Moonfall has made a difference in at least one of my races. It did decide who won that race, but yeah, it only saves like a second, maybe a bit more if your setup's really good. But then, of course, the Climb Moonfall overshadows pretty much any other Moonfall. With the only one that can come close is the Spore Spawn Moonfall in best category map completion. Also, Becky did miss Baby Skip, so this is she didn't save. Becky's did not save and is going to go for a Crystal Flash at Mother Brain.
Or is trouble with the Zeb Skip, which can give any runner a little bit of trouble if it's just that kind of a day.
I would expect Becky's done 3 saves. I know she did one at LN Elevator. I know she did one somewhere else. I would expect she's done 3 saves. Yeah, she could also just not do stand up. She's very far ahead at this point.
I missed G4, but we haven't had any. Okay, so like we'll say 202.20, or as close to that as we can. So that is a difference of 2 minutes. Sorry, 1 minute and 57 seconds. No, I can add. I can do math. 4 minutes.
They're seconds apart. Their G4 statues are going down at the same time.
Yeah, no, I meant from Becky.
Okay.
So we're talking about 4 minutes-ish from first place.
Yeah, Becky just going with the bog standard 90% fight, 3 tanks, gets it very nice. Given how much she had in her reserves, I don't know, maybe she just got all that energy from Metroid drops.
Alright, says, I am cool not doing stand-up, which is a fair decision to make in a relay race such as this.
Yeah,
stand-up can go wrong one of 1,000 ways.
Yeah, stand-up's like a 20-second save anyway, so it's not that big a deal.
Yeah.
Not missiling down to 144 before the rainbow beam, though. Yikes. Okay, Becky in chat saying she did Frog Speedway top of Red Tower, and Lower North Fair Elevator. But probably Frog Speedway last.
Croc Speedway is a good one. You don't have to enter into a room that you didn't mean to go to. It's just on your way. So that's a good save to have. And we'll see if either of these runners can capitalize on Baby Skip. It looks like Owl might be going for Baby Skip. Is just damaging down because of all of the tanks you have in Hundo. Just wants to...
Yeah, you need to damage down for stand-up anyway, so... Yeah, it does look like they're both going to go for Baby Skip. This is definitely going to be the biggest lead we've seen in a while between Owl and P12. If one of them gets it, the other doesn't.
Yeah, like...
They both do, though. Very nice.
Oh, goodness. I was scared a little bit for Owl. Thought I was going to get grabbed there. Very well done. So that's like a 30 to 40 second time gain against first place.
Yeah, for sure. And they are both going to take that third save pre-Mother Brain. And oh my god, Owl messes up the save movement. And Owl is going to turn off Varia and Screw Attack in the save station. Every time I pause before a save station, it always makes me think that like the save animation is just going to go on forever, but no, it's not how it works.
P12 opting for the Spring Ball Zeb Skip, even though you don't need Spring Ball to do it.
Yeah.
It's much easier with Spring Ball.
Second Zeb Skip, as I like to call it. Because you can just do more fun morph Zeb Skip, which I will do, even if I've got Spring Ball. It's better.
I commend the consistency, sir.
For sure. And yeah, Owl is missiling down. Probably going to get close to 144 here. And finish off the rest before Rainbow. Or just get to 144 here. The brain takes forever to stand up in the vanilla game. And Becky doing the right side Spark, not the Behemoth Spark. And is going to finish up Hundo. And we're going to... And once Becky reaches the end of the credits, we are going to have to say goodbye to all you lovely folks in the chat.
And we do have potential animal save on Becky's screen.
Indeed, Becky will be saving the animals. Owl taking a lot of catch-up damage. I don't think that was intentional. Is gonna try to get like a bit more damage just to have a bit more time with the baby, but this isn't GT Classic, you don't particularly care about that.
Yeah. Animal saved. The day is saved as far as Becky is concerned.
Becky is finished with her Hundo run at 2:07:05, I want to say. So GG.
GG's. GG to that chip color too. I dig it.
For sure. And now we get to see a very exciting finish of P12 and Owl's runs. Yeah, both P12 getting past the first two force stands by the baby. I'm pretty sure those are the only two. I don't know why I said first two.
You know, those two.
Yeah, just those two. Who knows? Now we have our synchronized stand-ups. P12 just a little bit ahead because this is a cutscene. And you're Owl takes a little bit of damage to the baby. But that was after the baby finished refilling him, so didn't actually lose him time on the cutscene, and the baby needed to refill him more.
Yeah, should be fine. Really, really good job by P12 making up some time, and by Owl not making it easy, and M-Chan just continuing to truck through here. Like my co-commentator said, once the credits are done here and we see this percentage coming up on Becky's side, we will be saying au revoir to chat, but we will still be here in spirit and later on in runner with MM2 on the RBO and with myself doing North Korea %.
Oh, P2 bonks the first spark and escape. This is a lot closer now.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty synced door transition right there.
Agreed.
Let's go. Who can take this second place? Let's go.
Yeah,
Oh, and there's that moonfall we talked about.
The
But
moonfall.
He's missed it
Oh,
just.
they're so synced. Oh my god.
Oh goodness.
A little bit cleaner ledge grabs there from Pito, got him a bit more of a lead.
Just a few frames.
Pito going for right side spark though, and
we
Al
got
just goes straight
Behemoth.
for it.
You got Behemoth. That
Al
made up
catches
a
up a bit
sliver. All right, Parlor. It's Parlor and Steam.
First room in escape. Pito
Very
goes
nice
with the
parlors.
left side strat though. Al goes for right side.
One
Pito
Steam.
saved a bit more, and they're both saving the animals.
Okay, are they going to do
the run? And
are they gonna do the
Pito
spark
bonks the
strat?
door. Pito does bonk the door, but does make it into the animal's room.
Owl bonked the door into the animal room.
Yeah, and Owl landed on that ledge. Pito lands on the ledge after the door.
All right, are we going high jump Alcatraz, or we just? Oh no, because there's no blocks. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
misses
Pito
the ledge
misses
grab.
the ledge grab. Misses it again.
Yeah.
Misses another ledge grab. Oh my god. I think this is Owl's.
A lead change once more.
Yeah.
Oh man. GG's.
And Owl finishes in second. Pito finishes in third. Dear Force on Becky's side, and thank you all for watching the 100% portion of this Super Metroid Relay. We will turn it now over to Apathy Duck and Fludge Fiddle commentating the any percent portion.
It was a pleasure.
See you all around.
Adios.
All right, and yeah, I am Apathy Duck, and with me is Fudge Fiddle for any percent. We got the Svorswan team coming up first here with Fat Scott. I think he's going to be the only one running old route in this. Our other three runners will be running some sort of new route when that comes up, but should be a good one.
Yep, looking forward to it. Didn't realize that anybody we would be running old route. I did a little bit of research beforehand and saw most of them were doing new route, but should be cool to see somebody do old route.
But
that's what I'm most familiar with.
Yeah, I thought Scott's PB was still all right. We might see another new route. We'll see shortly though. It's always a surprise for any percent. Do have M-Chan finishing up their hundo while Scott gets his series station started. All right, Scott moving through his series. Almost had a really good time. It was almost a 46. Just a little steam there at the end, just missing that last grab. But yeah, we got 4 really good runners for any percent here. We have Scott already in any percent, like I said. Last I checked, their PV was a 49, although that may be out of date. And then we have Galen coming up on the Goaters with a 44. And then I believe it's, Gebu, of course, on Gebu's Goon Game has a low 42, really good low 42. I know Kip had said that Gebu went from like a high 42 to a low in like a month when it took Kip a very long time to do it. So expect a good run out of him. And then a real cutie on the CAC Attackers once M-Chan finishes his 100%. Cutie with the fastest any percent time, but definitely, especially between Gebu and Cutie, I expect a really close race between those two, even though it might be Cutie will be a little delayed start it. And there's the official 100% for Owl, 130.21, and P-Toil with a 127.31. So really nice race run between both of those. P-Toil doing a great job catching his team up a little bit. It's going to be a nice close race for second place here in the any percent run. And with that, we do have Galen in his series station. All right, Scott heading into, going to be heading back up into the climb here. We'll see. We've seen a nice little mix today so far of the Behemoth strat versus the wall jump. So we see we get here out of Scott. Looks like we're getting some wall jumps. I'm a little trouble. The wall jumps can be, especially when it starts going wrong, it can spiral out of control pretty quickly. It does look like he's cleaning it up nicely though, recovering very well. And I missed what Galen got in his series.
I missed that as well. It's a very good end to that climb, because that can be tricky. If you get thrown off in the beginning, it can just spiral out.
And we'll see for the new route runners, there is the option of running Ridley second versus Crate second. Crate second is going to be a lot safer. You pick up Varia, so in case Lava Spark goes wrong, or you can even just opt to just go ahead and go straight into the gravity jump. And you also get an extra E-tank for Ridley. So hopefully we see some Crate seconds. I have a feeling Cutie is not going to. We'll see if Gebu does, though, and Galen. I think that's probably the wise choice in a 9-hour relay. Don't really need that. It's only like 20 seconds slower, and it's mostly just because of drop optimizations.
Appeared to be a decent BT fight from Scott.
The BT fight is the underrated hardest fight in this game.
Galen unfortunately got caught on that ledge, even with the moonfall. It happens. Galen was able to pass through.
And we're going to have confirmation here shortly on what route Scott is going to be running, based on what he does in the Pirates room. Yeah, so, all right, we will be getting at least one old route here. If you're running a new route, you do not want to be damaging through these pirates. You definitely want that health for Fantoon. So Scott will be going old route. I expect the other three to be going new, although, like I said, in a long relay like this, especially with these players who are definitely, competent in all the different modes and everything. Not the worst idea just to run old route, to play it safe. New route's going to be pretty dangerous no matter what you do or how safe you play it.
Got Galen coming up to the climb. Gonna see what text used here looks like.
Got another behemoth. Yeah, and that was a nice pit room too, especially with those pirates. That room is another really this bomb split is honestly one of the harder splits to do, just to do it fast. There's so much technical movement in it, even though it's a relatively short split and it's not like dangerous or anything. But just being able to do it fast is incredibly difficult. Very nice finish there by Gebu on the top of the climb. The difference between, it's 2 minutes with a lot of asterisks on it. It is really, really difficult to actually realize those those 2 minutes until you're really at the top times. So old route is way more consistent. Not only just to complete, but just to be able to run fast. New route has a lot of. Honestly, when you're running new route, it just feels like you have Moat, you have Phantoon, you have Ridley, and you have Dragon. And like those are the difficult parts, and it's just don't mess up any of those, and you might PB.
Yeah, definitely a lot more pivotal moments, I think, in new route.
Yeah, new route can just. I mean, not only just dying, but like I said, the new route runners here are obviously very skilled. But it's pretty easy just to lose big chunks of time. So that could definitely come into play in the relay as well.
Yep. Gibby was able to catch up to Galen a little bit due to some issues with Alcatraz. Gibby got it first try.
Yeah, we can see here Gebu and Galen definitely going to be running new route here with those pirate strats. Still, again, we won't know whether they do PR or PK until we get to the elevator right before Kraid and see which way they go. Gebu and Galen keeping this this race for second place very close right now.
Let's see if Scott can pull up the. Okay. There it is.
Are we 9 for 9 so far in quick? I haven't seen a missed one yet. Okay, and we do have M-Cham now finishing up there, Hundo. And once they hit the credits, we will have QD joining us in the 80% race. It'll be interesting to see how much time Gebu and Galen can make up here. Scott, a really good runner, but like I said, especially Gebu is one of the top guys, so expect a really good time out of him. But with the route divergence, we're really not gonna know exactly how much time has been gained until pretty late in this 80%. Galen and Gebu coming up to their red towers. We did see this earlier in GT Classic. This red tower without high jump boots is pretty difficult. Galen having no problems with it, and same with Gebu.
It is neck and neck.
Yeah, we're gonna once we get into this wreck ship split, I expect a little. Well, I don't necessarily expect more divergence, but just like there's a lot of stuff that can happen. You got the moat, pretty easy to fail that. We'll see if either one attempts to go for the CWJ or just go for the horizontal bomb jump. And then Phantoon, just getting a 2-cycle is difficult enough. And then on top of that, you just have the inherent RNG in Phantoon. So after Phantoon, we'll have a little bit better of an idea of where these two guys are going to be in relative to each other. Yeah, Galen's taking the first save here. Definitely makes sense. Phantoon is dangerous. Once you get pretty good at it, and like I said, both of these guys are very good at that fight. It's pretty safe. It's actually pretty rare to see a top-level runner die to Phantoon, but I mean, it only requires Phantoon being a little mean for it to happen, so...
No CWJ from Gebu. It's looking like.
Yeah, and Galen's going for the setup too with that pressing your face into the door. Yeah, and Galen's just short. Oh, no, right
That's
side.
unfortunate.
Yeah, the right side is definitely what you want to avoid. Definitely, it's like a good 10 to 15 seconds to retry if you fall on the right side. He does good. Honestly, getting bounced back like that is almost more frustrating because you almost have the timing and you're just a little off, and it can be a little hard to adjust that, especially in a relay setting like this. Also, we do now officially have Cutie joining us in the any percent race as well. Galen going for an air doppler. Didn't quite get enough. I don't know if he's going to be able to save a 2-round here. Probably not, looks like, based on the health of Fantoon. Everyone's screens are a little bit different, and when you're used to your own Fantoon coloring, it can be a little hard to judge someone else's. But should be able to save the 3-round here. Does leave the door open for Galen a little bit to save some time.
Gebu finishing. I believe that was a mid fast slow for Gebu.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, Galen also not quite getting it. Might be able to save it. Generally, if you can get like 1 extra missile into the 2nd round. Unfortunately, getting a slow though.
Yeah, getting some bad RNG.
Yeah, I think Galen might, at this moment, might just be 1 super away, but getting in a rage phase is going to be pretty bad. I think Galen just opted to not even try it. Yeah, just 700 more damage. That missile, I think, well, honestly, was unnecessary, but you might as well throw it in there. Meanwhile, Scott has gotten through his Norfair little collection. This is the main difference between the 2 routes. Is new route is going to completely avoid this whole backtracking that Scott's doing here. We're just going to go straight down to Ridley and then come back up, finish with Dragon, and then head to G4. The trade-off is A, like I said, it's a lot more difficult, and B, we don't get these juicy movement items till a lot later. And on top of that as well, the Ridley fight and the Mother Brain fight are going to be a lot slower since we're not going to have Plasma Beam for those. Yeah, but also getting through Bowling Alley fine. That's another pretty dangerous part in this any percent run. Top runners generally aren't gonna mess it up, but it just takes. It's one of those things that's just like 1 slip of a button, and you're gonna be dead. So it can happen to anyone at any time. So hopefully Galen gets through theirs as well. Cutie moving into the Bomb Teresa fight. And Galen gets through as well. Also with 79 health, which is also really nice to have this extra energy going down. Scott's setting up here for. We'll see if he goes for Ocean Fly or opts to 2-spark it. I'm in a little trouble. Yeah, I got the block back though, so. Yeah, just gonna 2-spark it. Also gonna pick up this missile.
terms of Gebu's
go ahead.
run, we'll see. I was just going to say we'll see soon here whether or not they're going to opt to go straight to Ridley or fight Kraid first.
Yeah, we could have actually told a little bit early. I think with this, yeah, I have a feeling. I mean, Gebu's aim is really good across the board, but you generally also want to change your strat in Attic. You don't want to do the missile strat if you're doing Kraid second, because you're just going to run out. All right, Scott moving into their Phantoon fight, and Gebu is going to be coming up on his decision point. Yep, going Ridley second. Gebu was just in the we had an 90% tournament in the SG Alive, so Gebu's been running this in races a lot recently, so I have full faith in his ability. But it is risky. Like, dying is going to cost you the most amount of time, and like I said, it's really only a 20-second difference. So Galen's also coming up to the decision point. We'll see what he decides here.
Scott finishing Phantoon with I believe that was 3 rounds.
These super selected, yeah. Galen is doing Kraid second. Like I said, I definitely like this in the relay setting. There's just a ton of safety. That even just getting the Vari suit, you wouldn't think it's a big deal, because Vari actually doesn't do anything once you already have gravity. But there is the lava spark, and if you miss that, you're going to want to gravity jump it. And then if you have Vari on while you don't have the gravity on in lava, you save a lot of health there. So it's really a really big safety, especially when we only have 3 E-tanks. That's another great quick kill to add to the pile that we've seen already today. And Cutie also going to be taking this early Phantoon save. I mean, honestly, in the
trouble in Attic. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, in any percent, really, your big danger points are like I said, Phantoon's not that scary for top runners, but I mean, it can go wrong. And Ridley is obviously the other. There's no way all the new route runners aren't saving before Ridley. Like that's such an obvious one to take. And then maybe like before Mother Brain or something. The third one's probably a little. There's not too many other places that are really that scary. You would think like one of the scariest things actually is LN Escape. So if you think like, oh, I'll save after Ridley. The problem is like that Key Hunter room gets so screwed up if you save there that it actually ends up being a really bad idea to save there, despite the fact that you kind of want the safety of the after Ridley save. So not really a great one. The fastest save to take, honestly, is the coming back to the Frog Speedway, since you don't have to do extra door transitions. So I wouldn't be surprised, especially for our runners, to take that one as their third, just because of how quick it is. I really doubt Cutie skipped charge missiles. I just don't think he got very good drop luck to only be at 10 missiles here. Cutie in the last Fantoon fight of this any percent race. I don't think we've seen the 2-cycle yet, so Cutie's our last hope here. Very nice topper on that first round. I think he only got 1 missile on that second shot too, so able to claw it back on that Doppler. All right, there we go.
Nice 2 round.
Done. Scott saying hello to these Samus eaters here. All right, and Gebu is moving into his Lava Spark, so this is going to be pretty important to be able to nail this without doing Kraid second. And does get it, very nicely done. Honestly, this save here isn't terrible. Yeah, this isn't a bad choice either. Like I said, a lot of stuff can happen between here and that Ridley save. Going with a nice ice climber strat there. You do have the luxury of having ice at this point in the 90% run, so you can make advantage of it in Bubble Mountain here. Also, I didn't see if Gebu took off beams or not to go with X-ray. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, worst room. Yeah, this is when, like I said, that's saved beforehand. Worst room in the game can go.
Did turn off the beams.
Yeah, but yeah, worst room in the game can go sideways pretty quickly. All right, does get a second try. Health is a little sketchy, but if you're running PRKD, you've been in this situation hundreds of times. So I fully expect Gebu to be able to deal with this. We are going to get a lot of health back from Metal Pirates. Can even opt to like farm them twice if he really wants to be a little safer.
Scott finishing off Batoon with a little bit of trouble there.
Yeah, Batoon can get away from you really quickly. Cutie collecting his gravity suit. So Gebu at 9 health here, so he's going to get health bombed from this first pirate, which is probably... He's got really good ammo, so honestly this health bomb for him is honestly a blessing. And then really wants only a few supers here. Gets 2, that's pretty good. There's some farming he'll be doing before going to Ridley to hopefully get that 10th one. Does get the 10th. Now he wants to get another super from one of these guys, and does get it. Is going to opt to farm, though, a little bit more. He's me entering his Ridley fight, opening up some X factors here. Gets 2. Looks like he's going with 3. Well, all 4 hit on that.
Nice.
Oh, going for a 4th. Very nicely done. The issue with the X Factor strat is you pretty much are guaranteed to be taking extra damage on it. And already only having 2 tanks heading into this fight does not leave you for a lot of room for error.
Scott attempting X Factor strat on Tragon, looks like. Misses the short charge.
Gebu getting Ridley into swoop pattern. Ooh, that was some odd AI. Does handle it nicely. Finishes off his fight, so very well done. Now, I'm not sure if Gebu normally takes this Ridley E-Tank in his runs. Generally, if you're 3-tanking it, you're either going to skip this one or you're going to skip bot wound. I suspect we're going to... Okay, no, I'm wrong. He's going for it. I can just feel Andrew in the chat just, like, being like an angry mom. Just like, I told everyone to play safe and no one's listening to me. Like...
He has that lead and intends to keep it.
Yeah, the only people who can really just completely ignore that advice is low percent, because you're not really allowed to take safeties there, so... Galen having a little trouble here in Amphitheater. Does get through it, though. Again, this is why Crate Second is so nice. A lot of things can go wrong, and you're still fine. Oh, unfortunately, Upspark's there. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little bit more... Oh, no.
Yep, this is looking...
This is not good.
Sketchy.
You're not saving there, Galen? Yeah, this is definitely... The problem is, like...
This will be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, part of it is, like, just getting hit. Yeah. There's, like, a manip here for these... Oh my... Galen. If you're wondering why I'm clenching so hard, it's because Galen's on my team. So, like, this... With all apologies to the other 3 runners right now, my eyes are locked on Galen's screen. If I was Galen, honestly, I would just do Metal Pirates again. Like, he's on such low supers here and low health. Refarming Metal Pirates wouldn't be the worst call. We'll see how much he opts to farm before this fight. Galen does run Ridley second normally, so like this amount of health is like pretty standard for him. So I'm hopefully this still goes fine. Yeah, he is gonna opt to go back and farm again. Yeah, this honestly takes so long. Just refarm Metal Pirates. You're gonna get more supers. You already opened that door.
Oh, he chunks the super on the blue door. That's unfortunate.
We'll see how many X Factors Galen... Ooh, oh wow, that was a really weird X Factor. Really lucky that kind of like curled back. My clinch continues throughout this fight. Yeah, if you can get like Ridley into like some just nice swoop patterns, once you get pretty good at the fight, it's not too scary. You can kind of maintain this. It's when Ridley starts doing some like oddball stuff. You're into the red phase. Probably gonna unload those supers here shortly. Yeah, like that. Like Ridley not turning around. That's an oddball thing. Again, Ridley not turning around when Ridley's supposed to turn around. There we go. That a boy. And Ridley is not picking up Galen. There we go. Okay. Galen's through most of the clinch. I'm sort of hoping he just picks up this E-Tank to give my heart a rest here. Looks like he's gonna grab it. The other option on this Crate Second, which was what I like to do, is you farm the Metal Pirates on the way out, and you just skip the bug farm in Frog Speedway. And you can just skip this E-Tank because you're going to get some help from them. But again, in a relay situation, just having this extra E-Tank is going to be very comfy. And then depending on how escape goes, Galen has the option to either grab the bot moon E-tank or just go ahead and skip that one later on and stay at 4 tanks. Meanwhile, Cutie, who I've completely ignored because I've been paying attention to Galen's clench over here, moving into his lower Norfair.
I believe Cutie is doing the PRKD route.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't
only
believe
at 2
he.
tanks.
Yeah.
If you're going to do Crate second, you're picking up that E-tank. There's no reason to skip it. I mean, I guess it's technically still safer because you have the Varia, but yeah, you're just going to get it. We also do have Scott in his lower Norfair. Of course, Scott running old route, so Scott is just going to be going straight to G4 after this, where Cutie will still have to, and Galen will still have to do Meridia.
Gebu one rounding bot tune with my personally least favorite pattern.
The up top one.
Yeah, the top pattern.
Yeah, I think that's everyone's. That's just the bad one. I don't even think it's a favorite or least favorite.
I believe I've heard some people say that they don't mind it, but for the most part, yeah, it's probably considered just the bad one.
Yeah, I'm basing where Gebu and Scott are in this. I think Gebu has actually managed to take the lead. Gebu's the thing with Meridia is you're just so close to the top once you're finished. That he's just going to be going straight up and into G4 right after this. Scott will make up about 30 seconds in the Mother Brain fight, though, with Plasma versus Gebu only having Spazer, so it is 60 shots versus 20, so it is a significant time save. But yeah, I do believe Gebu is going to be taking the lead here for Gebu's Goon Gang. That's why they named it after him. Oh, it doesn't get the blue suit after the Dragon. It's still going to be going up. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Wow. It gets it one try. Yeah, so very nicely done by Gebu there. Oh, yeah, and Scott, I didn't see... he did miss fast pillars. I know that. When you miss fast pillars, you kind of have to pay attention more to your power bomb management, because you have to use the power bombs through those pillar rooms. So I guess he just... It's so easy to forget. You just kind of go to your normal strats, and you forget that, oh, I need to actually conserve one here. So it does, unfortunately, have to pick up PVs of shame. Alright, Cutie in his Ridley fight now. Yeah, it doesn't really get the Ridley pattern he wants. It does sort of squeeze a third X Factor in. It has one stray particle there. Cutie with no fear, just going for tail runs in this 2-tank Ridley fight. Fortunately, also whiffs a couple beam shots. Scott also in his Ridley fight. Scott has Plasma though, so this is a nice, pretty comfy fight in old route. Just 20 shots. Has the extra health as well. But it can still go wrong. Like Ridley's AI is incredibly complex. Alright, Cutie finishing off his fight. We'll see if Cutie opts to grab the Ridley E-Tank. Would normally skip this on his PV attempts, but we'll see if he opts to take a little bit of safety here. Does look like he's going to get it if he's staying over here. Yeah, I think this is a smart call. Again, just it's so easy for it to go wrong. So yeah, after this 80%, assuming nothing goes wrong in Mother Brain, of course we don't hope it does, but it looks like Gebu's team is going to be in the lead, and then it looks like it's going to be a fairly close race here between the Goaters and Svorsvan for second place. I think Svorsvan will probably still have the lead if I had to guess, but I don't know. Galen's just gonna have to finish this Dragon again. He's gonna be right there, so it's gonna be close. It's hard to
I
tell.
think it really depends on how this Dragon fight goes.
That'd be such an 80% thing to happen for Galen to pull off all that stuff in Lower Norfair, then Dragon goes sideways. Like, very nice opener. Oh, Galen sent him for the 2-spark. Does get it. Nicely done.
And gets blue suit.
Not able to convert it. Probably, yeah. Looks like he's going to keep the blue suit, though. So he's going to do this gravity jump here. Gebu is moving into his Turian. Just completely 3-tanked it. The only safety Gebu took is that 20th missile, the wave missile. So Gebu is going for it. We'll see what QD ends up deciding. A lot of, if you pick up that Ridley E-tank and you're used to 3-tanking, a lot of it's just going to depend on like what kind of drops and stuff you get after bot wound, whether or not you decide to pick up that fourth tank.
Looks like Gebu's also going to get the deboost. Yep.
Yeah, so the end of Hundo ended up with Gebu's gang and Goaters being just completely right on top of each other to the very end. And based on where Goaters and Svorsvan is, it's probably going to be almost as close. We'll see. Gebu, or excuse me, there's 2 G's and then Goaters on top of it. It's very confusing for my small mind. Galen is obviously closer to the surface. Scott not that far behind, but Scott will have a much faster turn with that plasma. Like I said, 20 shots versus 60 really speeds it up. Yeah, and where he is now, yeah, Svorsvan is going to be ahead by probably 20 to 30 seconds. It also depends on how well their actual turns go. And then baby skip. If Scott misses baby skip and Galen gets it, then it probably is going to be on top of each other. Alright, Gebu gets through the first tricky part of Mother Brain, not getting any of those missiles sniped. Now with 3 tanks, he only has very little room for error here. I think taking just any onion is going to be death, so has to be pretty careful here. Galen and Scott both have 4 E-tanks, so they'll want to save Renegade and Scott with that plasma. Just the fact that the fight's over a lot sooner. I've seen old route fights and like Hundo fights that end before Mother Brain gets like the only thing she does is like red beam because you can get her there so quickly if she kind of stalls in the beginning.
Yeah, definitely depending on how the Metroid rooms go. If they both perform about the same, I think Scott will have a slight lead due to having Plasma Beam.
Yeah, I think with the plasma beam advantage, Scott is actually like 30 seconds ahead here, if I had to guess. But like that's just the baby skip difference, so that could change it. And, yeah, these Metroid rooms are also no joke. They're probably the hardest rooms in the game. And Gebu is into his Mother Brain 3. Galen's got a ton of health here. Did take a little save. We saw him farm a little bit coming down. Where did he get all this health? Did he save at the ship? And I missed it? This is just a mountain of health for New Route. And there we see Cutie picking up the bot wound E-tank there. So Cutie is going to opt to 4-tank it. I think that, like, I definitely messed up. This race is going to be like 9 hours. Like, really, all you're sacrificing is a little bit of movement and the fanfare there. So, like, your team's probably not losing by 7 seconds. Although you can say that about a lot of things, it'll start to add up. But, you know, I have full faith in Cutie's ability, but I definitely like the 4th tank pickup there. Alright, so Galen gonna make his attempt at baby skip. Nice setup. Ooh, didn't hit the bug. Alright. Does recover. That was a great recovery from that early mistake. Alright, there we go. And if not that I'm rooting for Scott to miss this, but it will make the ending a lot more interesting, I'll say. Scott also having a little trouble with that bug. Does get
good recovery.
Baby. Yeah, these are both really good recoveries. Does get it. Very nicely done.
Yeah, they're about to start their escape.
Yeah, so after this, I believe is item rando. We'll be starting once Gebu gets to the ship here.
Yes.
Yeah, so Beps will be the lead off here for item rando once Gebu finishes his run, which has been a great run. I mean, if this is anything more than a 43, I'll be absolutely shocked. If this is a 42, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I mean, even Galen, I think Galen really showed off what I was saying about 80% early on, where like Galen's run was like 99% of it was great, and then there was like 1 or 2 moments that went a little sideways, which has been most of the time loss here. But Gebu making this look like a PB attempt, honestly, just a great run.
Yeah, definitely. Galen had a lot of points where things could have went very sour, but some really good recoveries in there.
Yeah,
and
honestly,
Gebu just having an overall solid run.
Yeah, like Gebu missed continuous wall jump, but I believe he got first to try horizontal bomb jump, and there we do go. He is on the ship. So yeah, incredible run from Gebu. Like I said, he was just in the 80% tournament, did really well there. So Gebu's playing at the top of his game, so not surprising at all. Does put his team in first place. Made up a lot of time on first place. The previous first place runners, so that was Force One. Like I said, Gebu's one of the top guys, and like Scott, Scott's a really good runner, and it's really more of a compliment to Gebu than anything else. How well that went. And this is 80%, so no sweat for any sort of item collection at the end here. This is, as long as there was no glitches, this has been a completely valid run. Meanwhile, we do see, Scott's ended up killing Mother Brain just a little bit in front of Galen, so you can see the difference in the beams there. Looks like Scott and Sforzan will finish the 80% portion of this race in second place. Goaters will be in third, and the Cat Hackers will be in fourth place. But like I said, we're really moving into the looking at the schedule here. Everything from here to the end until we get to like Nintendo Power is just so much variance. I mean, randomizer, low percent, and North Korea and RBO are all going to be. It's just going to be who dies the least, honestly. So anything can happen.
Well, that said, I think we will be passing it off to the item rando category soon, which will be commentated by Rockfist and Kitsune.
Yeah, should be a fun one. We got a lot more Super Metroid coming up. A few more seconds here before Gabu's credits finish, so hopefully we'll see a little bit of the escapes from Goaters and Sforzan here. Scott moving into his escape while Galen is finishing off his Mother Brain 3.
I will say a very good comeback by Cutie. Starting off, I think, with a pretty large delay, and making up a lot of time though.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll have to see at the end. I think honestly, I was able to catch much of Cutie's run, but it looked very solid. I didn't really see. He had the only 2 round, but he did take a little bit more safeties than Gabu with that 4 tank. Well, I guess that's the only thing. He took the 4th tank. So I mean, Gabu and Cutie are probably gonna be pretty close here in the final times. Gabu obviously starting earlier off, but yeah, both of them put their team in really great spots. So we'll have to see at the end exactly who has the better time. But that is gonna do it for us. We are now gonna pass it off over to the item randomizer commentators. It was fun doing this for you, Fudge, and please enjoy the rest of this relay today.
That is actually a very good idea.
Hey everyone.
How is everyone going?
Like we're finishing up 90%.
Right. Randomized goodness. Gotta love it.
Doing season races and just a standard major minor split. So raw, just an E-tank. Guess that means we'll see morph in the ceiling.
More than likely. Where else? You go. Where else it possibly be? Nice little boost in. Some power bombs. All right.
Power bomb's always a nice start.
At least gives you a shortcut into Green Brinstar.
Yeah. Not sure we'll see anybody take that. They have an E-tank.
Nice.
BPS is at least gonna check that item.
Yeah. It's worth a power bomb for a good check.
Which, yeah, looks like he's just looking for supers.
Ammo is never a bad thing early on. Nice damage boost off that beam. Going down, check out. Ooh, there's some supers.
Now that will save everyone the hassle of not finding supers.
Right.
There's nothing worse than an item rando and you get all the way to Green Door in Brimstone where you need a super. You gotta go all the way back up to your supers. Just
Nice little climb.
interesting check here. Checking the 230 missiles.
Yeah.
Wouldn't expect that, but maybe lead. Feel like he needs some extra miners. We can see what bomb Chorizo is holding here soon enough.
I'm always down to see a good Alcatraz escape.
And that's one of those tricks that do it fine forever. Just sudden I'll forget how to do it. Just can't get it back.
Bringy Springy. That should make things fairly.
Oh,
With all you won't have bombs, and so that'll help you conserve your power bombs. Should make routing a little bit easier. Going for the power bomb and not the Alcatraz.
yeah, I think they might be going for a gauntlet check. Who joining us for fourth?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Team, but here we go. It's a gauntlet.
All right, we got Exodus and Kiku going now. Initial pickups from them down in Old Brinstar. And here we go with Gauntlet for Blue Plasma. Grabbed. Oh, missed the damage boost to Morph. Gonna reset the room. Kiku picking up X-Ray. We got some more ammo up top of old Brinstar.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see two runners go for this Billy Mays check, especially with their team. Maybe they're not aware that it is a major minor split. It can be a good check if it's a full item rando, but a major minor split, sure. BPS remembers to go back and check Terminator, and they're so glad that such a wonderful item sitting.
Charge is big.
Big. That means means none of our runners will be
GG's to Cutie. Ooh. Exodus opting for a reset. Hiku's got those super missiles underneath old Mother Brain. Mock ball time for Beeps. What we got here? Ooh, Spazer supers. Hiku having a little bit of trouble with the old Turian shaft climb.
Spays are definitely not something you'll
Ooh.
turn down this early, but not the greatest of items to find.
Almost got that reverse gate.
Too fast crumble block. Good.
Supers down here. Kiku running back. Taking the save. Plasma going down, down. Ooh. Exodus missing the morph ball damage boost again. Dude, we got up here another energy tank, vanilla energy tank. Hiku going into bomb Torito. Oh, I missed my nice Alcatraz. Vanilla missiles up there in pink. Ooh, we're going for... We're gonna...
Got a wave gate glitch.
I am so horrible at this glitch. I think I've pulled it off successfully once. Got a lot of vanilla items here. Let's see what we got down by charge. Vanilla missiles. Well, we know charge ain't in its normal spot. Gravity! Woo! All right. It is heading back up Old Turian. And again, I apologize. I'm about 5 seconds stuck in the past. You know, people have told me I've been living in the past before. Vanilla missiles. Kiku picking up spring ball. Exodus is about to get it. And Tracy is on the way. No red tower climb. Going for an X-ray check. Nice.
That's right. It's pretty big.
Ice beam. Woo! It's just getting better and better. Right, and I think we got Exodus about to pick up charge. A low health coming out of X-ray. Beeps.
Tracy joining us for the
Let's see what we get up over here by Spazer.
just an E-tank. Got BPS entering Kraid's lair now. While most of our other runners are over in Brinstar doing a little bit of cleanup. Oh,
Let's see if we can see a Kraid quick kill.
I'm not sure if Exodus meant to feed the pit. I'll at least get another miner item.
I still can't. I'm working on getting the Kraid quick kill, but I just can't get it right now.
I know. Nope. Standard 4 super setup.
Missiles coming up out of Edicoons for Exodus. Bye, Kraid. Let's see what we got in Varia. Sorry. E-Tank again. Beeps is probably sitting there like, that's a lot of health. Well, that all those E-Tanks with gravity, we might still be seeing some hell runs going into Norfair.
Seems pretty reasonable because if you find Varia when you're down there, then you can just continue on to Ridley. Grabs entry into lower jump. So it's Exodus struggling a little bit with this wave gate glitch. I think they just.
Why not struggling as bad as me?
I thought that last one was good. It's like they're gonna abandon it.
Right, our first look at Norfair. Going straight for ice. Nice mock ball.
he's much better position for doing some more
It's approach to ice. Which is an E-tank.
Have Tracy picking up her Atacoon's E-tank and some more supers. While Kaku gets the wave gate glitch.
That was a nice execution on that wave too. We got missiles over by high jump, some supers, and what in high jump? Very nice, very nice.
Not sure how useful, but to get all the way through Meridia to BPS is the only one with that ice beam so far. Not sure others will do that. So. Speed booster or ice beam to try and get into Meridia.
Exodus about to take on Kraid. Always love to see a good Kraid quick kill. Let's see.
Unfortunate. Stand up.
Ooh, we're taking Kraid to the prom. Rip. Sometimes Kraid can just not cooperate. Just like, no, I'm not going to do it. Then you just have to force feed him some super missiles.
Handy after all. BPS getting screw attack at Mama Turtle.
See if Tracy goes for Waterway. No.
I don't think anyone has speed booster yet, so probably avoid Waterway till then. It's kind of a tease to have gravity at that place though by charge and then not have speed booster.
Yeah, that is true. You got a gravity jump. All right, Beep's taking a save in Lower Meridia. All right, let's see what's down below. Iku has gone to the prom. Craig's just a popular dance partner tonight, I guess.
Sorry, I cut out for a second there, but
All good.
be back.
Beeps with the quick save reset.
Did they not find anything in Sandpit?
Nah, it was I caught an E-tank and I missed the second item down there. Ooh, nice.
Still on a hunt for Varia. See if anybody takes the hell run.
Beep's giving Botswoon some snacks. Kiku picking up that energy tank coming out of Kraid. A reserve tank coming out of Botswoon. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have a good feed now on the actual. I might actually be breaking out of the time warp.
Finally,
Vario
let
on
go
this
of
RPG.
grips on you. I think without this is looking to be standard ammo kill for Dragon. So they're filling back up.
We're about to skip the bombs, but decides to go back and pick them up.
Is he taking a risk here? I think the only one that went up to Fantoon. Wreck ship
A couple of those missiles.
using a really nice gravity jump to get into the ship. Yeah, just load, I should say. Struggling a little bit in the ocean here, though. Makes it over just fine.
Nope, never mind. I'm still in my time prison.
Sad day.
Sad indeed. Sad like Dragon's children.
They soon will be.
Let's do the time warp again.
And Dragon goes down for. Tracy entering her Fantoon fight now. See what sort of patterns Fantoon gives her. Just an energy tank after Dragon, though. That hunt for Varia is still very much in play.
See what we get out of Bubble Mountain. A save, for one. Nice gravity jump coming up out of Dragon. For Beeps.
Antoon is almost down for Tracy. It's like, go.
Her attack is always just lovely to have with those Metroids. Not because of necessity, but it's just satisfying.
Echo just gonna get a glimpse of what is here. It's just take a reset.
Tune just eating it. Ooh. That low damage boost down there. I might have to start doing that. I've been going above for some dumb reason. Yes, Beeps did check Sandpit. There's an energy tank, and I can't remember what the other item was, and took a reset to the save. Tracy looking for goodies in Rex ship. And finding them, space jump. Let's go. Oh, I missed what was down in plasma for Beeps.
Just an E-tank.
Ah, true. In abundance for BPs. We got Kiku farming down in Norfair. Exodus with power bombs. Tracy with supers. Once again, in a vanilla position.
Looks like
I gotta
set up
Oh,
for
I'm
a crystal punch. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Right, Exodus going after Fantoon. Shouldn't have to worry about health too much.
Not with 6 E-tanks and gravity. Should be fine.
No. Yeah. Ooh, we got Kiku going to show some love to Crocomire. All he ever wanted was a hug. Let's get an F in chat for Croc.
And it might pay off here for Kaku. The lead that BPS has had is going to be in a way. Someone can find speed booster after it's pretty good still.
Should have more than enough health to do any kind of hell run she wants. Or, I'm sorry. I always tripped out on how grisly and gruesome Crocomire's death is in this game. Like, especially when you look at the fact that it was like the 16-bit era, and
Yeah, especially considering some of the things during that era that they censored from other video games.
and quite the reward. Speed Booster and Crocomire.
Tracy checking ship. Take a peek over here. Observe. Spring Ball making that pretty easy. It's just a vanilla reserve tank.
There is a shocking number of vanilla items in this.
2 vanilla reserves so far that I've seen, which those can stay there.
Ooh, Exodus. No, I'm sorry. Kiku missing the speed jump up to grapple. Or was that grapple? Yes, that's up to grapple, isn't it?
Yep.
My brain is not serving me well today.
Stacked. Saying Varian and Speed Booster.
Oh, Varia! It has been found! Kiku's got quite an advantage now.
And head straight down to Ridley. And have some
Oh,
really
yeah. Always bet on Croc. That's right. Tracy stretching a little bit, waiting for the Chozo statue.
And it's probably not going to be the biggest payoff.
Generally not. I've always gotten hype on that, and then I get over there and it's just some missiles. Oh, high jump instead. Let's go.
Can be a really great item.
Big Beeps is going to be going for a flash. The timing and when I called out that flash to when it actually happened is actually pretty hilarious. I blame Mother Brain. Kiku going straight for lower Norfair.
Setting up for a gravity jump here. Oh. Misses it on the first try, but...
Then we got Exodus picking up those high jump boots.
Gonna go for a slightly different setup, maybe. Nope. It's like Tracy's gonna get her ice beams soon enough. Heading on over to X-Ray, making it really easy with Space Jump.
It's a walk in the park. Only you're walking on air. Confirmed, Samus wears airwalks.
BPS trying to get a spring ball jump here and gets it, it looks like. Still has not found their...
What? I have never seen that spring ball jump, huh? That's new to me.
If you jump, I mean, you actually hit another springboard jump.
Like, that was pretty to watch.
Super useful for suitless Meridian.
I could see that.
Much easier to pull off underwater without gravity too.
Kind of interesting, the difference in routing between the different teams here.
Oh, they all have been. Just really awesome to see.
3, 2, 1, go! Scatter! Beeps is about to pick up Speed Booster.
And then Varia soon after. It's hard to say though. Beeps has Dragon out of the way already.
Kiku getting ever closer to Ridley. And a lovely spark through the pillars.
Oh, this is gonna be a deadly worst room in the game for Kaku. Looks like they're using supers to get through. The pirates. They're setting up for their own spring ball jump to get out. This awful jump.
Tracy's about to... Let's see if Tracy goes to the prom.
Wow. 3 of our 4 runners missing the quick kill, unfortunately.
Well, I don't feel nearly as bad anymore.
And blue plasma spark gets Varia suit.
Speed Booster and Varia, that's going to be quite the changer for Beeps.
That's gonna be go mode.
Yeah.
Right to Ridley. Get out of Zebus or Zebus as fast as they possibly can.
The Beebus. Exodus now a screw attack.
Zebus, different ways.
Hey, it's better than in the Final Fantasy communities. You know, people arguing on how to pronounce Bahamut.
Titus.
Yeah. There you go. Shiva, Ifrit. Mako. Like. I think everyone has speed at this point, with the possible exception of Tracy. Or no, Tracy was the first to get speed, wasn't it?
Tracy went up to Fantoon first.
Oh yeah, that's right. Tracy was first to Varia.
No, I think Tracy's just now entering. So she hasn't been to Croc yet.
Beep's going through the lava pit with no problems. Exodus got Ice Beam, opens up some more options. Metal Pirates going down.
Was the first to get to Ridley here, but has used a lot of ammo. Either use this charge spazer to take on Ridley or farm some supers. See what they do.
Almost kind of similar to earlier, like we could get a decent farm out of the Metal Pirates, but instead opting for the bugs. BPS missing that first spring ball attempt. There we go.
Yeah, this super farm is gonna take a little bit of time.
Yeah, it seems like power bombs take priority if you don't have them. And during that time, that's time that Beeps is catching up.
Yeah. Beep's running low on ammo too, so. You opting for a little bit of team supers. At least halfway out of. Should up with some charge space.
I've never been able to get the X Factor thing to strat to work with Ridley. I have to look into it more and get behind the theory of how X Factor works and everything to be able to hit it accurately.
And interestingly enough, you could do some Spazer SBAs, special beam attacks. Those are actually probably the useful against Ridley. So, it's like
Had to spend some supers there to get rid of that last Metal Pirate.
Yeah, and BPS definitely gonna need to farm as well. It's gonna be a little bit of an easier farm since they have grapple.
Yeah, grapple makes those bugs way quicker. Exodus dropping Botwoom.
Oh, Eku's running into a little bit of trouble with Raged Ridley here. That charge spazer is just not.
No.
Take it back. It's gonna set him back. I can't really see this.
Meanwhile, Plasma fighting Ridley.
Alright. We did save there in Lower North Air. In that Key Hunter room, so that's.
Oh yeah, that's a clutch save.
Still gonna set him back though, because.
Still not as far back as if it had been another save room. So I suppose it worked out. One of those situations where it's better to need it or have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
We didn't notice before, but Apes has a much more beat.
Oh yeah. That's charge, plasma. No, not plasma. Charge, ice, and spazer.
It's like they have wave beam as well.
Oh, where was Wave Beam? I must have missed that when I was looking at one of the other runners.
Wave Beam's
Exodus taking on Dragon. Keep working on those metal pirates.
Cats. It's vanilla location.
Oh, only one super coming out of it. There's Plasma out of Ridley.
Battle's gonna make for a very quick.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Exodus getting a lot of good supers off on Dragon. Tracy.
See how many supers Keku farms up to this time before going to see Ridley. Tracy's sitting on 50 super missiles. Not sure where she found all those. That was close enough to take on everything even without charging it.
Asma not going for the fire flea check. Just gonna head right on up out of Norfair. Yeah, I think Beeps is pretty much full go at this point, correct?
Definitely, yeah.
Because that's all 4 bosses down, right?
Yes. I was just thinking, Keku probably beeps, but the actual items that beeps found, like screw attack and stuff, really helps.
I'm sorry, I missed most of what you said there just now.
Sorry.
Oh, it's all good.
Just saying that Keku probably had a earlier. Such items that beeps going into lower Norfair, such as screw attack and the better beam combo, just made for a much quicker and nicer time.
Oh, yeah. We got Exodus into Plasma. Kiku going after, wanting some payback on Ridley. We have a grudge match here. And I do want to apologize for the technical issues that we're dealing with right now. I'm stuck in time right now. I'm living in the past. The main reason that my commentary is a little bit behind is because I'm not quite able to get a good read on the actual race, so I have to watch it on Twitch with the rest of you guys. Okay, let's see here. Tracy opting for the pickup in Sandpit. Kiku just noping right past those metal pirates after having to deal with them before. Oh no. Let's see how Norfair treats Exodus. Oh, that's right. Beeps is not full go. Going after, still has to take down Fantoon. Right, Exodus leaving Speed Booster with Grapple Beam in tow. While Plasma goes after Fantoon. Tracy with the reset. Beeps is trying to nuke Fantoon. Love to see it. Crystal Flash from Exodus. Tracy picking up Grapple. Fantoon is taking a dirt nap again. So that means Beeps will end up having high jump here very shortly. Exodus picking up Wave. I'm still shocked at how many vanilla placements there are in this set. Beeps has a date with a big lump of gray matter with a bad personality. All right. And again, I apologize for anyone who may have just come in over the last few minutes. I do apologize for the delay in my commentary. I am a little bit behind. in seeing the feed. Golden 4 time of 359.41 for BPS and Gebu's Goon Gang. Exodus giving Crockemeyer a hug. Tracy getting wave. All right, let's see what happens in Turian for Blue Plasma Spark. Stacking Metroids like Big Macs. Let's go. High jump was at gravity. Right, can Blue Plasma Spark get baby skip or even go for it? Probably will still go for it, I'm going to anticipate, but with... Oh, no, damaging down, I believe... is that damage down more for Mother Brain or for the baby? We're going to find out. Varia's gone. Yep. Right, opting for the quick baby grab. Exodus finally with Varia. Varia, I'm sorry. It's supposed to be barrier, so Varia. Who knows? Maybe when Mother Brain dies, I can finally get out of this time prison that I'm in. I appreciate you guys' patience putting up with the delay and with me. You guys are awesome. Crockemeyer dying an ugly death at the hands of Tracy. Beep's having a little bit of initial trouble getting Zeb skips, but eventually pulls it through. Exodus on their way down to Lower Norfair. All right, phase one Mother Brain down. Hiku dishing out some pain to Batwoon. We got a meatball. Oh yeah, you guys aren't. I'm going to be calling those off at the wrong delayed time, so you guys aren't going to hear me. I'm sorry. Meatballs, onion rings, ketchup. Just say no to ketchup. We're going to see a stand-up attempt from Beeps. And once we get to the completion percentage here, after Beeps gets on up out of here, I will be doing the same, and we'll be handing it off to the low percent commentators. Right, we got Dragon, Golden Terizo, and Mother Brain all going down. Now the question is, are we going to see Beep save the animals? Or are they marked for death? With the clock ticking down, Samus is doing really fast stuff so she can leave. Always gotta love to see an old Turian shaft shine spark. Satisfying, going up the left side. Tracy on approach to Ridley. And yes, let's see, hold on. Animals. They are free. See ya again in Metroid Fusion. Beeps is not only a speed demon, but a humanitarian at the same time. Gotta love it. GG's to Blue Plasma Spark. Handing off to low percent first for Gebu's Goon Gang. Looks like Gebu's got a pretty sizable lead going into the later half of this relay race. And it's fairly close between the other three teams. We got Tracy feeding Ridley some snacks. All right, so the last categories that we're going to be dealing with here are low percent. Wait, what is that? NK percent? I've never seen that one. I have to be honest. I personally am still fairly new to the speedrunning scene in Super Metroid. So there's still a lot that I'm learning. But I love playing Vario randomizers and dinking around and having a lot of fun. North Korea. DPRK boss order. Okay. Exodus going after those metal pirates. Okay. So let's see. It's looking like Spore Spawn might. We got X-ray strats from Exodus on Ridley. Ooh, so close to a full-on ocean fly for Keiku. All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out and checking out the item randomizer portion of this race. I am going to pass it off myself to the low percent commentators. My name is Rockfist. Thank you guys for putting up with my my time warp, and y'all have an amazing day. Stay awesome, do epic stuff, and be excellent to each other.
Hello, everyone. Your next commentary pair is here. It'll be myself, Aussie, with Asder, and we're going to be covering low percent. How you doing, Asder?
Pretty good. I'm excited to be calling this particular one. Low percent is pretty fun challenge category with difficult boss fights in it, since you only get 3 E-tanks and 10 missiles, 10 supers, 5 PBs, and just your main weapon being charge and ice.
Yep. Definitely a challenge category. Pretty much no safeties allowed. And real marathon boss fights. So we're going to have to see these runners execute, but we have all strong runners here for this race, so it should be good.
Yeah, so we've got Just Defend starting out with, I believe, a PB of 56-13. I think that's from several years ago. He's not been as active with the game in the past few years. It's the slowest out of the 4 PBs here. But he's certainly a good enough runner in general that he could make things interesting, I think, and his team is starting out with a lead.
Yes, definitely. So I guess this will be low percent. The category itself has multiple variations, but the fastest is going to be low ice. So we're going to be seeing everyone pick up Ice Beam, most likely. Then the boss order is Phantoon, Kraid, Ridley, Dragon. Again, most likely. And then we'll see which E-Tank order they choose to collect them in.
Yeah, depending on what you want for safety in terms of getting out of Lower Norfair, you can choose to get the Ridley E-Tank. Like usually for safety, people will even like people who want safety would not go into Lower Norfair with 3 E-Tanks just so you can get the 3rd one there. But if everything goes optimally, the best 3rd E-Tank to get is Batoon. And we're going to have the 3 mandated saves of the Ridley, so people can choose to take those at positions that they might be worried about. I think the Ridley fight is actually pretty consistent if you're at the level of these runners. Very manipulable AI. It takes a lot to understand what he's doing. But you should be able to get through a good amount of the fight without taking much damage.
I agree with that. It's mostly just the final few shots and the grab where it can go wrong, and that's where you'd be most likely to die. But they should be able to go through like most of the fight fine. And also you can have your route work so you can get the Firefly tank as a backup. If you take too much damage going in or out of Norfair. I think that'd be the only like questionable one that we might see.
Yeah, Firefly E-Tank, like if you're in a position to take it, I feel like it's kind of awkward. I don't know. I feel like Ridley tends to be. I don't know. We'll have to see what they do. But I suspect nobody's going to be going into Lower Norfolk with 3 tanks already. So for the other runners that we'll be having up on the other teams, so let's see. We've got Tracy in second place so far. It's actually very close between Tracy and Keku right now. So for the CAC attackers, next up is Kip would be in the bottom left with a PB of 50-36, which is third place still on the leaderboard. It's one of his favorite categories. I know. Put a lot of work into that. There's the only 2 times that are ahead of him are both sub 50. He's got the only 50. So in the bottom right, after Keku is done, for Sforsfon will be E. Holden with the PB of 54-26. And he got that PB the most recently out of all the runners.
Yeah, I saw that his was most recent, and he was running some more of the updated strats. So this should be interesting to see.
I haven't actually looked at his runs, but guessing one of those is like actually how updated are you talking about?
Just since Zost. So like, copied some of Zost strats.
Okay. It's like worst room in the game strat. There's probably newer stuff.
That'd be the standard. Anyway, we'll see it when he gets running.
And so in the top right, after Exodus is done, Exodus going to be finishing up the rando last year. Slaughters with PB of 51-25, 5th place in the category. So it'll be a very strong run between Slaughters and Kip, but their teams are not very close together at the moment.
Yeah, the execution level between all the runners in low percent is can be fairly close. Just a few minutes difference at most.
So JD is basically coming up to the first place where there's a major diversion from any percent, and it's that you always want to skip these charge missiles because you can only grab 10 max. 10 missiles, 10 supers is what you want for destroying the Mother Brain tank. And the methods to cross the moat pretty much all involve grabbing the missile in the center of it. So CWJ, HBJ. I mean, there's some really hard things you can do in the moat to skip the missile, but it's better to just grab it.
Yeah, the diagonal bomb jump over the moat. I haven't been able to do it, and I practice it a lot. So just skip charge missile, get the moat pedestal missile. And then we're heading into Fantoon, and it'll be down a missile pack compared to the 80% route.
Yeah, so it actually is quite a lot more difficult to get a good 2-round Doppler for Fantoon in low percent. Usually you'll run out of missiles. Like if you get good Fantoon patterns, that usually means you won't have enough missiles to actually do the Doppler. Usually you'll have to wait for a 3rd round.
Yeah, I think that's the main difference of being down the missile pack is if you're going for 2 rounds, you can run out before that if you get fast, and that'd be an issue. But it's mostly for 2 rounds. Like otherwise, you're getting in a lot of drops if you're going for that 3rd round.
Yeah, it seems like Tracy had some troubles with Zevitite skip, so are going to have a lead change between the bottom 2 teams. So it looks like Keku's going to be finishing 2nd in the rando. All right, and JD, I think we might miss JD crossing the moat here, which is going to be basically what you saw the new route runners do in any percent. Low percent's very similar to any percent new route for a good stretch of time.
Yeah,
but basically you
that's
don't
kind of
get.
where. Sorry.
You just like basically don't get the major items from Upper Norfair really, and that's where most of the difference ends up being.
Yeah, like we haven't really been focusing on JD, but it's mostly the same route as any percent new route up till Upper Norfair. So the moat is still a problem area where if you fall in, you're losing multiple seconds for every missed attempt. And then the Fantoon fight is still as dangerous as in any percent, where it's 1E tank, Fantoon, and like there is a risk of dying, but you should be practiced at the fight enough to survive.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things that helps with Fantoon's survivability is knowing how the flames handle. Kind of knowing how long they last on screen before they start having an active hitbox, and how long their hitbox is there for after you shoot them, and also like what kinds of directions they tend to bounce in.
Yep. And like following the flames so you can get extra farms, as well as knowing his appearance patterns. That's how you stop his big flame wheel and also get the most drops, is if you can like predict where he's going to appear and just stop the potential damage from all those flames.
Yeah, so if you get that opening shot right, that's all 8 flames you're taking out at once. That's a big concentration of drops, and also prevents any of them from hitting you if you do it right. Some of the patterns are a lot harder to time than others.
Yeah, it's probably where you get most of your missiles for actually killing Fantoon. But it's easy to get blocked by flames, leading to misses and hits. Here we have Keku coming up on the ship. He'll be finishing up for Team Forfan. There he goes.
All right, we're gonna have to wait for his credits also before E Holden starts. But we we did miss JD getting over the moat, but we'll be able to see his Fantoon fight. 102 energy going in. 9 missiles is good at least. Like that's almost max. 102 energy, I think it's pretty good too. So like you can take 2 hits, and then once you take 2 hits, you'll be below 30, so you'll be in health bomb, and you'll get guaranteed health drops.
Yeah, this should be fine. Below 80
Hey.
is really dangerous.
70s are really bad.
You can take 3 hits now already.
Okay, that looked like a 4 Doppler. I think he hit the first 2 and 2 fine, but I'm not entirely sure. This is like plenty enough to 3 round though.
Yeah, it looks like he's on pace for 3 round.
It's a very comfy 3 round.
Yeah.
2 round Fantoon in low percent is kind of like a treat, I think. If you're used to getting in any percent, you don't always bank on getting it here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he did miss one
feels-
on the earlier. Whoa. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so did not get enough missiles in before the super. So when you super Fantoon, and it doesn't kill it, you get the enrage phase, which
Ghost
is
is mad.
8 fans of its flames at the top, and you can't do anything.
1 missile off. That's how
Yeah.
it goes most of the time.
So you need, across all of your rounds, you need 19 missiles and a super for Fantoon. I thought he got 16 in the first 2 rounds, and then he shot 4 more, which is 20, and then supered. But I guess 2 of his shots actually got eaten by flames. So like he knew that some of his shots got eaten by flames. You can tell by the color, like Fantoon wasn't fully red, so you could tell that supering it wasn't going to kill it either. But he actually was also wrong about how many shots got eaten by flames, and that gets really hard to deal with.
So JD's just picked up his last piece of ammo for the run. It's 2 missile packs, 2 super packs, and a power bomb pack. And from here, his main source of damage is going to be charge beam shots. And he'll try to get as much out of this ammo as he can.
Oh, taking the hit from... Oh, he took 2 hits from Key Hunters up here. That's not great.
Yeah, these Key Hunter hits are really punishing.
Oh, he took 3.
He almost died at the end there.
Oh, that's...
So we'll probably see some farming here. He needs 120 health, at least, to make it across.
Yeah, looks like he's gonna use the power bomb to farm the next room, kill everything. Hopefully you get enough drops from that. Oh, 3 supers. That's like insanely good luck in some situations, but not in this one.
I find that's how it happens. You want health and you get the lucky supers.
Okay, so this is kind of scary, just having only 2 hits you can take, no air to give going into bowling. But when you run any percent and low percent a lot, this is often kind of a situation you'll just have to take. And even though it's scary, it's just play bowling safe. It's not too bad.
Like you practice a lot to make it through on 2 hits.
All right, so GG's to Exodus. I think we missed Tracy's finish. I'm not sure if it was me not paying attention or if it was her capture card issue. But yeah, so again in Tracy's place, next up we'll have Kip. And we'll have Soldiers in for Exodus. Okay, it was me not paying attention. I figured it might be. I'm sorry.
There we have Kip starting his run through Ceres. And Holden finishing his run through Ceres with a 42.
Yeah, so that's really close. Kip and Sloters have tons of race experience throughout the various tournaments that are in this game, like randos or multi-category, what have you. So I expect them to have pretty consistent runs going forward. I think, like, most likely, I think E. Holden falls behind at some point.
Yeah, I think we're expecting Kip and Sloters to make up some time here on average. So it works out that they're trailing. They keep our relay race close.
Yeah, Sloters has a fair bit more to make up. JD on his path is way ahead of the other teams, though. Kip actually having a rough go series. We're just talking about how consistent he is. It can happen, and series is one of those things that just spirals. If you get hit by a steam, then you're off the correct steam cycle, so you are probably going to get hit again.
Yeah, like the room's not even straight. It's like tilting side to side.
Literally tilted.
Okay, so JD is doing crate second. This is for the various suit and the crate E-tank on the way out. It's just good safety going to Lower Norfair. And it's no faster to do crate after. And you can also...
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
can use mini crate as a way to farm your supers back, because when you enter Upper Norfair, you're being really conscious of your super count.
Yeah, that's like one of the few things that you can do to get Ridley second to be faster. So like the top two runs of low percent do Ridley second, but it's so much more dangerous because you're going into Lower Norfair with one tank that way, and you're doing the gravity jump with no high jump and no varia, so you're taking a lot more damage on that jump than you would in any percent.
Yeah, very dangerous for a relay.
It's very hard to even get it to save time at all. It's pretty insane. I don't expect anyone to do it.
Yeah, I think it's tied to your drop luck if it saves
I think
time.
Farrell did it in a race a few years ago, though. He's kind of insistent on running that route.
Floaters is off into the serious Ridley fight.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about this. E. Holden plays on the Switch. I think I heard he plays on Joy-Cons. I can't remember for sure. But... Or maybe he plays on the Pro Controller. But I know he plays on Switch, and that is kind of a rarity.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Okay, he's I guess he plays on like a knockoff Pro Controller, not Joy-Cons. That's still interesting. You don't see that much.
Yeah, the route through Upper Norfair is going to be pick up Ice Beam, because that's going to be the main source of damage. And then you skip the other majors in Upper Norfair and go straight to Lower Norfair. Because we're pretty much done on item collection after this.
It looks pretty weird if you compare any percent splits to low percent splits, because it looks like you're saving a ton of time here. And it looks like you're getting to Turian not that far off. But the underpowered boss fights just make such a huge difference.
Yeah, you're skipping a lot of rooms and a bunch of fanfares. But then it's just minutes in the boss fights. And plus extra farming.
Oh, I like JD's jump across the doors in Business Center, pseudo screw the Nova over the platform.
Yeah, like running through the door, I find that you just always run off the edge, even though you can make it work so you're running on the edge. It never works out.
It's
So
it's really
jumping
easy to
over
trip
is
on that
pretty good.
slope if you don't do it exactly right.
Yeah, that too. Six supers.
Okay, not farming.
No
I
farm.
think that's. I think most people will farm that gamut room to fill up supers.
Yeah, six is kind of low, but it's enough.
So the big worry in being low in supers going in here is
It's metal pirates. Mostly.
yeah.
And it depends on your worst room in the game strat.
Oh wow, that was actually an incredible save on that gravity jump. Didn't quite get the wall jump off the ledge that he wanted, but got the really short one right below it, which is really hard to not hit your head on. Nice pit boost from Sloters.
So JD is coming up on worst room of the game. We'll see which strat he chooses to go for, whether it's killing the bottom pirates or just dodging and weaving them like crazy. Both ways are probably going to end with freezing the top pirate and using that as a way to get up. Because the other ways for getting up through the bomb blocks are pretty slow if you don't get that pirate freeze. It looks like the weave.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, good so far. There's the shot, one more. Oh, he didn't break the blocks.
Oh, that's rough. I really like that bomb backup he was able to do.
Really nice
freezing the
backup.
pirate at a good enough height to get up there. Because if you lay another powerbomb at that point, it's going to kill the pirate you're standing on.
Yeah, I can't think of a better way to save that. That was really good.
Like that static strat is already pretty crazy on its own, but that is not a normal outcome for it. Nice roll under the last key hunter.
Yeah, that key hunter you can roll under, you can wait it out, or you can do a running jump and then jump over it, which looks really cool. This is Holden at the moat. Let's see how this goes for him. Okay, he's across. Well done.
That looked kind of scary. That HPJ. Looked like he was gonna... Actually, the height looked kind of weird. Like he was gonna miss the last the ledge at the end.
Kip's turn.
Nice
Easy
CWJ. Yeah, so the continuous wall jump is the fastest way to get across, but it's a one frame jump into a two frame. So it's not that consistent, and it really hurts to miss. But it's the best outcome for getting it.
Yeah, and he's definitely practiced it a lot because it's used in any percent and in low percent, and Kip has practiced both a lot.
I think JD just got screwed in a powerbomb drop. So The violas are basically guaranteed to drop power bombs, the blue balls in this room. But most enemies that have like a near guarantee to drop like a super or a power bomb, they'll have a 0.4% chance of dropping small health. That's the lowest chance you can have for an item drop, and it's so that they can drop them during health bomb. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to drop any health. So it's actually ridiculously unlucky when you're looking for the ammo drop from it and you get a health. Holden's really scary with his 37 energy. Okay. Cleans up the Fantine fight.
We got a couple boss fights going on right now. Keep enters Fantine, or is halfway through Fantine. JD entering Ridley.
Yeah, just defend opening with the ice shield, special beam attack, to do some extra damage at the start quickly. Your DPS with charge ice is low enough that a double hit power bomb is actually it's worth using your power bombs for that.
Yeah, you're trying to get the most out of your ammo for all these fights. So that's why we saw him farming to full on supers and missiles before entering. Just because how many charge shots a super is worth in this fight.
Oh, shot a missile at the wall. Like he missed item cancel or something. So generally, you're going to save your super missiles for when Ridley turns red. Ridley turns red on the first shot that it goes below half health. And it has a few different phases below half health where it speeds up. So if you wait to fire your supers, you'll have to deal with him being faster for less time. And it also makes it easier to count your ending shots.
We're looking at 200 shots before ammo. So it'll still be a really long fight. And if you save the supers, then you can speed up the harder part of the fight.
Yeah, he's taken a lot of damage in this fight, unfortunately. He's going to have to be careful for the second half of it.
Yeah. I think you can go through a lot of the fight without getting hit at any point. You randomly get hit. But as I said earlier, it's the getting picked up phase that is where it gets pretty dangerous. So you kind of want to have a health buffer just for that.
Yeah, I think it's the start and the end that's the most dangerous. Because like the start, he can be a bit unpredictable if he does rams at the start, and it also like when you lay the power bombs, Ridley has an AI branch that reacts to power bombs to try to dodge them, and it causes him to. It can cause him to go around the room. It's fairly predictable if you set it up right. But
Slaughter's?
Was that a post bowling crab death?
That was Fantine.
Oh, right.
Looks
Okay,
like he's back in red
further
tower.
along.
Okay. This relay forces saves. 3 saves per race, per runner. But this does mean he has to go through the mode again. Meanwhile, back to just defend.
That's a really bad hit for JD.
Yeah, death for just defend would be more costly than that Fantine death.
Being at low health like that, too, where you can't survive a fireball anymore, it's really tough to dodge those fireballs, but he sprays them at the floor.
Yeah, like most of the time, it feels like you don't have to worry about them. But when you're on low health, they're just so hard to dodge and so deadly. And yes, this is the challenge category for the relay. Low percent into North Korea percent, RBO, where deaths are kind of expected. Or rather, not unexpected.
Yeah, I didn't necessarily expect deaths on some of these fights, but they can easily happen. There are ways to like kind of I'll put it as like I've got faith in the runners. But actually running out of, we were talking about this earlier, he ran out of supers on that metal pirate, and supers do double damage to them. So they have 1800 health. So 3 supers for each. Luckily he had the missiles to back that one up, because it's 6 missiles per super in that case. But if he was low on the missiles as well, he would have been stuck with the very slow 90 damage charge ice shots.
If you're doing charge shots, then you're going slow in this category.
Yeah. That was one of the reasons I would have preferred to see him farm before going into Lower Norfair. It looks like he got good enough super drops the first time he was going through, but the second time he didn't quite get enough. It still wasn't too bad with the missiles, but it could have been a lot worse.
You probably get your missiles back while waiting for supers on these bugs. So it doesn't really lose time to be out of missiles.
Yeah. Unless you're low on health, actually, because the Zebos have a low drop rate for missiles. I don't remember exactly what it is, but once you're full on health, your health drops get moved over to missiles and nothing. So you get a lot more when you're full. But if you're at low enough health that you get full on your supers first, then it's really hard to get the missiles. Also, Andrew was counting that was 10 Zebos to get 1 super missile, and they have about a 40% chance of dropping supers, so that's pretty unlucky.
Yeah, there's a lot of time to be gained and lost based on drop luck. The Ridley farm is maybe one of the more noticeable places for that.
So I noticed he's not. He missed one of the particles in the ice shield, which ended up being a bit slow because you can't shoot when an SBI particle is still on screen. But he also didn't use the rest of his power bombs as part of his opener. I wonder if that's because he didn't like the damage that he took last time doing that and wanted to be safer.
Yeah, that's very possible. He could just be trying to be safer this time.
Kept doing the bomb jump that you have to do to get through into Cathedral without high jump. E-hold and getting it with a double. I think Kip was trying to go for like the more optimal thing where you do a double and then a single, and you try to get high enough to reach the ledge, but not so high that you uncenter the camera for the door.
Yeah, Kip has better super count going into Lower Norfair here, so it makes sense for him not to farm.
Yeah, E-Holden's got 6.
Also at 6.
Just like JD had. So, see what he does. He does choose to farm. I like going with the safer thing for the relay, I think. Personally, I'll sometimes leave at 9 here because good chance the metal pirates fill you up. And
Yeah, I think-
even if they don't, it's not too bad.
Yeah, I think in like a relay setting, there's a chance that you miss worst room, and then you really want the backup ammo, the extra ammo, because the backup is ammo costly.
Yeah, I guess that's fair enough.
Just Defense health is holding high, so it looks like he's going through this fight pretty well.
Oh, he's trying to sneak the power bombs into the middle now. That's I feel like that's less safe than starting with him, honestly. But I guess
He's
that's what he
getting
wanted
hit
to do
now.
this time.
Here's Kip's worst room. Also going for the weave. Kip is up. See if he can get around the top pirate. He does. Great worst room.
There was a time where I found that wall jump that Alcatraz kind of morph over the top pirate more consistent than the any percent where you just jump over. It's like the doing it the morph at a wall jump like that kind of normalizes when you do it a little bit. But it's the any percent strat, you have to like time the right press. Oh,
Ridley
he kept
probably
trying to
coming up
jump
on
over. Kept trying to jump over the key hunter.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You can jump over the key hunter. It looks really cool if you get it.
It was.
quite yet.
It looked very bold, is what I'll say.
Looks like Sliders went for the kill on the bottom pirates in worst room, but still gets up. Plainly.
That's you holding down there.
You hold him right.
So yeah, JD surviving this. I think he had 64 out of the fight.
Yeah, that Ridley E tank is just really nice health refill, and 3 tanks at full, you should be able to get through the key hunters on the way out safely.
Yeah, it looks like everyone taking this Ridley save. I think Ridley can be fairly consistent, but we've seen it go wrong here. It's really tough if like you decided to take a different save and you pay the price here.
Took an extra hopper hit. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention, but I guess for saves we're taking Ridley, Mother Brain, and Red Tower. That make the most sense.
Yeah, it seems like it. JD having trouble with this. Like, missed the wall jump coming out, getting up to that top shelf there, and got hit by the key hunter. Might have gotten hit twice.
Yeah, so he can only take 2 hits in 3 Musketeers now. He's going to farm the Namahes. They have a good chance of dropping big health.
Oh, that's really smart. These ones are Funes, the ones you can kill.
I wasn't sure, so I picked the name.
But that is really smart to do that, to put yourself over that 150 threshold.
You do take some acid damage on the way through, so he does have to keep it above 150.
E. Holden had really good ammo after Metal Pirates. Just able to do basically no farming.
Okay, Just
I saw
Defend
that
is out.
correctly.
So now we can focus on Kip and Holden's Ridley fights. So Kip is going to try to go for like jumps over Ridley as he's swooping, because like the safer strat is to spin jump against the wall to jump over the swoops, like he's doing right here. But if you just jump straight, then you get more time to charge your shot. When you're spinning, you're not charging your shot, and that means you're losing damage. And you can barely make it over Ridley with a crouch jump.
Yeah, some of those optimizations are kind of dangerous in this fight, especially with how long it goes. It was kind of scary from E. Holden almost getting hit by the tail because he failed to get Ridley to turn around when his tail was at the backing him up into the wall. And there's some of these shots where you're sometimes at fairly close range to Ridley after the wall jump, trying to break spin as soon as you can to get more charge frames in to get that shot off. And sometimes his tail could just hit you.
Yep. Ridley's tail can always do whatever it wants.
E. Holden had a pretty strong helicopter tail going, doing the power bombs in the opener. Okay, Slaughter's going into worst room, setting up the weave. The strat's crazy just because like
by Just Defend.
You gotta do like he doesn't land on the pirate, but that's okay.
Yeah, he's still good. Okay, so through Meridia, we'll have Just Defend doing a gravity jump here. The only other ways up are bomb jumps and grab climb.
Misses the first one here. So for the second one, I do see a lot of people gravity jump the second ledge up here, but there are ways to get a wall jump up here no matter what your equipment is. That slope for without high jump is a bit finicky, but it does work.
Yeah, it's not too bad if you practice it, but if you are like not that good at it, gravity jump is fine alternative. And then Batuin Alway, he's going to do an ice clip, and that's the whole reason you're allowed to pick up Ice Beam in this route. Without Ice Beam, your damage would be like 50% less, but it's required to get through this part of the game. So you can get it. Batuin fight is very easy to lose time on if you miss shots. So you really don't want to have to do charge shots to Batuin.
Yeah, they're very hard to hit with the hitbox of the Ice Beam alone.
Yeah. Just Defend is through.
E. Holden's health is pretty low near the tail end of the fight. So Just Defend's gonna have to skip this E-take. Gets the wall jump morph easily. It can be a bit scary because there's a chance you can accidentally quick drop and fall into the sand, hit the transition, and then have to loop back around.
We are full on E-tanks for the run. So you have to go out of your way to skip that one.
Yeah, that's one reason that if you optimize the run, it's really good to be able to grab the bot to an E-tank, but it's a huge cost of safety.
Now Slaughter's in his Ridley fight.
Yeah, so E. Holden made it out of the fight alive. It was pretty close.
Death is the biggest time loss.
Kept farming the speed bugs on the way out. Basically, this is like the one advantage you'd get out of doing Ridley second, is being able to skip this farm. And this is like, it's not a great farm to go to, but it's the best choice you have at this point to get your supers back for ball tune, because they're really critical for having a fast ball tune.
Definitely. It's worth the side trip. Just Defend is leaving a turret up. I think most people would kill that with a super.
Yeah, it's one of the little more advanced strats, because you have to do an ammo kill on Dragon. Not spend the ammo on the turret. So you're basically using all of your resources in this battle to the fullest. You're trying to be really efficient with your ammo. Yep, including health.
Yes.
You can pseudo screw Dragon for 200 damage, which is a little over twice what your beam is going to do. And if you're in situations where you can't hit the belly or you're going to get hit anyways, then you want to try and do the pseudo screw to cap off the round with some good damage.
It seemed like a pretty good fight. And skipping the drops to bomb jump out. Save some time there. And then I think if you do this, you're going to free fill up the ship, potentially. But you don't have to. But skipping the drop saves an entire gravity jump.
Yeah. You want to do the double bomb jump up to the door. It's pretty tricky to ladder those like that. It's harder than it looks. But if you're skipping drops, you want to do that instead of gravity jump, because the in-game time doesn't advance while you're in the pause menu. And so Dragon's death animation and stuff is not proceeding. So you want time to be spent in the game while you're doing that.
It's a Ridley and a Botwoon dead.
Yeah, really good health from Sloters coming out of this. Really bad health drops, so that works out. He's grabbing the E-Tank anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But
yeah, so like here, I guess he had the option to get the Firefly tank instead. If you expected it all to take hits at Key 100 stairs. But
yeah.
First, this gravity jump that Just Defend is doing. We need to wait up to this door at the top of Mount Everest.
He's gonna get the backup. Oh, he missed it.
He tried. Yeah, while jumping out of a pause is not easy. This gravity jump is really hard to do. There are other ways to do it, but they're worse.
Oh, this isn't even a backup, is it? Like the method he's doing, he's not going for a running start. I think it relies on a pause into gravity to wall jump. Maybe not.
I think if he does it just right, he doesn't have to wall jump. But I've always seen it with a run start.
Yeah, you can do a run start there. You can do a crouch jump from the ground, which has the tightest window for the grav jump itself if you do the crouch jump from the ground. But you don't really have to time anything after doing it, is the advantage.
Yeah, you can kind of tell if you get it or not when you do your pause. But it's still a 3-frame jump.
Alright, so Kip going into the Dragon fight. I think he took out the left turret, if I saw that
Yeah,
correctly.
he did. So Kip's adding in ice shields whenever swoop ends. It's in 360 damage if they all hit. Is better than a pseudo screw. But he's also doing pseudo screws. So this seems good damage efficiency from Kip.
Yeah, so interesting thing about the ice shields is that they move. So they move clockwise if you're facing right. They move counterclockwise if you're facing left. So he actually wants to face towards the wall each time that he's doing those ice shields, so that they will circle the correct way into Dragon's belly when she comes out.
Holden's doing charge shots on Botvan. Hate to see it.
I was about to say that. So Kip getting the drops is going to do the gravity jump out, since once the door is open and flashing, it doesn't matter. The gravity jump becomes faster at that point.
And Just Defend did end up going for that ship refill, so he'll have full everything going to Torian.
I think it's a really good idea for the relay to take that ship refill.
Yeah, it just feels a little sad to take the refill, but then save it Mother Brain anyway.
I guess, yeah. Just cut out one of the saves from earlier. It's a good idea to not risk Metroid drop luck in this category, though, for the relay. I think you'd have to end with 10 supers, or you're losing a lot of time, because with 1010 ammo, you have to open 2 of the 3 missile doors at the end, no matter what, and then go back and refill. If you end with 9 supers, you have to go open that 3rd door. And if you end with lower than 9 supers, you can't finish.
Yeah, any percent is 15 and 10, and that's exactly enough to open the doors and go straight to the boss. But at 10 and 10, they have to open a few doors and then refill, and then go on to Mother Brain.
Got 7 going into the last Metroid room. This is a little bit scary. He's gonna farm the first 2. Gets all the needed drops from that, so...
Cool. Doesn't have to reload the room.
Yeah, so with the Metroid rooms, they each have a separate flag that gets set once you defeat all of them in the room, and it makes them not reappear. So if you kill all 3 of the Metroids in the last room, they won't be there anymore. You can't refarm them. So you just gotta, if you want to be safe, you kill 2, see what drops you get, and then reload if needed.
Then we have Baby Skip. It's we have pretty bad movement items, as in none. So no Baby Skip. And they do the pseudo screw to reset their iframes on the big hopper, damage down faster. Because Baby detaches when you're at 1 health. So they're just speeding that up. And here's the reopening the doors before the refill.
Yeah.
And potentially he'll open the eye door off screen. Like so.
Yeah, you can listen for the missile hitting it to tell if you got it. Other than that, there's just a certain timing you get used to for firing the last one.
It looks like he's going for the pause.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you pause and then jump across fast enough, then you can use the first refill text box to interrupt your second refill, and then it'll like extend the time that you can move without being stuck. And so it saves more time than a pause.
That's pretty tough to do.
Sure it is.
But it looks really cool when you get it.
You know, even the moving while 1 refill is happening makes up most of the time of the pause. So that's pretty worth to go for.
I guess that's true. It is a time loss, but yeah, not as big of one as it would look like.
Yeah.
He got a missile snipe, so he can't miss anymore.
Yep,
for
you
his
get
being
one
scary.
extra missile. Takes 9 and 9.
Okay, so Mother Brain fight. This is gonna be 200 shots. Since we've used all our ammo to this point. You can like sometimes have a missile to spare here, but it's just one shot saved. Starting with ice shields
for free damage.
Yeah,
At the start of the fight, the Mother Brain's head like isn't moving, so you get some pretty free ice shields.
Yeah, so each particle of those does the same as a charge ice shot. It's the only special beam attack to not have 300 damage per particle. So it's the one that got the short end of the stick, but it's the one that we've got.
Yeah, exactly. So Mother Brain fight is probably the hardest part of the run. It's just such a long fight, and you can take a bit of damage, but not much. I'd say mainly it's the grenades that are gonna do the damage that will kill you over time. So you want to try to dodge those or land in the center of the explosion, where they do no damage. Some people kill the grenades. Just destroy them before the explosion goes off. And otherwise, you're just dodging all the attacks for quite a while.
Yeah, you can destroy them by bombing them. Bombing the bombs, they say. I think it's more of like a beginner strat when people are getting into the category. Some people use, I think. I used to do it. It makes the fight a lot longer because that's a lot of time you're spending not doing the charge shots. There are some situations where you can get crouch locked, miss inputs, and it can actually cause you to get hit even when you're trying to be safe.
Yeah,
there's some people that also go ahead.
I found that bombing them just extends the fight too long to be worth it.
It's like the fight's longer, there's more chance of making mistakes. He's fighting from the right side, like you'd normally see. There are some people that have done the fight from underneath, because she actually cannot spit her onion rings directly down.
Yeah, it's
but
definitely neat to see.
It does lose
right
time because you have to turn around back and forth a lot. Every time you turn around, I believe it's 8 frames for the turnaround animation. Your beam's actually not charging during that time.
Yeah, it's not completely safe either because she can walk towards you and kick to the back. We're into the catch-up phase, which is the last quarter of the fight. So any one hit of these will kill him. And it's 50 shots from here.
Yeah, you need 301 at least to survive at the end, because Rainbow Beam is scripted. Kept starting with 3 ice shields. It's pretty gutsy to do the third one.
Yeah, I think the third one is safe, like unless it's the really fast ring pattern attack. I think most of the time it's safe to go for 3.
You can actually also do ice shields during catch-up phase, because there's a lot of downtime where she's just waiting to do her next attack. The main thing is like it's easy to make a mistake if you do that.
Looks like he's through. Just Defend can finish his run.
Yeah, GG's. That's always great to see the end of that fight. It's basically, it's kind of when you can dial it in.
Yeah,
That the run's
it's
gonna
really
finish.
stressful fight. But as to catch-up phase, ice shields, we'll see if Kip goes for any. Usually you do it after a bomb attack, where there's a little more delay before the next catch-up. And we are going to have all the racers in Torian. Floater's about to take his elevator down now.
Yeah, Holden damaging down with the pseudo screw, resetting iframes. It's a little bit harder to do that with the pseudo screw than with real screw attack, because what can happen is, like, if you spin jump into the center of the hopper, it eats your pseudo, like it acts like you're trying to hit it for damage, and it takes away your charge shot. So you have to charge another one.
Floater's having some good Metroid rooms. Full on everything.
10-10 going into room 4 is a good feeling. I don't think he was full going into Turian. He didn't do ship refill, did he?
He didn't look full.
That was scary for Kip. Kip got a hit right at the end, and looked like kind of a catch-up that was hard to react to because of the knockback. I think the iframes helped him survive it.
It did look like iframes got him through the catch-up.
Yo, we're seeing the ice shield in catch-up phase.
That's worth 4 charge shots. Our final moonfall of the escape. Kip is through the fight.
All right. Nice job.
Very experienced runners here.
Yeah, there's a lot of like crazy situations you can get into. You can learn to survive, because you've had something like that happen before. Knowledge of game mechanics give you more options to deal with it.
This is a great way to learn the fight. But we have Just Defend entering the ship. So GG to Team Gebu's Goon Gang, who is still in the lead.
Yeah, GG's. Kip gonna be finishing soon. I think made up a lot of time for his team. So kind of as we predicted, pulled ahead of E. Holden. But still a really good run from E. Holden and Slaughter's. I know Kip was saying that he's gotten the best time, or won basically all the low percent races events he's been in. Probably continuing that here. I'm actually not sure. Actually, Slaughter's might have. I don't know. We'll have to see next run when the times come in, whether his or Slaughter's is faster, but
Slaughter's had that death to Fantan.
Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, okay.
But it felt like Kip had a very strong run.
So keeping the streak alive. So next we're going to have North Korea percent, which is a DPRK boss order.
It'll be another challenging run.
Kind of like a good segue into Reverse Golden 4 or RBO afterwards. Basically RBO light. You do the Seatless Meridia portion. So we're gonna have Kevnastics on Gebu's Goon Gang coming up after JD's credits here.
And we're going to have Sea Out and Freya Spirit replacing us in commentary. I hope you all enjoyed the low percent and can continue enjoying the rest of the relay.
Yeah, see ya. Have fun, everyone.
And in just a second, we're going to have the North Korea percent starting. So yeah, would you like to talk about what we expect to see in this run?
I'm really excited about this particular run. It looks like, first of all, we're starting really, really close, which is pretty amazing for this time of day and this late in the day for the runners to be this close. A lot could happen. We could see some resets. We've got Gymnastics, Professor School, Papa Schmo, and Susreem all going to be running North Korea percent, also known as DPRK. And each of them takes a slightly different route, and we'll talk about that a little bit when we get there. Susreem is probably the one we want to look at the most. He's got a very different route from probably anything anybody has ever seen before, unless you've actually watched Susreem's stream.
We've heard about it, and we're definitely excited for it. Lots of delightful nonsense, and a very unique route.
I wouldn't call it nonsense, I'd call it awesomeness.
So awesome, same thing.
Absolutely. One big thing we're gonna notice is that Susreem's gonna pick up X-Ray, and if anybody's familiar with the game, you know what all sorts of things you can do with X-Ray, so you can imagine what sorts of things we're going to see. It looks like Kevnastics has started and has exited the station safely and is off to the planet.
Start of the run is going to look pretty much like a normal hundo item run / any percent run, and Dragon is the first boss that they have to kill, and then Fantoon. We should step back and explain what North Korea percent is. DPRK.
That's a really good point.
Dragon, Fantoon, Ridley, and then Kraid for the boss order. So they're going to have to do a suitless Dragon, and then they get to kill Fantoon and grab Gravity. And at that point, it becomes very close to an any percent run. But the first bit has the most chances for unique route divergence, because just like RBO, they need to get as much equipment as they need to be able to take out Dragon and then escape. And it'll be real interesting to see how much health and ammo each of these players needs for that.
That's a good point. And the first thing we're going to see, as far as something different from, say, any percent, is Kevnasix is going to come back up the elevator and kill the pirates. And at that point, the planet's going to be awake. And I believe he's going to go back down and pick up the taco tank at that point. And that's going to give an extra E-tank for some of those hell runs and for the Dragon fight.
That's a really smart practical decision. The Cathedral Hell Run can be incredibly dangerous and very easily kill you, and that's about a 30-second safety that makes it so much safer.
Absolutely. There aren't a whole lot of energy tanks that are available this early on in the game, and that's one of them, even though it does cost some time.
The low percent is finishing. Everybody's just finishing low percent. And can we talk about how amazing it is that everybody got a flawless mother brain?
I'm impressed. How many shots is that?
It is 200 charged shots, and the ketchup beam will one-hit KO you, so that is by far the most challenging part of the run for somebody completing it for the first time.
That's a long fight to have 4 flawless fights.
Oh, that's an animal troll.
So Kevnasix has killed all those pirates, and we see he is heading back down.
Do you want to talk about the deboost to the E-Tank?
Sure. What we're going to see is, normally when you play this in vanilla, say for the first time, you would have high jump boots when you pick up this tank, but these players are not going to have high jump boots when they pick it up, so they have to have another way of getting up there. And what Kevnasix is going to do is hit the block and then deboost off of the flying crab in order to grab that tank. Just gives him a little bit extra jump height that you wouldn't normally have.
It's a pretty
and
unique
also pick
deboost.
up beta missiles, of course, for extra ammo.
It's a pretty unique deboost, holding the D-pad in neutral rather than actually doing any manipulation with the D-pad.
I didn't realize that. I've done that deboost a number of times, but I don't really think about what buttons I'm pushing.
Yeah, the neat thing about that, your knockback height can be controlled depending on whether you're D-pad neutral or holding left or right, and you want knockback high for that, and D-pad neutral is the way to go for that.
I see. That's one of the things I love about this game is every time I play or every time I watch, I learn something new. It's a very deep game to get into.
Yes, very much so. We absolutely love the fact that
Go ahead.
No matter how good you get, there's going to be strats where you watch it and you still can't figure out exactly what's going on.
I can think of a few times I've seen things like that, some of them today.
Those 5 missiles are
We've
going
got
to really
two
help.
runners. That's a good point. It makes for a little bit quicker BT fight. I believe Papa Shimo is also going to come back and get the taco tank. We'll find out. Since this is the next to last run in the race, they might choose not to take some safeties just to gain a little bit of edge on the other teams, or they might not want to risk it. The one to watch in particular is going to be Professor School, who may or may not take some of those extra safeties.
It takes a lot of courage to be able to do that in a relay setting. This is way more stressful than a tournament setting, way more stressful than a normal marathon setting. Like, the psychology is huge because you have a full team relying on you.
That's a really good point. I saw some of the discussion earlier today and yesterday about that, saying, yeah, I don't want to let the rest of the team down. There is a lot of pressure on these runners.
And especially for side categories like this, there's a ton of pressure to learn the category in much more detail than you normally would, just because you're there for the marathon race.
One of the extra safeties that you might not think about, since it's not an item, is we saw Kevnasics killing the green pirates there. A lot of runners will run straight through those pirates. In fact, in the race last week that I commentated for BPRK, Kevnasics chose to run through the pirates and has changed his mind on that and decided to hit them with missiles to save some of that energy and be able to fill up the reserve tank that he's about to pick up a little bit sooner. It's going to be really important to have a full reserve tank for these hell runs.
Absolutely. So we've seen 2 taco tanks picked up.
Sesrim is not going to pick up the taco tank, and we will have to wait and see whether Professor School will pick it up. We'll find out momentarily after series.
So you said that Sesrim is not going to be doing the Cathedral Hell Run?
Sesrim is going to have to go through Cathedral in order to get to Crocomire. But is going to be using the speed booster early on.
And we talked to Sesrim last night, and he said that he wasn't sure whether what he was doing was faster.
Yep.
But it's certainly cooler.
That's one of the things that Sesrim likes to do, is run things that are just a little bit different from what everyone else does, that maybe is a little bit more fun. Of course, everyone has a different definition of fun.
So we're seeing something really unique on Papa Schmo's BT.
Picking up the Sports Spawn Supers there. What is that?
BT is shooting these little yellow things, and that only happens if you have 5 or more missiles. Very rare to
That's a
actually
really good
see.
point. We see the same thing in Golden Teresa, is that correct?
Yes, Golden Teresa will do that, but only if you have more than 32 missiles. So in RG4, we're going to see runners actively manipulate their missiles, actively shoot off missiles to make sure that they're under 32 the entire fight.
We have Professor School has started, and Sesrim is heading down into Blue Brent Star, so all 4 runners are going now.
Team uniforms looks like there are 2 blue suits, a regular Samus, and a green Samus. Gymnastics coming up on the Alpha Power Bombs. And then very soon we're
It's
going
going to be
to see
very
the
important to save energy here. Whereas in some categories, you'd have... Very soon we're going to see what?
Very soon we're going to see the Hell Run start. The category is really going to begin.
Absolutely. That's going to be an opportunity for runners to get ahead or fall behind. Hopefully, all the runners will get through with unscathed? We'll have to wait and find out.
So we believe it's going to be these power bombs, and then Spazer, and then the hell runs begin.
And Spazer is going to be an important beam to have in this particular category. It gives a little bit of extra firepower that you absolutely are going to need.
One of those things that can be cut out, but you have to be very confident.
So
to be able
Stream
to
is
do
at
that.
BT with that was a great BT fight from Sasreem. And Sasreem making his way through Alcatraz, no problems at all.
And there it is, Spazer. A very, very nice comfort
And here comes
item
that Spazer
in
that you were talking about.
And here we go.
I remember the
high
first
jump,
time I ever picked up
pink, and there
Spazer
we
playing this
go.
game. Of course, the original Metroid doesn't have a Spazer beam, but I didn't really know what it was. It's a very exciting beam to pick up.
How many E-tanks do you think all of them are going to have going into
Now
Meridia?
down in North Air, and this is the heated part of the game. And Kevnasix goes for the early Ice Beam. The other runners will be going for Ice Beam, I think, later. Going into Meridia, so Kevnasix has 2 right now and is going to be picking up the one at High Jump Boots as well. And the one at Crocomire, which makes a total of 4. If I remember, I think that's right. I think that's all of them going into Meridia. Of course, there's one also at Botwoon. The one advantage of getting the ice early is pick up this E-tank at High Jump Boots to refill your energy after your first hell run, and now you've got full energy versus picking up Ice Beam later. You're going to have less energy going into Meridia.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. They're definitely gonna have to do a little bit of farming, but
Nice
just
deep
before
boost off the
Meridia.
spikes there in the Beta Power Bombs room for Papa Schmo. But getting caught by that bounty hunter eating plant.
And here we go. We are in the middle of the first Cathedral Hell run.
Fortunately, there's a little farming spot just before Meridia where you wouldn't necessarily know that it's there first time playing the game.
That extra E-Tank is really coming in helpful here, making this much safer. And that'll be plenty of health to get up to the speed booster farming point.
And Kevnastics is through, no problem. And absolutely.
And very soon we're going to be seeing our second from Papa Smo.
Just enough health. About 44 it looked like, reaching that farming point. Here we see some route divergence. Papa Schmo heading down to high jump boots instead of going for ice.
Does that mean that he's going to be grabbing ice just before Meridia?
And Kevnastics has full energy and is heading over to Speed Booster.
And here we see a safety save.
I believe so, yes. And there are two options for grabbing ice just before Meridia. One is to go through the regular Croc escape, and the other is to go the back way through the Croc Speedway. I think most of the runners are going to go the regular Croc escape. Another bit of route divergence we're about to see. Sesreem is going to be picking up X-Ray in just a moment. This is a little tricky with just bombs to make it through. So there's going to be some interesting deboosts here.
Wow, Sesreem is really going for it. Sesreem's movement is amazing.
Making this look very easy. Oh, falling down on those spikes. Hopefully Sesreem's going to be okay. Commentator's curse, I shouldn't have said anything. Papa Schmo making good use of that charge beam with the pseudo screw in the Bubble Mountain. And also we're seeing a Phaser special beam attack. It's not. Hope everything's okay there.
So here we have Kevnastic, our first runner into Crocomire, everybody's favorite 8-eye melty monster. It looks likely that Kevnastics is going to be taking 4 E-Tanks in a reserve into Meridia. Although there's plenty of space to grab a little bit more on the way out. Successful Cathedral Hell run for Papa Schmo. Fortunately, missing that spark. But the Croc Peeb's going to be very nice. So one of the interesting things about this category is because you get to Dragon with such low health, you really, really need to get your grapple escape on very quickly. Every attempt costs a ton of health, and you just don't get many attempts per Dragon kill. So in that way, this category is much more punishing than RBO. Grapple here is the final ingredient for Suitless
I've
Meridia.
heard it debated which one is more difficult. Each have their own challenges.
Oh, there's a Papa Schmo death.
We're about to see a gate glitch from Sasreem. Hopefully, if the stream will unfreeze. Oh no! You did save, correct?
Resaves are required per person, so almost definitely. Sasreem the only one of the 4 who attempted the Cathedral Hell run with only 3 E-Tanks. The practical minimum.
Sasreem is very confident in his ability to make it through those hell runs and doesn't have to worry about energy in the getting speed booster or wave.
So we've got Kevnastics just about to enter Meridia. First of the 4. There's
We've
a
got
little bug farm next to
2 runners
Meridia where
with wave beam out, and I believe Professor School will be the 3rd to get wave beam.
swag jump into Meridia. Do a little unmorph at the door to maintain your upward momentum.
And since Kevnastics doesn't have to worry about the energy situation from late ice.
Kevnastics opted not even to do that farm. It makes sense at full ammo. Just backdoor and grapple with a gate glitch. Definitely not. The only way up there without that is to bomb jump with his current items. Even throwing in a moonfall in the grapple room. Sasreem has really practiced this. One of the great things about the relay is getting to watch all these runners practice odd categories. Crab super pickup. This is probably the last super pack of the run. Cicerine pulling ahead off of not picking up wave and speed. Wow. Cicerine with a special beam attack to kill those 2 cacks. That's one of the most amazing strats we've seen this run. Just pure surprise, pure beauty. And knowing everything about what Cicerine has planned, that might not even be faster or objectively worthwhile, but it sure is swag. Sometimes in a run, it's absolutely worth
There's a lot more
losing
swag left we've seen.
Sometimes in a run, it's absolutely worth losing half a second just to put your own little signature on it. So here we have gymnastics heading through Suitless Meridia. No major obstacles here so far.
Reyes, can you explain what Kevnasics did there with the grapple beam?
Yes, so if you swing yourself with a grapple while you're in the grappling momentum animation, as long as you're moving upwards, you can just mash down and jump, and you will do infinite jumps. There is a rhythm to it, but underwater, the simplest way is just repeatedly mash. And that is going to be used for the Dragon escape. Which is the trick in the run, which makes us think that RBO was never intended. Getting out of Dragon requires 2 out of 3 obscure tricks. One is the Hold on. Look at Cicerine. Cicerine killed the crab and is now trying to back it up with a single wall jump and successfully gaining height. What? This is incredibly hard to do. Ender says that the other crab will eventually come, so this is a really just hoping strat, but being able to gain height with those wall jumps at all is incredible.
That is incredible to see.
So there's the other crab. Cicerine is out with that. So back to the Dragon escape. There are three options, and you need to use 2 of them. One is an X-ray climb, which Cicerine is going to be doing, and the other 2 options are to do a grapple jump, which Cicerine will not be doing. No, sorry, Cicerine will be doing that one. And you can get grabbed by Dragon while in the middle of a crystal flash, and that will give you a flash suit, and then you can convert it to a blue suit while sparking. And at the end, sparking and getting grabbed while in the setting off the spark animation, and in the end, you get to kill Dragon while having a shine spark. Of the three, that's the most complicated to explain, but also one of the simpler ones to execute. With the equipment and ammo that Sisrim has, Sisrim could actually choose any of the two. Here we have Kevnastics with the first Dragon attempt. Ooh. Okay, so Kevnastics is going to damage self down to under 50 HP. And then set up for a crystal, and is going to attempt to get grabbed in the middle of a crystal flash. And there we go. 60 taps will be a Dragon escape. And you're going to see Samus glow for just a second, which means that the Shine Spark has been set off before Samus is grabbed, without the Shine Spark going off. And that is a quick kill. Gymnastics here is hoping for all the health he can get for the grapple escape.
The more health they get, the more tries they get if something is wrong. One of the things to watch for is whether they do a 1 bounce or a 2 bounce grapple. The 2 bounce uses more energy, but is a little bit easier to pull off. And Kevnazics makes it out of there.
Excellent, excellent escape. The grapple 1 bounce versus 2 bounce is one of the most interesting strats in the game to us, because some people will swear by the 1 bounce and find the 2 bounce impossible, and other people swear by the 2 bounce and find the 1 bounce impossible. So it's one of those rare things where it really is personal preference. You want to explain how Space Jump is going to be used to escape the water?
I think you better explain that one.
So you'll briefly get a Space Jump animation when you're out of water, and it'll just let you Space Jump. So despite the fact that you're not seeing the animation, like you are Space Jump ready, and after you've been falling for 26 frames, you can jump again, and because you're half underwater, you fall at underwater speeds, which just barely lets you escape. It's kind of one of those lucky coincidences that the water height is just perfect for that.
Is it really a coincidence, though?
It actually might not be.
Dear Tier new, as they say, right?
Dear Force new.
Dear Force new, yes.
Okay, so which technique do you think that Sisrim is going to be using for the Dragon escape?
I think Sisrim is going to attempt to do a 2 bounce grapple escape and use the stored suit to escape, but has that X-ray just in case anything goes wrong.
And here we were sitting here thinking that that was the reason for the X-ray. But no, there's a master plan that Sisrim has.
And it is a beautiful master plan. What is this area that Kevnastis is going through? I think I forgot.
We don't remember.
Looks like some sort.
So with that, Kevnastics is past the part of the run where death is possible, or not where death is possible, but past the dangerous in terms of dying parts of the run. And now it just becomes a slightly modified any percent run.
Right, 5 energy tanks and a reserve. A death is unlikely at this point, but of course still possible.
Sisrim about to attempt the key trick of the run, the Dragon escape. Really the most important trick of the entire run. And success. Wow. That was a swag jump out. So coming up is a Fantoon kill. The perfect kill with this equipment is 2 missiles, 2 missiles, and then a charge shot. 2 missiles, 1 missile, and then a charge shot. So there's 1 missile that can be missed for still the clean 2 round.
Hopefully all of the runners who did not pick up X-Ray will have a 2 round. But X-Ray will allow. And here we are, coming up on our 3rd Dragon escape. Definitely the single trick to focus most on in this run. Really the defining trick of the category. Do you know how Absolutely, I think anybody could learn how to.
You think anybody could learn the category?
Up until Dragon, and then the.
And looks like we have a 4th successful escape. Even doing a little jump just to be sure because the health was low. The space jumping across bowling is one of the nice things. Even gets a nice little bowler clip.
And we see another bowling Kega. We saw one earlier today.
So do you know how Sisrim is going to be handling Fantoon? Unlike the others, Sisrim only has a 600 damage weapon rather than 900 damage weapon, which means that Sisrim will not be able to do a 2 rounds with the charge shot.
I believe Sasrim is going to use the microwave.
Oh. You are correct.
We saw the microwave earlier today in the GT Classic runs. All the runners there had the necessary equipment to do that. And there aren't very many categories where you get to use the microwave on Fantoon. This is one of them if you take a well-designed route like Sasrim has. Sasrim has another trick.
Honk always used to describe X-Ray as one of his 3 best items in the game. And we think Sasrim is going to put on a clinic of exactly why that is.
Absolutely. I think every single legal trick in the book that you can use, except for perhaps an X-ray climb, is in this particular run.
Oh, just barely misses the timing. A little bit of mismenuing. But gets a very, very good X-ray. Gymnastics is just about heading into Lower Norfair. This is just going to be a pure any % old route, Lower Norfair. This is going to be a really, really interesting test of skill. Oh. Watch Sasrim. Sasrim just damaged himself down below 50 HP. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There you go. There it is. Flipping into the wall, about to do a bowling skip.
And of course, it does have an X-ray climb. I forgot about that part. And this is just so beautiful. And with that, Sasrim has made up a lot of time on gymnastics.
Sasrim still does have to get speed and wave, though.
That's a good point. But they'll be right on the way to Lower Norfair.
So much appreciation
with
for
that
Sasrim
crystal flash.
For just putting on a show.
With that crystal flash, Sasrim had full energy and has drained the reserve tank, so has 0 in the reserve tank, and is going to be taking an intentional hit in Hellway, which will do 16 damage, and then is going to be picking up 20 energy, hopefully, for a net of +4. So now Sasrim has exactly 4 energy in his reserves, which is going to come into play in just a moment.
Sasrim is just nailing trick after trick after trick.
I would love to watch this particular run back with no glitches in the video.
So So unfortunately, Professor Skull just missed 2 missiles, which means that Professor Skull cannot get a 2 round. Wow. Wow. Okay. So Professor Skull recognized that a charge shot would not cut it, and backed it up, went for a backup Doppler. Very, very smart thinking.
Cicerine taking a safety save, a very taking a lot of hits there. And Cicerine showing off the plasma beam special combo, which doesn't really have any benefit.
Luckily, they do not need to kill GT. Otherwise, the powerbomb count would actually be a bit concerning. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Not yet.
Stream. Oh, Cicerine. Save. This is a little different from
all this damage that Cicerine has taken is completely intentional. Reverse lower Norfair about to be coming up. Triggering reserve through the door.
that 4 energy. There we go. That four energy that Cicerine had in his reserves gave him a 4-frame window for this particular trick.
So Cicerine tried to get hit through the door, which would also trigger reserves. Holding, and then hold buffer X-ray through the door, and then release it while reserves are filling. Something which can definitely be done consistently, but finding a setup, especially finding a good setup, especially having to go into LN with such little health, is very difficult to actually make use of in a run.
Yeah, this health situation is pretty low, but no fear apparently on Samus's face.
After the other things the speedrunners have put Samus through, no fear whatsoever.
I don't know how she does it run after run.
It must be a pure passion for blowing up planets.
And space pirates. I would not want to be a space pirate in 2021.
Oh, so Stream's setting up for Awesome kill. Unfortunately, it doesn't have spring ball, so can't go for the full thing. Oh, wow, we're gonna see a pirate X-ray. Sasream! Sasream! That was completely unnecessary, but so swag. You can, of course, X-ray most enemies. It's just basically never useful. So are there any other tricks that we should be expecting from Sasream?
Sadly, it's going to be so Gymnastics has finished the last of the DPR to G next.
It'll be real interesting to see how far ahead Gymnastics is. That is a 61707 exit grade. So it looks like a solid 2-minute lead.
How far behind?
We're gonna get to see the rare and elusive Plasma Attic once more. Nope, even going for an Attic Spark. Yeah, right now there's a pretty big gap between each of the 4 runners, but all the teams are balanced. Like, big gaps are kind of expected in the middle of the marathon because of the way the teams are balanced across the entire 8 hours. We have Gymnastics to G4. Just a Torian away from completing the game. This is going to be very close to an any percent, Torian, with one small difference, one small possibility. Having grapple means that Zeb skip can be slightly sped up. And if you truly want some nonsense, grapple will allow you to grab some extra drops from Metroids. Which means that we could be seeing some of that from Sasream. Picking up Metroid drops with grapple is one of the swaggiest things possible. Wow, Sasream! Sasream going for a new quick kill. At least one that we've never seen before. a charged plasma shot into a regular missile. It's if you do that in the opposite order, you're just gonna soft lock. But System demonstrating that it works in that order. That's one of those things that might not even be faster, but it sure is swag. All of them are going to have a 20-shot Mother Brain, which means that they'll have no problem whatsoever with the fight. Gymnastics coming up on Baby Skip. Always a tricky trick.
Fingers crossed.
Lots of jumps, but it looks good. Oh
And
no!
they're dancing.
Oh no, it looked like Gymnastics was ready to go on for the previous couple jumps, and just played jump rope for a little bit too long. Dream on his way to Torian. We are super excited to see these Metroid rooms. Metroid rooms when somebody's going out of their way to show off are so beautiful. Excellent. Great quick kill by Professor Skull. Papa Schmo working on the last Lower Warfare of the 4. Not enough E-tanks for a stand-up, so we're just gonna see a normal cutscene. Very smart by Papa Schmo to just kill that pirate. You never want to get in low health in Lower Warfare, especially not when you have 7 other people counting on you. Here we go. Here we go. Sisream's Torians. Are we going to see any grapple action here? Sisream actually a bit low on ammo at the moment. There it is. There is a grapple. Unfortunately, Sisream is really gonna have to kill these with missiles and hope for a bunch of supers. Yeah, Sisream's ammo is bad enough that Sisream decided to refill. Or not refill, but take a second round of the room. $15.11? Plenty of ammo. Papa Schmo with the Swag Metal Pirates. Always one of our favorite strats ever. Oh no! Oh no, Sasreem going for a space jump baby skip, and unfortunately boops the ceiling thing. We are hearing that Sasreem gained 4 minutes. Which is, yeah, honestly super impressive that you only lost 4 minutes to Sasreem. Sasreem just an incredibly skilled player and terrifying to race against. We have Gymnastics into the first escape, and coming up soon is going to be our Reverse Golden 4, commentated by Tracy and Glove. So as soon as we hit the ending, soon after we hit the ending credits, Tracy and Glove will be swapping in for us. So yeah, this has been wonderful commentating this. It's been really awesome getting to see a neat category. Especially one which allows so much creativity like this.
So we really did put a lot of effort into working out this route.
Yeah, it shows. So did Sasreem try to go fast, or did Sasreem start from, I want to put this piece of swag into the run? What is the best way to do it?
That's a really good question. I have no idea. Whatever it is, it's really, really well designed.
Question for the non-existent interviews. And there we go. Gymnastics is the first one done with North Korea %.
GG Kevnastics.
GG. GG for GGG.
So that's three Samuses caught by the baby.
So you talked about how horrifying it must be to be a Samus. We wonder how horrifying it feels to be in there grabbed by the baby.
It's probably something like having a jellyfish stuck in your head, but I've never had.
And we hope to never have a jellyfish stuck in our head.
I kind of hope that, but
Sasreem in 90-second cutscene, 40 shots, and a 70-second escape away from completion. Meanwhile, we have Professor Skull entering his Mother Brain 2 fight. Not going to be a problem for any of the runners with this much health and this much ammo. And there we go. We're handing it off to Glove and Tracy.
All right, we're going to be starting the next category shortly over on Kevnastic's side, which will be Bressingham taking over for Gebu's Goon Gang. My name is Tracy M. Glove joining me for the RBO commentary. How you doing, Glove?
I'm doing really well. I'm super excited to be able to commentate RBO. It's my favorite category, and we've got 4 incredible runners here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's my favorite category to watch. One of these days I'll get around to playing it. It is definitely. I mean, we kind of got a preview in a way because we saw the Suitless Meridia part, but they didn't do the Norfair part in the previous run. So we get to see the full on Lower Norfair Hell runs, everything, and then Meridia just becomes kind of a break.
Yeah. It's really interesting to see because, like, when you're first starting out, the Meridia segment can actually provide the most challenge of anything for you.
Sure.
But the more safeties you drop, Meridia doesn't really get much harder. Whereas Lower Norfair, there's always room to make yourself more miserable.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if anybody who's watched the Zenny, the Zos, the Aussie runs, the top players in this, they know how hard it is to do those, to take out those safeties, and how often things just go wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. RBO in particular, I think, as previous commentators have mentioned, our runners are required to take 3 saves. I expect every single runner to take maybe twice that today.
I know, right? And there's Bressingham in Series Station. So I did write down the PBs of all these runners. Bressingham has a 119.15. I think that's a new PB for him too. So probably, it makes sense. You're practicing for the relay. You're getting those PBs. I know when I was practicing, I took a lot more saves in my practices than I normally would, just to kind of get myself to make sure. And then the run I had just had all of the natural save spots. It wasn't an issue.
Yeah. I know Duck has actually a 114 that he has not submitted to SRC.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering because his current PB is listed at 128, but yeah, it makes sense that he would have updated that one too.
Yeah.
And he'll be the next one to start here as Professor Skull finishes up.
Yeah, I don't know if any of the other runners have PBs they have not submitted. But yeah, everybody is... all 4 runners are very skilled at this category, very practiced with it. I believe Duck will be the only runner going for a single a single Meridia route. I believe everyone else will at least grab Crab Supers. I know MM2 does double Meridia, but only gets Crab Supers, doesn't even get Mama Turtle.
Well, those supers really make a difference on the Ridley fight. I think the supers are actually the more valuable item than the E-Tank. Because those 5 supers will just the time they save will be more than what the E-Tank is worth.
Oh, for sure. Like the route that I do, I actually like doing Hero 82's route, which is the same exact loadout as single Meridia, except it does grab those Crab Supers, and it's night and day. It really is.
Okay, and there's Professor Skull getting into ship, and we have Bressingham going down to get his morph ball at the very beginning, the very start of every SM run.
Yeah, and this is one of those few categories that does sort of deviate much earlier in the run than most do.
Yeah.
Where I believe Bressingham and maybe everyone except Duck will be going back down for that extra safety E-Tank and Blueburn ceiling.
Yeah, because you can get it. I mean, there's the task tank, taco tank, whatever you want to call it. And I don't think anyone's going to go for that here. But yeah, if you go up the elevator, you can come back down, and everything will be active, and you can do the same deboost that we use in randomizer to get that E-Tank.
Yeah, and you can get that Blueburn Star E-Tank a little bit later in the run. However, the appeal of getting it early is you have it for those initial Upper Norfair Hell runs, which can be extremely tight if you only have 2 E-Tanks and 1 reserve tank.
Yeah, 2 + 1 is about the minimum you want to have. I've seen there's an old clip I've seen of Behemoth making it with just 2 tanks, but he got some really nice drops with it, and not a lot of players can have that kind of movement. So
yeah, there's just no situation where that'll happen.
Okay, so stream finishing up. And
GG's
Papa Schmo,
to
yeah,
yeah.
GG's to everyone so far. Yeah, Papa
Mhm.
Schmo finishing up. He's gonna do his Torian. And this category is another one of those volatile categories where, you know, with the deaths that can happen, you know, we could easily see some pretty wild lead changes.
Absolutely. We can have people who are like 15 minutes ahead, and then they just lose all that time in Lower Norfair.
Okay, Junie June is the one that's playing for Spore Spawn. His PB is listed as a 122.25. So.
Wow, he must have just gotten that. Because I mean, I was watching his stream, maybe 4 days ago, and he had a 127.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Well, that's what happens with this category is like, it's so long before you get a deathless, saveless run you can be happy with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay,
sort of...
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
I was to say, so looks like, yeah, as you said, Bressingham did get the E-Tank. Also, looks like he went and got those extra missiles too, in that area.
Yeah, so if you are getting Blue Brinstar E-Tank, those missiles actually save you time.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Them up. Yeah, they make the BT fight much nicer. Having those missiles, you know, you can also pick up that reserve without having to get supers first. They're just really good to pick up. It's sort of interesting seeing how many missiles various runners get. You can see some really interesting routes where, like, in single Meridia, you supplement the extra damage with some missiles and never pick up Spazer. However, a lot of the time you don't want to be picking up more than 30 missiles because that can actually mess with GT's attacks.
Yeah, I mean 30 is kind of a nice sweet spot because of the because of the GT fight. But yeah, the one problem with the missiles is they're the hardest thing to pick up farming wise in the Ridley area if you're low on missiles and looking for that crystal flash. Because those bugs, they just don't want to fire missiles. They don't want to drop missiles for whatever reason. They like to drop supers and big health, which is what you need for the most part.
Yeah, I think Zebos are a 2% chance to drop missiles.
And there you see that BT5 from Bressingham, super quick.
Yeah, not the greatest drop spread from BT, but he'll be fine. He just needs to bonk the door in Terminator. This is another one of those categories where, unless you are doing an extremely wild route, you are going to be missiling all of these pirates in the room after Terminator.
Yep. And you've got extra missiles to do it with, so you don't need to take quite as much time necessarily.
Yeah. I believe it was mentioned at the start of the relay that the record time among relays for RBO is a 118 by Ponk.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I don't expect that to be beaten today. That is an incredible time.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we add those saves, add the safeties, you know, you're not gonna run.
Sorry, yeah, 115, not 118.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah, even less likely. But yeah, with all the extra safeties you're gonna take in a relay setting, you know, you're not gonna run the like the bare minimum route that Zenny runs, and you know, and those other players. You're not gonna do that in a relay setting. And plus, you know, you have to take those 3 saves, and you're probably gonna take, as you say, more. You're probably gonna take saves in Upper Norfair. You're gonna take the save. You have to take the save before Ridley. There's just no getting around that one. And the save before Dragon is a really good one too, because you know things can go wrong with that Dragon fight, or even just the escape.
Yeah, I mean, even so, we have actually quite a few of the runners who are running RBO today. Were in the multi-category tournament recently, so they have a lot of that suitless Dragon practice from North Korea percent. That really helped a lot of our runners really nail that suitless Meridia section. Even so, stuff happens with Dragon. Dragon can be obnoxious, and if you die to Dragon, you're back 20 minutes, and you have to fight Ridley again.
Yeah, potentially. If that's it's a common last save there. No, it'd be a terrible situation. Now, once you get past Dragon, things get a lot better.
Mhm. I have said it before. RBO is all about finding new ways to die. I
That
have
works.
died. Yeah, I have died in Plasma Spark Room before. You're never home free.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see, like Duck even talked about possibly picking up Various Suit at the end just for the extra safety in Turian. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone chooses to do that. You're not going to go for Gravity Suit. Gravity Suit's way
Mhm.
too far out of the way, but Various Suit is a couple of door transitions and an item pickup. So, depending on where you're at, you might look to see where you're at compared to the other runners at that point and see whether you want to take it or not.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, our runners do have to start thinking about like, okay, after this category, we have one left. So RBO is really going to solidify a lot of our standings,
Yep.
especially with Nintendo Power being more volatile than most people think. I will say that, but certainly much safer than something like RBO.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a lot of route divergence because the route
Yeah.
is somewhat dictated. I mean, I'm assuming there's like little details you could do differently, but you have to
Yeah.
pick up the items in a particular order, and it doesn't
Mhm.
leave a whole lot of room for divergence.
Yeah, like the main divergence is, do you do the green gate glitch exiting Spring Ball, or do you go around and back up through the tube? Like that's pretty much it.
There you go. Okay, Papa Shmuel finishing up Mother Brain, so shortly the Cack Attackers will have their last player in, and that'll be MM2 Nest Cartridge, my teammate. That's my team.
hmm Yeah, and we do see Duck going back for Taco Tank. So
Mhm.
at this point, I would expect every single runner to get it. It just makes the hell runs much safer.
Yeah, I mean 3+1 is a huge upgrade from 2+1. I mean, there's a
Yeah.
reason why logically in a randomizer it's not 3 tanks to do it. It's 4.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can take a hit from the spikes leaving wave and still be fine with 3+1.
Yep. Okay, and Bressingham getting into Norfair, so this is where the fun really starts to happen. We're gonna get some Hygiene Boots, get that 30 tank.
Yeah, and we see Bressingham is not going for an early Ice Hell run. That is one of the options that you can do in Double Meridia, is that you can go for Ice earlier with the idea being you get in, get out, and then high jump E-Tank refills all of your energy.
Yeah, the problem with Ice Beam is you don't want it on for farming necessarily. Like you want it, or I mean, you could use bombs for farming, which is a pretty fast method. But if you're gonna use your beam at all, yeah, you don't want to be doing it that way. So
Yeah.
let's see what he does. And Papa Schmo finishes up. So we'll get our last
GG.
runner in. Yeah, GG to Papa Schmo, MM2 Nest cartridge. Does have the best. I guess you said Duck was down to 114. You said.
Yes.
Okay, so MM2 then number 2 in the category of our runners at 116.58 for his PB.
Yeah. I would be, and I'm not just saying this because I'm mad that Duck beat my PB, but I would be a little bit inclined to say that MM2 might be favored here on account of the fact that he runs a much safer route.
Fair enough.
It's really hard to say though. You know, if Duck has a good day and pops off, like if any of these players pop off, even with all of the extra safety, they could PB. That's just the kind of category that RBO is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, PBs. I mean, you're gonna get when you're running it early at first. You're running it with a lot of saves to begin with, so yeah, it's not unusual.
Yeah, I think the first RBO run I ever did, I took literally every single save I saw.
Okay, now we're gonna get into the speed booster hell run on Bressingham's side.
Perfect health for it. Like you hate to pop that reserve, but now he's comfy cozy.
Yeah, and you can farm here.
Yeah.
It looks like he's gonna use bombs to farm, which is a very nice, efficient way to do this.
I genuinely think that Bat Cave is the scariest part of all the Upper Norfair hell runs.
Oh,
Because like you're always gonna be going in with low health, and if
yeah.
something goes wrong, if you slip up, you don't get the gap skip or something, disaster strikes.
Yeah, my least favorite part to Hell Run, honestly, though, is the wave beam, the single chamber, double chamber. But in my case, I'm usually doing it in a randomizer setting, and if you get an E-tank, you get saved, and but of course this one is tricky because the nice thing in RBO is you're guaranteed to get that speed booster to get out much faster. And we see a little skating. That's something that was patched out of randomizer. So
Yeah. Yeah, as I understand it, it has to do with an audio cue in that room overwriting your blue echoes. And you can hold on to those blue echoes by letting go of dash. However, it is slower overall to do that, just because when you get the blue echoes, even if you haven't done any sort of short charging, you're not at full speed yet.
Okay, now to get the wave beam.
Yeah, as you mentioned, this is like what many people consider to be the scariest part of the Hell Run. You've got spikes there, you've got the seahorsey enemies that deal a real grip of damage. So there's a lot of points of failure here. So far, Bress is looking perfectly fine.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Mm-hmm.
And for whatever reason, the wave beam room doesn't have heat damage. I always found that kind of strange.
Yeah, my favorite is that the Croc power bomb room does have heat damage,
Yep.
despite none of the rooms around it being
Yeah,
heated.
that's another weird one. It's like it's almost like those two should be switched.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll take it the way it is. It's probably better off for this run to not take heat damage and wave and to trade that with the Croc PBs.
Yeah. And we do have our fourth RBO runner, MM2, hopping in now. So he's definitely got some ground to make up, but as you mentioned, aside from Duck, he does have the best PB in this category. And he's run this category a lot. He could really make something happen here.
Yep, absolutely. Here's our refill station we're going to see a lot, the Nutella refill station.
Oh, I like that bounce ball there from Bressingham.
Yeah.
That was a cool strat. Alright, looks like Junie is about to start his Hell Run.
And we get our Croc Bright.
Yeah, it's interesting that Bressingham is using ammunition on Croc here. A lot of people prefer to just use charge, given that Bress will have to farm back up afterward. I think generally it comes down to personal preference.
Yeah, I like using charge beam for Crocomire. It just kind of feels good. You can just mostly stay in that angle up position. And Croc is down. Meanwhile, Junie, as you say, just gets through the Cathedral Hell Run.
Yep. And we don't have audio, I don't have audio on Bress, but I assume that he got that wraparound shot. If you do it from below, it's pretty much free. You just stand in place and shoot it.
Yeah, let's allow him to do just a Shine Spark straight into the Power Bomb room. If you don't get it, it's not that big a deal. It's not, with high jump and speed, you can jump into the room from below.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much an instance of okay, well, Croc's cutscene takes a consistent amount of time, and Bress actually isn't going for the spark. I wonder if he just wants to preserve the health then.
Yeah, it could be. Okay, Junie gonna get his speed booster. Duck in the Hell Run, and Papa Schmill gonna go get his Morph Ball. Not Papa Schmill, MM2.
Yeah.
We're switched. No. All right.
Yeah. it's also interesting. RBO is one of those few instances where these so-called alpha power bombs are not our first power bomb pack generally.
Okay, Duck makes it through the hell run. Yeah, the this and Hundo when you do Croc first instead of when you do early Croc instead of late Croc are the main categories I think of when we talk about that. Okay, Junie farming back up so he can get his wave beam as Duck farms to get his speed booster.
Yeah, I would like to draw attention to Bressingham just having some really clean movement through a lot of these rooms, just like some really tight down grabs. You know, a lot of times we talk about RBO in terms of the multi-minute mistakes that you make, but your movement throughout is still a huge factor.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, you saw he took a save at Croc Escape.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not the hardest. Oh yeah, the ice hell run. But I was gonna say this part of the hell run is not too bad. But if you miss these grapples, yeah, then you know having that save like this, the difference between you make the grapples, you're fine, and you see he's still got 3 fully tanks. You miss those grapples, and it gets really scary really fast. But yeah, if we're gonna go into Meridia at all, you're gonna want to get ice now. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big reasons that single Meridia does save so much time. Obviously, you're not doing all that stuff in Meridia, but also you get to put off Croc, you get to put off ice and all of that into later. Bressingham should still be fine. However, any time you mess up movement on this ice hell run, personally, I get really scared.
Oh, for sure. And I will point out, we are not at the point where we have crystal flash ammo yet. So there's no, you just have the reserve and your regular E-tanks, and that's it. Ooh, nice. Looks like he's got the ice escape. Nice. Yeah, the way he froze those platforms was really nicely done.
Interesting. So Junie's taking a little bit of a different route where he does the ice hell run into Croc, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think you see that very often in this category. I actually honestly wasn't aware that you would have enough energy to be able to do that, because you're going to lose a ton of energy here, and then you're going to want to do the run into Croc.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I trust that Junie knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah, of course. But he's gonna have about 1 E-tank coming out of this.
It's okay. So he's
I
not.
was gonna say there's no way. Yeah, because you wouldn't do the ice escape.
I'm stupid. Oh my goodness, he's running the same route that I do. You don't need.
So he's
grapple.
going to Croc. Okay, he's just gonna get. Oh yeah, you don't need grapple to get the the crab supers. If that's all you're doing. You're going to want grapple later on. Grapple doesn't just do things for you in Meridia. Like, even just the fact that you can use it for farming at, pre-Ridley and even post-Ridley is pretty huge. Meanwhile, you see where Bressingham's at. This is where you would go back and pick up the E-tank over here if you didn't pick it up earlier. Looks like he's just going to pick up the power bombs here, though.
Yeah, and this part of Double Meridia is I think the most interesting part of it, where there are a million different ways, because you sort of have like 3 sectors of item that don't really route well into each other exactly.
Yep. Okay, actually I like this. He takes this into the criteria supers.
Yeah, climb supers to gauntlet to Bryn cleanup.
Yep.
Yeah, I think counterclockwise is generally a bit more common. You can do like clockwise, where you do like pink and green Bryn cleanup, and then you go up, and then you go down, get climb supers and powerbomb E-Tank, and then just go down and skip Gauntlet entirely. And I like that too.
I also feel like this is one of the ones that one of the super missiles gets dropped as you go for less and less items.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the 25th super that you don't get in single warfare.
Yep. Okay, meanwhile, we see actually both Junie and Duck in Red Tower area getting the power bombs there.
Yeah, I really love, Junie has just a little bit of a lead. I would anticipate Duck catching up just on grounds of movement. Junie is an excellent runner, but Duck's movement can be really clean. I believe Duck has the best any percent time of the four with a 44.
That would be my guess too. I haven't looked at any of their any percent run categories. I will say this. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm pretty sure Bress has a 46.
Okay. Yeah, because I will say this, like all four of these runners, just as an aside, all four of these runners do play SMC3. It's kind of funny how that ended up working out.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think the two slot really well into each other. Like, one of the things that I love about SMZ3 is that it does encourage a lot more suitless content with those portals. So I think RBO is a really good category. If you are an SMZ3 player who wants to get into SM, shoutouts to Farfaloo.
All right, and we do see Bressingham did get that Gauntlet E-Tank. It's another one of those E-Tanks that can get skipped as you go further on.
Yeah, what I've done... Sorry.
I was gonna say, some real rock diversions now. Duck, it looks like he's following Bressingham to get the Gauntlet stuff out of Red Tower, whereas Junie made his way back to climb supers.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, what I was going to say is, like, generally you see runners in Double Meridia pick up 2 out of 3 of Waterway, Gauntlet, and Mama Turtle. And which one you want to drop as you are sort of dropping more safeties can be a lot just into, like, what scares you about RBO. And what do you feel confident in?
And Duck getting the short charge for the Shine Spark back instead of going all the way through and getting the missiles. That's a really tight short charge.
Yeah, I believe it's not nearly as bad as the back of Gauntlet Spark. I think it's roughly on par, probably a bit easier than like Speed Zeb Skip.
That's kind of where I was going to put it.
Yeah, certainly not a beginner short charge. Yeah, and Bressingham, another interesting choice you can make here is, do you want to get Edakun's Powerbomb? Like some people will get Beta Powerbomb and then skip Edakun's. I'm not fully sure on the timing of that. I think Edakun's might be faster if you're quite good with your movement, but bottom of Edakun's room is really hard to do correctly.
That's a terrible room.
Yeah. And we see Duck there, nice job. That Climb Supers is really hard to get if you don't have Ice Beam yet. You kind of have to do, like, you either have to do a D-boost through or do what Duck did and short charge to the left, then get Blue Echoes going right.
Yeah, I usually do the strat that Duck uses for that kind of thing right there. Looks like, Junie's just going to go through Gauntlet and just skip the missiles.
Yeah.
No reason. You don't need them.
I'll tell you, this is really interesting from Bressingham, getting Mission Impossible. That kind of surprises me. Generally, power bombs are not a huge deal. Like, generally, that's not your big throttle.
Yeah, because they're pretty easy to farm. in the pre-Ridley room. Like those little, what are those? The little circle, the violas or whatever they are pretty much going to give you power bombs all the time. It's your missiles and super missiles that get a little scary to make sure you have enough of for those crystal flashes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many power bombs he has at this point. I would imagine he's done now.
Yeah, I'm like the power bombs. We know he doesn't have the ones in LN. We know he doesn't have the
Yeah.
one in Meridia. There's not much left beyond that.
Yeah, he would either have 25 or 30 here.
Yep. Yeah, it's gonna get this E-tank.
And Bressingham succeeds in the hardest part of this category, remembering you have wave.
Yep. But yeah, as we see, all four runners in completely different parts of the world. I don't think any of them have taken exactly the same route. They all have their little differences, which is kind of cool, but it makes it harder for us to follow for sure.
Yeah. Once they enter Lower Norfair, everything is set at that point.
Yep.
Like, the most divergence you'll see is, like, do they get power bombs of shame if they're in a situation where they had bad drops or got health bombed or something else happened.
And honestly, in RBO, I wouldn't call it power bombs of shame. I mean, in any percent, it means you messed up. In RBO, it could just mean, like if you feel like you have enough health after the Ridley fight or after your last Crystal Flash, sometimes it might just be easier to pick those up than to farm extra. So, I don't think they're a shameful item, like they are considered in any percent.
Yeah, I mean, you can just, like, because of bad luck, you can end up having to pick them up.
Yep.
Aussie's PB, which is number 3 in the world, gets power bombs of shame.
There you go.
Yeah. Looks like MM2 is just about done with this speed hell run. Moving on to the wave now.
Yeah, and as you said, we did have all four runners get that early E-tank. So yeah, it makes just makes things so much easier.
Yeah, 2+1 hell runs. You can have, like, I don't know. It feels like you can have more things go wrong than you should be able to with 3+1. Like, it feels like you can have about half a thing go wrong in 2+1 hell runs, and it still goes okay. And it feels like you can have 2 things go wrong in 3+1, which, like, the math doesn't make sense.
Okay, here we go into Meridia for Bressingham. One of the bad things about this is you only get one shot at this entry. And he gets it, but now when he comes back later, for the rest of the actual full Meridia part, now you don't get a second chance to do that. Once that tube is broken, you can't get that same momentum boost that you get.
Yeah, and I do love watching that that gravity jump there.
Yeah, it's really neat.
Yeah, and like the way Bressingham did it, it was like there are a couple different ways to do it, but the way Bressingham did it is he used those uninterruptible frames. Basically, while you're in that turnaround animation, sort of your momentum doesn't get changed. It's the same reason why you see people like turn around while they're waiting for like a bomb to explode a block below them, or turning around on top of crumble blocks. Yeah, really nice suitless Meridia. Oh, okay, he's fine. Yeah,
Just
really
used to
nice
some
here.
grapple jumping. It's fine.
Yeah. Like, honestly, little mistakes like that are not the worst thing in the world. You can make mistakes here where you've just lost 30 seconds. Because you grappled wrong and now you fall into the bottom of Everest.
Oh, looks like he's gonna get the super missiles up here too.
Yeah, so something that I believe Brest does a 30 super route without GT in it now.
Okay.
Which is something that is highly recommended by Andrew. Basically, it's just an additional safety. things probably won't go wrong in the GT fight, but if they go wrong, you're dead.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We will still see him go and do the green gate glitch, and he'll get the screw attack because you don't want to be doing varioless, suitless lower Norfair without the screw attack. But yeah, just not having to do that fight. I've seen other runners do something like this where they get because those 30 supers, that's kind of the magic number for the Ridley fight. Now, of course, you're not likely to actually go in with the full 30 supers because typically you're going to do Crystal Flash right before, and that's going to use up 10 of those supers, and you may not, I don't think there's usually you don't farm back up all the way. You just do as much as you can.
RBO, no, you want to farm up to full supers.
After the Crystal Flash?
Like before Ridley?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you're going to Crystal Flash, and then you're going to, okay.
Yeah, you Crystal Flash, and then you grapple farm up 10 supers. Because the health you lose by farming a super is less than the health you save by supering Ridley.
Gotcha. Okay, so Bressingham got his super missiles. Now is going to get the crab supers.
Yep, and I like I really do love Double Meridia. I love the suitless Meridia stuff that you only get here. Just the little things like grappling that crab so that your momentum gets reset so you can just morph into the hole easily. Bressingham laid that power bomb there. Shoutouts to Andrew's beginner RBO tutorial, which is one of the most invaluable resources for the category. That power bomb kills the crab and gives you lag frames to make that 3-tile morph a lot easier.
Yeah, actually, I used that tutorial to learn Dragon Escape with the grapple. So, yeah,
Nice.
Very good, very good tutorial. Highly recommend it. Okay, and we have Duck into the Crocomire fight, and MM2 leaving the Crocomire area. It looks kind of weird, like with the routes are, with MM2 having started far behind.
Yeah.
He's doing an earlier Croc play here, so.
Yeah, Duck right now has what I would like to call a lead in potentia. if he can pull this off, this single Meridia, and keep pace with everybody else, then yeah, he's made up a ton of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to talk about leads in this category until we see people go into lower Norfair where things become, like you say, a little more standardized.
Yeah, I think actually, looking at it now, Bressingham should still be the first into lower Norfair.
Yeah, I think
but it
so.
won't be by that much. Sort of maybe not as much as you would expect, given how much later Duck did start.
Oh, and there's that spark we were talking about earlier, although he didn't get the door open. And Shuni is going to be the last to do Crocomire because he's also doing a late Croc and just getting there now.
So we have confirmation now. Bressingham did get 25 power bombs. You can go as low as 20 before you really start worrying about your power bomb count, but 25 does make it really comfy cozy. Makes it really unlikely you need PBs of shame.
And looks like he's gonna farm all the way up here. There is that other farm spot on the way to Ellen. I hate that farm spot though. Looks like he's gonna go through. Actually, he's gonna go through this way. He's gonna go through the Nutella refill and grapple across. But yeah, there's that farm spot if you go the other way. The problem with it is it's very easy to shoot the bug so that the drops are too low for you to pick them up. and then you have to wait for them to disappear before they start spawning again. So
Yeah, and Brest does use this opportunity to turn off speed. That's a strat that just makes lava dive a little bit easier, because speed and lava don't play well together.
no, they really don't.
Yeah,
Our
so he's
first
going
lava
for it.
dive.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Oh, that's not the
That
entrance
was
he wanted.
not
He's
the
still,
no, it's not the entry. He's got so much health
He's
that he still
fine,
has a
yeah.
shot, but he's gonna want to get this.
Yeah, basically all he did was nullify the fact that he turned off. No.
Oh, this is bad. Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, he's just resetting. I actually think
Yeah,
it's
there's
faster
nothing
to
you
let
can-
yourself die, but yeah, I mean, he wasn't gonna survive that once he failed the jump there.
Yeah, you hate to see it. Like it feels the worst when you die on the last and easiest jump.
Yep.
But it's just gonna happen.
He's just gonna. Yeah, he's gonna have to go through all the farming again, which is a shame. But there's no good safe places to do after the farming, so
Yeah,
I
mean,
don't
the
know that
closest-
there's a better choice here.
Yeah, the closest save at that point would be going down to the Croc save, and that's quite a bit out of your way.
Yeah.
So yeah, at this point, Duck safely makes it through Lava Dive, and now has the lead. However, again, that is reliant on him being able to execute everything with a more difficult loadout.
Yeah,
Oh,
and note that he is losing health on the elevator. It's just not going to show until he gets to the bottom. He's going to
Yeah.
have to do a crystal flash pretty much right away here.
Mm-hmm. And MM2 got the wraparound shot that we don't see nearly as often for Gauntlet, just because he's not getting those criteria power bombs.
Yeah.
All right, 10 supers.
So get the entry.
Oh no, this is bad. Yeah, so even
Okay,
really
he's going to have to
unfortunate.
reset, yeah. I mean, the green gate glitch is difficult and touchy enough as it is. Like, I don't know anybody that hasn't had at least one bout of just, completely losing the ability to do that strat for a time being. But you also have the additional, you have only, 10 supers at that point. You have a timer going off of your health running out. Like, just everything is just makes it that much harder to do those glitches.
Absolutely. All right, and now 3 of our 4 runners have made it through Lava Dive. Bressingham and Apathy Duck are almost synced. Actually, Bressingham, due to having that additional E-Tank, can go a little bit further before his Crystal Flash.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is actually helping him though, because he's having to wait for his energy to get to a good spot. Because if you went into this next room, I mean, you'd think, oh, hey, maybe I do this in the next room, and where I have to use a power bomb anyway. But if your Crystal Flash gets interrupted by, say, one of those little French fry shots that those space pirates do, you're just dead. It's not gonna work. So it's still better to just do it in the previous room.
Yeah, Duck does get Green Gate Glitch. He did use 5 supers getting it, which is not phenomenal. It's not what he wants, because even though he's through, that's more power. That's one more power bomb he has to use farming these guys, or have a longer GT fight, which might be what he's doing instead.
Yeah, no, he's doing another power bomb shot. Looks like. Yeah, they're both him and Bressingham are doing that. Meanwhile, Junior already has Screw Attack.
Yeah. He will be going back up to farm them with Screw Attack now, though, instead of spending power bombs on it. And from what I know about Junie, he farms up to full supers before and after the GT fight.
Never a bad idea.
Yeah, the GT fight, despite being sort of quote-unquote free with the free spot where GT will never hit you. There's actually a lot of moving parts here. With first part we saw from Duck trying to get that super pack. Oh, and GT's in a terrible position now. This
Yeah,
does not look good.
hopefully he knows that you can go and set it up from the other direction, because it looks like GT wants to go to the. Oh no, he's got it set up now to go to the right, because you can set it up to the left. He's
Yeah,
not quite
GG.
in the spot. Oh, okay, he's gonna have to do
Yeah.
this over again. Click.
But yeah,
I thought
yeah.
Junie had it for a second. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, Junie's fine, even taking that hit. He has so many supers. It means he can't farm up as much, if he will farm up off GT at all. Farming up off GT is complicated. Yeah, Junie's not going to do that. Just going to use all his supers and then farm them off the rippers. That is actually quite a bit slower, but it is a million times safer.
Oh, for sure. And yeah, because what you'll see runners do is they'll use that grapple beam. They'll shoot out the little balls that GT fires out, and then use the grapple beam to pick them up.
Meanwhile, not to forget about MM2 NES cartridge. Through no fault of his own, he is lagging behind, but he's getting close to the end of the cleanup section.
Meanwhile, pressing him all the way to the energy tank here. It's really nice to get that. One of the nice things about RBO as compared to doing this in a randomizer situation is knowing where those E-tanks are. He's a little bit dark. He's having a little bit of trouble getting out. Fortunately, that room is not heated, which lends me to believe that, I don't think RBO was intended by the developers. Like the tricks we have to do to get through Dragon, I don't think were intended. But I do think all the stuff that we can do, except getting Screw Attack, just the timing of where the heated rooms are versus where the not heated rooms are. The fact that save rooms aren't heated, as we see Bressingham taking a very smart save there before he goes to the Ridley fight. And the other thing that you'll notice that I always like, that I think is really neat, is when you do a crystal flash in a heated room as opposed to a regular room, the whole screen flashes. Which I think is really cool. It just shows that the developers thought about this. Even the fact that Lower Norfair is heated, because if you think about it, if you're expected to have Variasuit down here, there's no reason to even have these rooms be heated, because you're already expected to have the protection. And the fact that they went to the trouble of making sure all these rooms were heated, I think was really cool. This category wouldn't be nearly as interesting if suddenly you get down to Lower Norfair and it's like there's no danger of heated rooms anymore. Man, you see the farming strats over on Duck's side. He's using the grapple beam for it.
Yeah, and Bressingham has 1 million health and needs to get. Oh well, now he will need to farm 1 super from the Ghidorah before Crystal Flashing. That shows how powerful that extra tank that he picked up can be.
Oh yeah.
Oh, lucky PB drop from there for Bress. That's the best thing he could have gotten. Yeah, I'll be curious to see if Bressingham wants to use an X Factor opener on Ridley, just to make it a little bit more safe. He can miss 2 supers.
Yep. Not a bad idea. And here he goes into his farming stage. We see Duck is definitely going to do some X Factoring. As he turned off Ice and Spazer during the Shine Spark through Fast Pillars.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. The fact that Bressingham only has Wave activated does indicate he wants to X Factor. Yeah, Duck all but has to. I believe he goes for 1 X Factor plus 6 charge shots.
Okay, we are into our first Ridley fight.
Best of luck to Bressingham. Good opener.
manipulating those pogos so well right now.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
pressing
oh my god.
Yeah.
This is really good.
Yeah, he's not going for... Oh! He's still fine.
Purple. Yeah, you should be fine with those extra E-tanks.
Yeah, Ridley's dead now.
Here we go.
Yeah, so unfortunately he's not going to get drops. So that does mean he has to farm up more, but like he still lives. So that, I mean, that's pretty huge.
It's gonna be tight, but yeah. Oh.
Yeah, as long as you have a full reserve when you get grabbed by Ridley,
you should be
will
fine.
survive. Yeah.
Yep.
I believe Zenny in his tutorial says there are 2 instances ever where the drop spread has been such that he didn't make it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a mistake you see people make when they try, not so much in RBO, because you see it, most people running RBO will know what they're doing and stuff. But yeah, you see that sometimes in randomizers where people will pop the reserves there when they shouldn't, because you want to have that reserve tank when you get picked up for just what you said.
Yeah, because you're still taking heat damage while you're in Ridley's Claws.
Yep.
Reserves are, as much as in the rando community especially, we love to joke about them. They are quite a powerful item in the correct circumstances. All right, yeah. So Duck is about to the Ridley farming room. He's got a little bit more farming to do, but still plenty of health to do it. This is a great situation for him. And he's got a really nice power bomb count to boot. Junie as well. Perfectly fine circumstances.
Okay, MM2 into his first part of Meridia did decide to get the Mama Turtle tank.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know he's mentioned in the past being quite scared of it, which sounds funny to say if you run normal categories, but Mama Turtle can mess you up.
Yes, she can. Well, not to mention that you have no way to kill these red pirates here.
Yeah, and they do like 200 or something stupid.
Yeah. So you just gotta... What you want to do is you want to wait until they're looking the other way and then jump, and then very quickly jump off before they see you.
Yeah. And because MM2 is going to be going straight to a refill anyway, it doesn't really matter. Like, that he took that hit.
We got simultaneous farming over on Junie and Duck's side.
Yeah. Their farming for both of them is really good. It's really close to the bottom.
Yep.
Junie especially, even if Junie is not sort of as experienced in, he doesn't have maybe as good vanilla times as these other runners, he prides himself into running into so many edge cases in randomizer that he has quite a bit of experience with the unusual.
Yeah, I want to say he was the one that has actually done every single boss order.
Yes.
So like that in and of itself just tells you something about him.
Well, Duck has missed quite a few supers here. This is going to be hard to pull off.
Yeah, missing supers in a suitless fight is so much more dangerous than in a normal situation because normally you're gonna have charge beam to supplement. You can just I mean, not that the fight is easy by no means. If anybody who watched the low percent Ridley fights knows, or anyone who's done them, but that tail hit, yeah, he just knows.
That's so
you're not surviving that. But yeah, missing those supers just makes it so much more difficult. But that's why we save, and that's why, we have the rules in the relay. I mean, some of the categories don't really need it, but in RBO in particular, low percent's another one. You really need to have those saves just in case. You don't want to have an entire relay, just get, your entire team just put way behind just because you didn't take those saves.
Absolutely. And Bressingham's team Bressingham is finished up with Lower Norfair as MM2 is about to start his foray into the scariest part of the run. So, Bressingham wants to go back into Meridia, kill Dragon and just clean this up real nice.
Yeah, Meridia's, there's a lot of things that can go wrong in Meridia, but you know, it's not the same as as just what we've seen in LN. MM2 into his lava dive. That looked really good.
Yeah, I mean the biggest
Oh,
thing.
there we go.
kills you-
Nicely done.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, the biggest thing that kills you in Meridia is inexperience, and Bressingham is quite good at suitless Meridia. I know he's got a really good North Korea time as well.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out about the lava dives that MM2 just did is you might have noticed how low he jumped. Like it's really useful to jump really low, and it almost looks like you're gonna hit those spikes, but you don't if you just do it that low. It's probably my favorite strat to do in randomizers is the lava dive. So yeah, big fan of that.
That's definitely a really cool one. Yeah, and we see Bressingham just waiting here. What he wants to do is use a super to make this crab fall off of the wall so he can freeze it in midair.
And he's got it set up. You see the blinking super. What that does is it means once he fires the super, it'll go back to his beam, so he doesn't have to take the time to select it. Which is because you don't have that much time to freeze that crab. There are a few other ways to get up that way. Some people will freeze the fish, so it's got a one tile difference with the wall, and then you can wall jump.
Yeah, I expect Junie to go for that strat. He's quite accomplished at it.
Yeah, speaking of Junie, into the Ridley fight.
Duck as well has another try here.
Oh yeah, it's Duck that's doing the Ridley fight. Junie's leaving.
Yeah.
And gonna take a safety save afterwards.
Yeah, honestly, like, it's pretty incredible how few deaths we've seen given the category. Very nice for Duck. He's going to be able to get drops here. He might not even pop reserve at all. Yeah, that was
that's
a
really good.
really well
Really good.
executed fight. Huge shout outs to him.
And we'll get and like you said, keeps that reserve tank, which is very helpful for getting out of here. Yeah, and I think you suggested this earlier. I think we're seeing Bressingham, but like most of the runners, just taking every save possible.
Yeah.
And we see save before the Botswoon fight.
Yeah. And this save, it's not just for Botswoon fight; it's for Coliseum as well.
No, it's not for Botswoon at all. It's for Coliseum. Because the scary part about Coliseum is, it doesn't look that scary, but the sand will suck you in. And there's spikes below that sand. And those spikes will kill you very quickly.
It's so devious. I have to wonder what Deer Force was thinking with that.
I know,
one.
right? That room is so horrible.
Yeah, like you see it executed optimally. It's a thing of beauty. It really is. You barely spend any time in the water. But that's really hard to do. And the biggest rule with Coliseum, don't turn around, because the turnaround animation takes forever in water, and the whole time you're turning around, you'll go through the sand.
Okay, into the Botswoon fight.
Very safe fight here. Botswoon does a grip of damage. I think like 160.
Yeah,
So
and
I applaud this.
you even have to be careful because Botswoon can get you when he's dying. Like he can land on you in his death. I had that happen once in a rando race.
Oh,
That was
no.
not fun. Lesson learned. But he's down for Bressingham. I didn't see where Duck took that death. I know he had the save after Ridley. Looks like that's where it's going to take him back to. Yeah, as much as this isn't the constant heat damage that you're taking in Lower Norfair, These Meridia items, you're expected to have gravity suit
Oh,
here, and
no.
the key hunters. The Meridia, it's just like the key hunters will do 200 damage. The Meridia enemies, they all do a ton of damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem with this save is it puts the key hunters in a kind of a bad position, and he doesn't have crystal flash ammo. He needs to get through this so he can get to back to Firefleas where he can farm some power bombs. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, he's frosty.
Yeah, I mean, having screw attack, makes all the
Duck?
difference. What's the plan here? I mean, you can get.
I hope he realizes he doesn't have power bombs.
I don't think he does. He's gonna try this crystal flash, and it's not gonna work.
Well, he's realized now.
Yeah, really? Oh no.
He can still be okay.
Yeah, 'cause
he
he
only needs 2 of these guys. Oh,
but he's an health bomb. Oh no. Okay, he's just resetting.
Poor Duck.
Oh, so he needed 4 of those guys because 2 to get out of health bomb, and then 2 more for the enough power bombs.
And that's like such a simple mistake to make, and it can seem extremely obvious if you are a viewer or a commentator. But there's so much going through your head right now.
Yep.
You're going through a run. You're doing it for a relay that's being live streamed, and you have a team that you're working to help win. Things slip your mind. It's a really hard category, and you're trying to keep a bunch of plates spinning at once.
Yep.
Ooh.
Okay, he's fine.
Well, he's in crystal flash range.
Yes, he is. He could just do it right here. I think, just do it right here. Meantime, we do have the first Dragon fight going on over on Bressingham's side.
Now, unlike in North Korea, the category we saw just before, because we do have that extra health, getting the quick grapple isn't necessarily as critical. However, you do still want it. It's faster, and it is possible to end up in a situation where Dragon just really wants to be a jerk to you today and wants to keep damaging you.
Yeah, this is always a little bit scary if you don't get this quick grapple. And I don't know about you, but I still can't do the quick grapple on the right side. I'm always hoping that if I'm doing a grapple kill with Dragon, I'm always hoping it's going to come from the left.
Yeah, I mean, I worked out some visual cues, and now I honestly find it easier. But yeah, something about left side does feel really nice, and it is really nice that Bressingham got that. Very nicely done. He got a really good goop pattern there as well, because one of the things with Dragon's goop, one of the quirks of it is if it hits the middle of Samus's hitbox, then it doesn't do anything, it just attaches to you. If it hits the top or bottom of her hitbox, it'll actually cause her to do knockback, which prevents you from being able to shoot your grapple beam. It's really annoying.
Okay, now the grapple jump out.
Fingers crossed. Looks good.
There we
Very
go.
Nice. Yeah, that trick is maybe not technically harder than the one in Aqueduct, but you're constantly draining your life.
Yeah, I've having not recently learned that one. I always found the one in Aqueduct the easier one, but other people will differ on that opinion. Yeah, and I don't blame him taking that extra save. This is probably the last save we'll see. Oh, MM2.
MM2 is fine. He
should be fine.
He was so close to being
reserve.
dead there. Yeah, really I mean, that's the scary thing about going for that quick grab.
So
he even paused to save it. He didn't need to do that. But if it's for your own comfort of mind, fair play.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All
now,
right.
Bressingham, he's got that refill. He's got that save. He is
has
perfectly
the
fine to
space
tackle
jump.
anything left.
Yeah, that space jump is so nice once you get it to go back through Coliseum. And even just for this area here.
Yeah, and he's taking this as safe as possible, not going for... Okay, he goes for 1 spike damage. Not bad at all.
Yeah, space jump in these rooms is so funny because you've got, if you're already space jumping and you go to those little waterfall areas, you just keep space jumping, and if you're not, then you need to get that kind of surface space jump right on the water line to get it going.
It's interesting. So Junie took that Coliseum really safe. It's kind of interesting to see. Maybe he just doesn't know or care for the strats that involve damaging on the spikes, but you have to take a bunch of damage here no matter what, so you can get yourself in the Crystal Flash range.
Yeah, he's going to do it with the Metroid.
Yeah, you can do more than you think in the Dragon room before she shows up. But it's much safer to do it off the Metroids. If you take too long in the beginning stages of the fight, then Dragon swoops down and does quite a bit of damage to you.
Oh, MM2, careful. Okay. Yeah, a little bit of trouble getting out of that acid that he fell in.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's got a Crystal Flash, so he should be fine.
Yeah, he should be able to Crystal Flash maybe after killing all of the side hoppers here, or maybe before. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, just take it.
Yeah,
safe.
looks like he's just gonna do it now. He's got enough health, enough energy tanks that he's gonna be able to get out. Yep, there it is.
Nice thread the needle room from Bressingham. That room is really hard to execute well.
That is an annoying room. You don't see it in too many categories. It's part of the Forgotten Highway. I recently learned the name Thread the Needle, and I like it. So
yeah,
it's one of. So I like when we. I'm glad you got to it before I did, but yeah, it's a fun room name in a room we don't get to see very often. So
yeah, and Dragon goes down for Junie as well. Perfect fight.
now we get to kind of a boss rush to end this.
Yeah.
Like Fantoon, when you have this full beam combo, you can. It's a free 2-round. Just Doppler, do your Doppler, your two shot of missiles, and then a charge shot, and then do the same thing again. And I actually think you can even miss one missile, and you'll be able to, kill Fantoon.
Yeah.
With a pretty easy 2-round.
Now, Bressingham right now is in sort of like the hardest part of the run that won't kill you. Honestly, harder, in my opinion, to do correctly than a lot of places that will kill you. Every single one of these rooms has a really neat and unique way to move through them really quickly. So there are just a bunch of neat strats you see here that you don't really see anywhere else. You'll see it in like DPRK, and that's about it.
Yeah, I like the way you put it. The hardest part of the run that won't kill you. I feel like that's an entire hundo run.
Yeah.
All right, so everybody out of Lower Norfair.
You love to see it. 2 of our runners passed Dragon at this point.
Yep.
And Duck will be making his way to Dragon. He does need to farm up a fair bit, though. He has 3 supers.
Yep, he needs to get to that magic 10 amount. Actually, you'll need... Ideally, you'd want 12, so you can use the one of those supers on the Ghidorah. I mean, you could... He's got enough missiles that he could... Yeah, he's got 13 supers. That's plenty now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Duck has mentioned this before. Duck, an incredibly accomplished player, but he's not able to get those underwater 3-tile morphs. Some people just have a lot of trouble getting 2 down inputs in that quickly. So he actually turns off high jump boots there in the post-bots wound room.
Yeah, I tend to struggle with that as well. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to remember to turn them back on.
Yeah, almost a really nice Coliseum there from Duck. Still really nice. Unfortunately, gets a downward deboost on that last spike.
Okay, taking that safety save.
Yeah, I would expect. We've seen 3 runners do it so far. I would expect MM2 to also take the save before Dragon. There's just no reason not to.
MM2, in fact, a little low in health just going through Main Street here.
Yeah, assuming he doesn't get hit by anything else, he should be able to take 1 hit from Bot's wound. But it's certainly not where you want to be.
No. One of the nice things when you have Grapple Beam in Meridia, though, is that Grapple Beam one-shots a lot of enemies in Meridia.
Yeah. Oh, no, Duck. So Duck damaged down quite a bit beforehand and took a turret shot, which actually ended up killing him.
Yeah, those turret shots will get you.
Yeah, that's why...
I'm not sure what the damage is from them, but it's pretty significant.
I want to say 100. But
that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's why, Andrew's beginner RBO tutorial really is an incredible resource. Usually it's like go in there with like at least 150 to 250. Like honestly, you can go in there with 500 and still have time to damage down without even having to rush yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's 128. Okay. Might be. I just think 150 and trust it. Oh, yeah, same thing happens again, unfortunately.
Ugh.
And you have to imagine at this point, it's really hard to overcome tilt when you have a death like that where you feel like you should never die to something like that. But there are a million things in RBO that you should never die to, and you're going to die to all of them at some point.
Yep. Yeah, you sure are. One thing I don't think we're going to die to today is Kraid.
Yeah.
as we did too. Probably, and the thing is, even with this fancy beam we have, we're probably just going to do the Kraid quick kill. Like, just like normal. 2 missiles, 3 supers, done.
Yeah.
Not even to grab Various Suit. I mean, you've got 12 E-tanks in a reserve. You don't need Various Suit at this point. I mean, at this point, it's just an extra safety. You're probably going to do stand-up glitch, so you'd probably just turn it off anyway to do stand-up.
Yeah, I mean, I think Varia is a really good safety for beginner RBO runners. But by the time you get to this point, you're probably not too worried about it. Like, yeah, things can happen, but Varia, I mean, it is probably like a 20 to 30 second time sink, considering it's 2 door transitions, and item fanfare, and the animation of
and the
getting
animation. Yep. All right, we got on the right side, we got Junie on Fantoon, we got Duck on Dragon.
Yep, nice quick grapple from Duck. I believe we are 3 for 3 on left side quick grapples.
Thanks, Dragon. Here we go. There's Fantoon down for Junie.
Meanwhile, Bressingham is making his way over to Turian now. And, much like Hundo, honestly, you actually get to be more loosey-goosey with your ammo in this category than even in Hundo. You want to do the rooms, Metroid rooms, a little bit differently, namely the first one, because you can't fall in the lava.
That lava is pretty deadly. I mean, you get all the E-tanks, so it's not gonna kill you instantly, but
yeah, it won't kill you, but it's really slow to fall in the lava.
I mean, some of the RBO runs where you're, capping at like 8 E-tanks, you have to be even more careful, I'd say. But yeah. the speed factor is the bigger deal.
Yeah, I mean, once you're at the part where you're running a single Norfair RBO, you never have a point in the run where you get to breathe easy.
Well, the crate fight's still pretty
Yeah.
free.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, literally the only time you'll ever see anything different on a crate fight is just some of the goofier categories in randomizer. Every once in a while, there are ways to get to crate without supers.
Yeah, I love to see a 12 missile crate fight.
All right, so we got Bressingham about to enter Turian. We got Duck making his way towards Plasma Beam. We've got Junie making his way towards Kraid, and MM2 about to start the Dragon fight.
And, you know, despite how it looks just based on what's on screen, MM2 has really made incredible pace here.
Oh, I definitely think he's caught up a little bit from where he started.
Absolutely.
Oh no, he only had 10 power bombs. Oh, that's a problem. Where did he use it?
That's really
Oh,
bad.
because it's not. I don't know where did he save?
Yeah,
he's
so
got
he's
the
gonna
save.
Have to go.
Oh no,
back
he's got
through
it.
Coliseum.
Oh no, that's really unfortunate. Because these enemies here in Coliseum are not going to be giving him power bombs.
I think it's a 4% chance, so...
Yeah. The crabs are the best power bomb source, but you're not. I don't think you go all the way back there. I mean, I think the Zebos. Because you just have so many of them coming up at the same time, you could probably just go there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Coliseum. Yeah, I mean, this room. You know, it's, as we said earlier, this is a very dangerous room, and you know, you don't have space jump now to go back.
Yeah, MM2 gets through. Oh my goodness, you're joking.
Wow.
Spitting in,
power bomb drop.
spitting in MM2's face.
I don't know if it's which is like if he'd gotten it right away, that'd been great, you know. But like, wow, you get it at the end, so now you don't have to go all the way back, and that's good. But you still have to go back through this room.
Yeah, this still isn't great though. He has to be timing his power bomb based on figuring out if Dragon's going to be swooping or not, which is really rough.
Yeah, I mean, if you have enough power bombs, you just use them every time, and when the swoop comes, you're just ready for it, and you just don't do all the inputs until you know it, until you see it coming.
MM2 also needs to damage down. What he
Yeah,
can
he can
do...
reset. He could reset the room and bring back the
Yeah.
Metroid. This is fine.
I was gonna say what he can do is like use grapple to damage down and actually take a body shot from Dragon if he knows how to time that, but basically nobody knows how to time that because that just doesn't come up.
Okay, chat telling us there's actually a 3% on the Metroid, so yikes.
Ugh.
All right, in the meantime, Bressingham is on Mother Brain 2. So just be the normal 20-shot fight. I have no doubt he'll do stand-up with all these E-tanks. He's going to need to damage himself down a little bit.
Yeah, damaging yourself down for stand-up is actually really scary being
A
suitless.
little scarier in this situation, yeah.
Yeah, I think if he takes one hit from Mother Brain, he should be in perfectly fine range.
There's the Crystal Flash from
Yeah, he's
MM2. Okay, you got it. And he got it.
Yeah.
The nice thing
Bressing
about
doesn't-
having, the nice thing about having no suit here is you don't have to do that extra damaging down that you would do if you had your barrier suit on, or even if you have a gravity suit on. You can just, just chill out the way he is.
And Dragon is being mean for MM2 right now. I think that was 3 swoops in a row.
All right. As Fantoon goes down for Duck and Junie entering Turian. I should mention, so we'll be handing it over to the next pair as soon as Bressingham finishes up here. It'll be Sloters and Kip taking you through Nintendo Power Percent. Kip actually ran Nintendo Power Percent at a marathon in Dallas a couple years ago, so back when we were still having these things in person.
Yeah.
But at one point had the world record for it, but I know several people have surpassed him since then, so he's just gonna call it. Besides, he's best on low ice for us anyway.
Yeah, he is an incredibly skilled runner all around, and an incredibly skilled commentator. I mean, you could say that for both Kip and Sloters. They're both.
Oh yeah, two of my favorites.
Absolutely, both really balanced runners, great commentators, and great at behind the scenes stuff. So, absolutely a wonderful pair to close us off. And that's the start of the escape now for Bress. So yeah, been a really neat race to watch. No two RBO races will ever be the same. There's so much variance in this category. You've got volatility, you've got diverging routes.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go from the most divergent routing of any of the race, except possibly randomizer, which I didn't get to see because I was playing. To the least diverging route in Nintendo Power Percent, because like we talked about earlier, there's a specific order you have to pick up the items, and so it's not a whole lot of opportunity for divergence.
Yeah, absolutely. And just due to that consistency, it's going to be a lot harder to make up time there than in something like RBO. However, it absolutely still can happen. There's a bunch of tricks you can do, a bunch of great stuff to do. But first, we have Bressingham has finished now, so GG to him. Really nicely run. Shows the power of safety. He picked up one more E-Tank than everybody else, and that kept him comfy cozy in a whole lot of spots throughout this run.
Right, as we're waiting for the changeover, we get a... Oh no, Duck! Didn't quite get that crate quick kill.
That'll happen sometimes.
Yeah, I missed it today too, so I can't talk.
I mean, nobody gets 100% of the time.
Nope.
Also, chat mentioning, Junie is our only deathless runner of today, so shoutouts to him.
Oh, huge shoutouts to Junie. That's hard. Yeah. Just trying to get those deathless runs. Chat saying that he made up about 3 minutes, so I'll trust them on that.
Nicely done. Oh wow, that was dangerously low for stand-up. Judy's fine. But...
Oh yeah, I mean you need 7+ E tanks and you're fine. It's actually, I mean, the scariest category for stand-up actually, honestly, is GT Classic because you have exactly 700 health, and that's exactly what you need for stand-up.
So, yep, Junie beginning his stand-up now. MM2 is making his way to Fantoon, and Duck is making his way to Turian.
And of course, we don't care about percentage here.
Yep, but that item percentage showing up does mean that it's going to be just about time to hand it off to the next pair of commentators.
Yeah, we'll welcome in as soon as they get here. We got them in the waiting room. Kip and Sloters.
Like that says Bressingham completed in 125 for
42%. The answer to the question.
Nice.
Nicely done.
So yeah, for a race setting, 125 is a really nice time.
That's
with
really
just
nice.
how
Yeah,
volatile
very
RBO
nicely done.
is. All right.
All right. And there's Kip and Sloters. Like I said, two of my favorites. Take it home, boys.
Thank you, Tracy. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the final leg of the Super Metroid Relay of 2021. It's going to be Nintendo Power Percentage, a really fun extension board category. My name is Kip. I am joined by my low ice brother from with a different controller, Mr. Sloters. I did the best I could with the rhyme. Sloters, what's up, bud?
Well, same mother brain at least, right? But yeah, thank you, Kip. But yeah, this is super exciting. We've had a phenomenal set of runs here today. After 8 hours, though, we've made it to the main event, the most highly anticipated category, and by far the most prestigious of them all. Of course, you all know Nintendo Power Percent.
Hard
it
to
looks
argue
like
with that.
Yeah, so it looks like from Gabu's Goon Gang, we have Freya's Spirit starting off the run. We also just had Junie June finish that incredible RBO run. It might have been Deathless. I didn't catch the whole thing, but I don't think he died anywhere.
I think they mentioned earlier that Junie is the only runner to go deathless of the RBO runner, so GG to him. We've got a really, I would say they're still within striking distance. Nintendo Power Percent is going to be a category that is more than likely not as volatile as some of the other ones like Low Ice or RBO that we'll see. But we'll see how Freyas approaches it. I believe they were working recently by looking at the world record videos and stuff like that. So I'm expecting some cool strats. Before we kind of get into this, I would just like to, as we head into the final category here, just go ahead and give a big thank you to Andrew and Total, the two organizers. I got to tell y'all, this has been a really fantastic Thanksgiving week for me, and I can't think of a better way to close it out on Sunday than this relay. I've had a lot of fun today, so thank you to them. And we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I second that completely, Kip. So anyways, Nintendo Power Percent, it's basically the rough draft of the speedrun route that we use now, 90% that Nintendo came up with shortly after the game's release by releasing a kind of strategy guide in an issue of Nintendo Power. I've never actually run it before. I know you have, Kip. Maybe you can kind of point out some of the differences we'd see compared to a normal any percent run.
Well, I'm a little offended that you called it a rough draft, because when I got the Nintendo Power back in the day when it came out and it had this in it, it wasn't a rough draft then, Sloters.
Well, they laid the foundation, I'll say. They had a good start on the route.
No, for sure. What we have here is it's 58 steps in a row. One thing I actually think is neat about this category, just to kind of talk about it for just a minute, is you have to do the 58 steps in a row, and you can't deviate or else your run is invalidated. This includes getting items kind of like out of order from what we would normally do in speedruns. So what it does is it forces you to like path in ways that you typically don't in other categories. So it actually opens up some pretty unique strats. Like I remember when I was first learning this run, and I'm sure the strats have been updated since then. That was several years ago, but there's a lot of opportunity to do things you don't do in any other category. So I'm really excited. And we won't list all 58, but we'll kind of call them out as we go when we get to some of the big ones.
Yeah, I also linked in chat kind of more information, and actually shows like the actual picture with all the steps. So hopefully chat can help out and people want to look at that. It'll kind of be our guide to commentary. Honestly, it seems like the easiest commentary I've ever done. I have the script right in front of me.
All right. Well, so yeah, Freyas making their way up Parlor here. I gotta say, real quick, in case nobody has talked about it, I didn't get to catch every commentary. I'm a member of the CAC Attackers, bottom left, and what we did with our suits was we actually got the exact colors from the 3 different types of CACs in the game. So our opening suit, the one that Mega Man 2 has on right now, is the green ones that we just saw. Our various suit was like King CAC from like Norfair. And then our gravity suit was the Meridia CAC attacks with the purple. But I got to say, I'm a big fan of the other suits I've seen today. In particular, I really like GGG's power suit there. That's sharp.
Yeah, I've been partial to Spore Spawn's suit. That's been my favorite throughout the run. I'm sad because the only suit I liked for my team was the Various suit, which I got to wear for a good, 20 seconds throughout my whole run. So,
right. Well, Sloter, speaking of which, when it comes to the team names, I gotta ask a quick question. It looks like Team GGG did not succumb to the pressure of having to represent one of the runners on their team, but your team had to represent you the entire time. Did that make you nervous at all?
Not at all. I take my role as team captain very seriously. But yeah, I'm, we're the greatest of all time. We might not be in first place right now, but I'm certainly proud of not just my team, but everyone in this relay has been putting on such a show and showing off all these categories really well.
Absolutely. So we got up here, top right, Apathy Duck from Goaters, going to be making his way to the ship to finish RBO. Mega Man 2 is waiting on the G4 statues to finish. Bottom right, we got Chabu finishing up series to get started. And so everybody can see the pictures, but basically we're on step number, I think, let's see, 7?
Number 7, maybe?
Yeah. So no early supers in this route, y'all. We're going to see some Spore Spawn action.
We'll also see some Spore Spawn action as Chabo takes off on the bottom right, arriving on Zebus now.
Oh, that's true, yeah. All right, so now... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's interesting, how we don't really get to see some certain sequence breaks we do, like the early supers, just because obviously Nintendo didn't know about that stuff or intend a lot of that stuff. So already getting divergence like this early compared to what we normally run is cool to see.
Yeah, and it's also kind of neat too, just even something small, like right now Freyas grabbed charge and then went up. Obviously if we were routing, if we knew we had to get both items and we wanted to route it, we would just kill Spore Spawn first and grab charge on the way out. So it gives you like a good 10 seconds of like different movement that you almost never get in Big Pink. So I actually think this category is really neat and definitely worth checking out if you're interested. It's a lot of fun to run. I will say the dreaded Spore Spawn without supers fight.
Yeah. Doing this fight with just missiles is pretty tough. You can kind of like Doppler missiles in there and get extra damage like that. I'm pretty sure the charge beam does double damage against Spore Spawn, but I don't think that's really better than missiles, at least I see from Freyas right now, not using the charge beam at all. So it's kind of a long fight with just missiles.
It is. It is possible to 2-round Spore Spawn with missiles. I think I have done it literally one time ever, and that was my Spore Spawn RTA when I was actually trying to do that a few years ago. But when I started doing Nintendo Power Percent, I didn't treat it seriously enough to worry about going for a 2-round. So it's not easy to do, but there's a way to kind of hit Spore Spawn while it is opening its mouth to where you can get a few shots in where it won't close. So that's what you kind of have to do.
It's almost kind of like Fantoon, except the patterns are always slow. You know, he still moves in a figure 8 and you're Dopplering missiles.
You know,
It's kind of the baby Fantoon fight.
I never actually noticed I never put those pieces together that it does actually move like Fantoon. That's funny. All right, Spore Spawn down. And the entire room goes brown, I guess, because that's what happens when plants die. I actually never even thought about that till just now. I don't know if that's intended, but anyway, we got the Spore Spawn super here.
Yeah, our first intended pack. Also, kind of a neat thing with this category, you get to see that moonfall down the Spore Spawn super shaft. You can see it messed up the graphics pretty good. That's a pretty big one. You get a lot of speed.
No doubt. So Chabo making his way to bombs. Freyas entering Green Hills. In the top right, we got Goder's team taking a quick breather to get ready for the final runner. And actually, I need to pull it up. I don't remember who's representing Goder's for that.
That would be Beef Robber.
All right, very good. And then we've got Cack Attacker's bottom left. Mega Man 2 is trying to finish up his RBO Mother Brain and escape sequence. And then we will have Nintoaster taking over for Nintendo Power Percent. Okay, so the next item is Spazer. Which I gotta take issue real quick. I gotta take issue with this, okay? They expect you to get a wall jump to get up here to Spazer, right? Because they want you to get it before high jump boots. But then later, they don't expect you to do a wall jump to get wave. So I gotta take issue with the original person that wrote this article.
Well, you know, there are spikes. There are spikes in that pit right before wave, and they probably figured it's a little bit too dangerous. There's no need to take risks like that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right.
I mean, I guess I don't know, maybe they thought you could like bomb jump up there too. I would expect they expect you know how to bomb jump if you're like trying to complete the game quickly, but I don't know. I'm not one of the developers.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what do we got next? I think energy tank and then high jump boots and then the high jump boot missiles, and then we're going to go fight Kraid.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. I mean, outside of like low percent, how often are you gonna like go and get or not low percent, but how often are you gonna come down here and get high jump boots and then go back and fight Kraid? Like in any other category, you would just go to Kraid without high jump boots.
Exactly. It's not very frequently. But here comes the high jump boots. Glorious item there. And looks like Beefy's getting his run going. I don't know what happened to Mega Man 2. I guess he used the Flashman. He used Flashman's ability. I'm 2 for 2 on Mega Man 2 references today. Yeah, so Freya's gonna head up to kill Kraid. And we've got another. Y'all relish this now. We're getting our second Spore Spawn fight. So everybody, all eyes on Chabo here. We don't get to see Spore Spawn very often, so when you do, you gotta enjoy it.
All right, Freyas has plenty of ammo. Should have no problem getting the quick kill. Obviously, not against the rules to employ some of our, quick kills or other little speed tech as long as we're following the guide that Nintendo Power has given us.
Well, Sloters, 2 missiles and 3 supers should do the trick for Kraid.
That's right, and that's all you need, really. Just as Freyas displayed to us just now.
Nicely done. Time to get that various suit. And we will get to see the various suit for Team GGG. All right, looking good. I'm a sucker for a good suit palette swap, so I've really enjoyed seeing everybody's suits today. I think it's been fun.
Ooh, nice kill from Chabo.
Ooh, yeah.
He'll pick up his first super pack soon. He'll be following in Freyas' footsteps. Beefy getting his first regular missiles. And, might get some picture back from the Kek attackers. Remains to be seen. Oh, okay, looks like MM2 did complete his operation successfully. So in a few minutes we'll have the last runner coming up here.
Excellent. So y'all, we have hit the 8 categories today, and we are finally with everybody in the 8th and final category. So what a fun day. All right, so Freyas is now heading to pick up, let's see, what is next? The Norfair missile, which I can't see. I think that's the one in Cathedral, right?
It would make sense given the direction they're going. Yeah, it kind of looks like that's normal charging up shots there to take out those Garudas. I like to hate on Spacer a lot, but it makes a lot of strats in Norfair easier, like grabbing those Cathedral missiles. Very simple with charge shots.
Spacer is actually a really good item for different sequences of the game. We just get spoiled because of how absolutely ridiculously overpowered Plasma is. But yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Oh, I like that. See, how often do you get to grab this missile pack as you enter Bubble Mountain? That's always a fun one to get. So next up will be speed. The speed missile, then speed booster, then the Norfair Bubble Mountain Reserve first missile, then the reserve tank, then the second missile, and then Sloters. Don't look at the items right now. What do you think comes after? What do you think comes after the Norfair Reserve missiles?
Oh, you got to get grapple after that, of course.
No, the next item is Ice Beam.
Really?
Yeah, they expect you to get Ice Beam with Speed Booster and then use Ice Beam to go get Alpha Power Bombs and then go get grapple.
Oh, yeah, that does make sense with the intended path of the game. I guess I forgot they wouldn't have Wave either at that point.
Okay, Mega Man 2's internet died, or maybe it's back now and it's finishing up, I suppose. But that was the official thing that happened. And then Toaster will be getting started here in just a moment.
You know roughly the percentage that they get in this run?
Ooh, I don't remember exactly what it is. I want to say like 30 something.
Huh, that seems like lower than I just based on like the stuff I'm seeing them grab now. It feels like they're gonna grab a lot of stuff.
I guess I could go check real quick. So I'm sure somebody in the chat knows. $49? Jesus, that's a lot of things. I'm kind of surprised it's that high. Of course, I guess if you look at the stuff that doesn't count as items, there's only like a few bosses mentioned, so I guess it does kind of make sense.
Yeah.
All right, Nintoaster getting things started with Cack Attackers. He is the final runner of all runners today. Well, we got 8 times 4. What's that, 32 runners total, I think? He is the final runner out of 32 people to begin a run today. So good luck to him. We're about to have another Spore Spawn from Team Goaters. And in the meantime, Freyas heading to grab that Ice Beam.
You know, I just realized that this is the first time we've seen Spore Spawn today, right? We didn't have map completion, didn't have mini boss RTA. I think we had that one here.
I believe you're correct. Chabo having a little bit of a difficulty with the quick kill on Kraid, but he's going to clean this up very quickly. Nicely done.
Yeah, that was a good recovery. That fight can get very hairy when the quick kill goes wrong, since we don't often practice, when the quick kill goes wrong.
Got some hate in the chat. Somebody's happy my team's in last. Listen, you can't win them all right?
Nice ice escape from Freyas rather than taking the morph tunnel at the top of the room, getting out there.
Yeah, I think that's going to disqualify Freyas. I don't think Nintendo Power suggested that ice escape.
Well, what they don't know won't hurt them, I suppose.
All right.
And nice Alpha Spark.
Yeah, that's really cool. We don't get to see that in too many categories. Chabo grabbing the frog pocket tank or whatever that room's called. I guess that room has a bunch of names, right? Here's the fun thing. You get Ice Beam, but you don't have Wave, but you have to go up Red Tower and then back down. So nice fun chance to utilize that Ice Beam for some strats here. Personally, when I was a kid, I knew that was what the game wanted me to do because I had played Metroid. We had Metroid when I was growing up, and so I was very used to using the Ice Beam to climb with those rippers. So I felt like it was calling back to the original game.
That's great stuff right there. Beautiful game design.
Oh yeah. There is a power bomb. Potential spoiler here. So for those of you that haven't played Dread, cover your ears for about 10 seconds. But it's nice to see power bombs in their infant form where they're not very powerful and you get them really early in the game. Apparently they've they've gotten their doctorate degree since then.
Yeah, I think that seems to happen in most of the other games since this one.
All right. Ooh, nice moonfall from Freyas there. Great pickup by Chabo there of the Bubble Mountain missile pack. Toaster doing a nice climb there. And what do we got up top? Beefy grabbing Spazer. Chabo grabbing that speed missile. I would say that speed missile is probably one of the... I guess everybody's different. I would say that's probably one of the most likely candidates for an item you would miss in your very first casual playthrough if you didn't know anything about the game. Just because, you know, it's not an overly intuitive place that you would check on the way in, and a lot of people probably aren't coming back there later. So... there's probably a lot of people that saw that for the first time and didn't even know that that item was there.
Yeah, I mean, when you have lava rising up, that's not a room I certainly didn't go back to in my first playthrough.
Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Everybody's favorite puppy. Croc, well, other than Sam, of course, but there's Croc. Croc just wants to play. But Samus is rude.
Croc's kind of like my dog. You try to give him toys, you throw missiles and super missiles at him, and he just kind of like runs away and keeps them to himself. He doesn't really like playing fetch.
So here's another thing. They expect you to get this Norfair energy tank behind Croc before you get grapple. But then later they have other things they expect you to have grapple to get to. It's just, it's a little interesting. A little interesting. Chabo has finished up the Bubble Mountain area. He will head to Ice Beam. In the meantime, we have Beefy heading up here. I believe to, is he on Crate at this point?
I believe so, yes. I think that's where he's heading.
Really nice strat there by Freyas to get down into that door.
Yeah, you should look at Freyas right now, because hopefully they're going to do a pretty cool strat. I'm assuming... Oh, okay, they have to get these first. I was hoping they would do like the Indiana Jones strat after grabbing grapple, but they must have to grab this first before grapple.
Yeah, gotta get it first.
I now hate Nintendo Power %.
Look at it this way. When else would you get it first?
Yeah, that's true. In Rando, maybe, I don't know.
I don't think Freyas meant to, maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. I actually don't know. Maybe they meant to drop that power bomb, but if so, I'm not aware of this, of the reason for it.
Oh, Beefy not getting the quick kill, but does get the D boost into Kraid. Does no damage, but it looked pretty cool, so we'll give him points for that.
That made me nervous. Alright, also Freyas grabbing this power bomb pack here. Then Toaster is dealing with Spore Spawn. Spore Spawn gets really annoying once you have like, you know, 600 or 700 or 800 damage on it. Because it just starts moving fast and then it's really easy to like accidentally only hit it one time or something. That always is the absolute worst feeling. I have one more gripe about the Nintendo Power route. I have one major question. Really, this is kind of the only like legitimately big gripe I have with this route. This person took the time to tell you what items to get in what order to try to make you go fast, right? And so they tell you where everything is and they show you pictures. You with me?
I think I see where you're going with this.
Yeah, I think you already know, right? They show you where it is. They show you the pictures, and then they still include X-ray.
Okay, so I think I know why they did this. I think Nintendo realized X-ray was really broken. They didn't know how it was broken, but they knew in some way, shape, or form it was going to be the fastest way to beat this game. So they said, let's just put it in the route now. They're going to change the route later, but it's in there now, so they'll have it later on, and they'll have
There it
the
is.
fastest. And so, obviously, we figured out any percent glitch, and here we are.
There you go. They were ahead of their time, just like the game was.
They truly were.
All right, Nintoaster grabbing that sweet Spazer action. Freya's back in the Bubble Mountain area, grabbing that wave beam, and now they are going to head out. And I believe at this juncture is when we head up to wreck ship. Well,
that sounds
X-ray
about right.
first. Yeah. We have a neat little top and bottom on the left here. Like one long elevator. All right. Once again, everyone say hello to Croc. And it's time to get X-ray.
Nice work maneuvering through that X-ray room. Can be a little tricky with the enemies and trying to grapple around them, but Freyas manages to stay up there.
Easy
Collect that
peasy.
X-ray. Yep.
X-ray scope. No exaggeration, easily the most used item that I used when I played this game when I was like 10 years old when it came out. I think I X-rayed literally like almost every tile in this game as a kid. And you know what? At the time, I thought it was amazing because when I was younger and I played Metroid, I just had to bomb everything. So I would like bomb every wall and floor. So X-ray, I thought was a huge time saver. So there you go.
Yeah, it's a great quality of life item.
How bored was I? I think maybe you're a younger person. Maybe you just didn't understand gaming back in the 90s.
We had to walk uphill both ways to our next pickup in Metroid, and we liked
That's
it.
why I'm telling you. That's why all these older SM runners, like you're a novelty sloaters because you're a young guy with perseverance. But that's why all these older guys have more perseverance in this game than you youngsters because we just had to grind through like all this old stuff when we were kids. All right, I got my requisite old man comment in. All right, so Nintoaster killed Kraid, heading to pick up that E-Tank. Freyas is heading over to the wreck ship to kill Fantoon. And Sloters, I'm gonna let you do the oh, by the way, nice almost best mock ball in the game by Chabo there. But I'm gonna let you
Yeah.
do the honor of explaining to us the best way to kill Fantoon.
Sure, I don't know if this was in the same issue, but I know there's some official piece of advice given out by Nintendo that tells us in order to take out Fantoon, 5 super missiles will do the trick. They certainly were not incorrect with this advice, although it may not be the most efficient way, as Freyas will likely show us.
Nice speedball.
You know what's really dumb about the 5 supers thing is you could literally shoot a regular missile and then do 4 super missiles, and it would be better. But they were like, no, just do 5 supers and take the extra in rage round. It really makes you think who was putting together all these tips and tricks.
Oh, we got an opening mid, but a fast eye close. That was a little unfortunate. And we got Croc on the screen once again.
Ooh, Freyas getting another slow. Oh, and getting trolled by the eye drops there. Not being able to missile Fantoon, but gets a relatively quick reappear. Going for another Doppler. Yeah, I think they'll need one more round. I don't think they got enough on the first one. So it should be good with a few more missiles and a super now. Look at that, Nintendo. 19 missiles and a super missile did the trick. Take notes.
Don't you love how life and society and technology advances over the years? We've gone from 5 supers to 19 missiles and a super.
Oh, and then Toaster going for a spark across Bubble Mountain to get over to the reserve, but did a goop spark. Unfortunately, I never even thought to do that for this category. That was neat.
That would have been epic. One thing I really do like, though, about the other strat for that, I forgot that existed in this category, is if you deboost off the waiver to get over there and then you run into the next room, you have just enough iframes to, go through that, is it Ghidorah?
Garuda.
Garuda, I'm sorry, Garuda. So, yeah, that's kind of just another one of those examples where, I remember using that strat a lot in, Rando, but I don't think I'd, used it specifically exactly like that, or at least I guess with those stakes or whatever in any of the other categories prior, so that was kind of a neat thing.
Looks like Freyas winding up to do a Shine Spark here. Gets the short charge. And ideally will spark. That's good enough. Just right in front of the Chozo's hand. Just have to hop up. Now they'll get a short little cutscene. I don't know if they have to grab the reserve, but they'll get a gravity suit pretty soon here.
Yeah, let's take a look real quick. Gravity suit. And then, okay, so check this out. This is, I think this next sequence for several minutes is the most unique part of this whole category. And there's a bunch of opportunities for really neat strats. Once you pick up Gravity Suit, the next item, and again, I question the validity of why they put this in here, but the next item that you're supposed to get in this route is Spring Ball.
I 100% agree. get gravity, beeline it to spring ball. There's no
So-
better time to grab it.
This looks like my early speed runs of the game before I realized you didn't have to have spring ball to beat the game. What's going to happen though is this is going to allow to kind of get back serious for a minute relative to a lot of our other categories. There's not very many categories that would be like going to spring ball through these rooms in this order. And this actually can be this sequence from here to spring ball, and then I think after that it's Mama Turtle, if I recall correctly. I'm digging in deep to my memory. It's actually difficult because there's some really cool places for you to use some shine sparks and stuff, but your energy is actually like dangerous. So this is a pretty difficult section of the run to go fast, in my opinion.
Ooh, Beefy just missing that wall up there to get those Indiana Jones missiles. Have to run up and jump again.
Yeah, good
Chabo.
old speed booster.
Chabo grabbing his X-ray, which, as we discussed, will be a very useful item for all these runners.
If they happen to get lost along the way.
Hopefully, they don't get lost in Firefly, because that's not going to help them out with that wall in there for whatever reason.
That is true. All right, here we go, boys and girls. It's Meridia time. I like how we had the sync between Chabo and Toaster, like in the two spikiest rooms in the game at the same time. So yeah, check out the routing for Freyas here. It's pretty neat. There's some really cool Shine Spark strats you can do in some of these rooms.
You know, something I think is kind of neat here is you have the option to either use grapple to do the intended path to spring ball through the top of the pants room, or they already have the loadout you'd have in Lake Croc 100%, so they could even do the ice clip if they wanted to.
That's
kinda
true.
fascinating.
Yeah, that is cool.
I mean, they could crystal flash clip, they could X-ray climb because they have that for some reason. They have all
Wait,
the
do
options.
they have
pretty
enough
much.
power bombs?
They probably don't actually. I was kind of assuming they did, but I guess not.
I can't remember. I know they definitely have 2 packs, but I can't remember if there's a third one before now or not.
Well, clearly you just come in with 10, and then you get one off the Puyo during your power bomb explosion and do it like that. So yeah, they can do it.
Cool strat by Beefy up there, by the way. I always think it's cool in these rooms where you freeze the waivers and use them to get up to places. Toaster about to grab his ice beam, and while Beefy's gonna grab his wave beam, and Chabo gonna get ready to fight the ghost. Freya's gonna grab the spring ball. Did she just kill? Excuse me. Did they just kill Shacktool?
I missed it. I mean, I hope not. I'm pro Shack Tool for sure, but I understand the temptation.
Spring ball hype. And I believe this is our last Croc of the day.
Put those Crocs out if you have them.
So Freya's gonna get ready here, heading back to Mama Turtle. Mama Turtle is not too far away, but the good news is you're gonna get there and have the opportunity to refill on your energy. And after that, I feel like the rest of the run's pretty safe, especially for, a seasoned runner like Freyas. So, but we will get to see some pretty cool spring ball strats for the rest of the run.
Yeah, I'm looking at the guide now. I'm kind of surprised we're already like on the last column of it. So there's really not many more like required steps along the way at this point.
Nice spike suit by Toaster, by the way, a minute ago. Oh, nicely done. Freyas got the green gate glitch with 1 to spare. Didn't even need them all. Chabo had a nice fan tune there. How does it make you feel, Sloters, when a member of Goaters grabs your refill?
It refills me IRL, to be honest. It rejuvenates my spirit. I think I can keep speedrunning this game for many years to come every time someone takes a refill.
Nice. Ooh, nice strat. Nice strat by Freyas there. That was really neat to see. And I think they have to also grab, this missile pack right here. Oh, just barely missed it. That's kind of a tricky one sometimes, actually. Toaster grabbing his grapple beam. Oh. Oh, so close. On the best mock ball.
Oh my gosh, Beefy. I should have known he was going to do that. I don't know the actual name of that. Maybe it's like X-Ray Spark or something, but he did some weird like frame perfect thing where he like activates X-Ray when he hits the spikes and it lets him run and get a charge. That's really cool. He got to show that off.
Nicely done. I actually don't think I have ever seen that. And I got to tell you, I have hated X-Ray my entire speedrunning career, and I don't like it when it gets used. I might have just changed my mind, though. That was pretty epic.
I'm telling you, man. See, Nintendo, they said, they know how to beat the game, but we'll make them pick up X-Ray in this guide, and they'll find a way to use it.
All right. Freyas grabbing the 2 Aqueduct missile locations, the one regular, one super. And then Toaster now back. You know what? I kind of failed to mention this up to now. There's a really neat strat that's really unique that you can do when you get to this part where you're coming back for Wave Beam, because you enter Bubble Mountain from the bottom, but you're still trying to get to the top on the right. And it's the only time that I can remember, like in a regular category, where you do it that way. So there's some pretty neat opportunity for strats in that sequence. And Team GGG says goodbye to Batwoon forever. Or at least for today.
As long as Freyas didn't leave the room too quickly and respawn him, I suppose, but I kind of doubt that happened.
That's a good point. No, I think they're going to be fine. Okay, what is up after Batwoon tank? It is the Meridian missile before Dragon, and then defeating Dragon, and then grabbing Space Jump. And then after that, it's fairly easy to the end. The only things left after that are they want you to defeat Gold Chorizo, so they want you to get both the missile and the super missile. You grab Screw Attack, and then after that, it's just Ridley and Ridley's energy tank. So, run's going really well for Freyas.
Beefy trying to do those X Factors, unfortunately missed at least 2 of the particles, so has to wait for those to hit. Yeah, has to wait for those to hit flames before he can even get more shots out. We'll see if he keeps doing X Factors or maybe switches to Dopplers. Looks like X Factors again.
And some of those, especially the slow patterns, I find it ironic that the slow patterns are also the ones most likely to flame lame you. Pretty rude.
Yeah, Fantoon just knows how to rub salt in the wound, I guess. Freya's Sparks looking pretty good. Yep, there's 3 in blue, or I guess 2 in blue if you want to go by rounds. But Freya's doing a pretty good job in Meridia. Got the full half earlier as well. Nice Dragon fight. That can be a huge time sink if it goes wrong.
All right, watch Chabo down here. He's trying to get us set up for... All right, here we go. Let's see if he can get this correct. You have to shoot and then jump and activate. There. Oh, he had it.
The goop spark.
Oh, man. You have to be careful. You actually have to kind of like delay your spark for a second, or else the beam won't open the door fast enough.
Right.
But yeah, he almost had it.
Yeah, that's really cool that you can go for that in this category.
Yeah, it's really fun. And Toaster's got that X-ray scope.
We'll see if Nintoaster goes for the X mode spark on the way out. We're 1 for 1 on runners attempting it right now.
I mean, thinks it's not going to happen. We'll see, though. All right. Chabo going to take a little break here. Wait for the spring ball. Beefy gonna finish up his wreck ship here, and then get ready to head to spring ball as well. And Toaster gonna go through Hellway for the second time this run, or I guess go from left to right for the second time.
Ooh, nice attic from Beefy, getting the bounce off of the spark there and still killing that key hunter with his blue suit. That was really nice.
Yeah, that was tight. There's your spring ball, Slutty.
Now the run can finally begin.
Do you know exactly how, I'm sure someone in chat would know, do you know exactly how tight that super shot on the toilet door is? Like, I know it's pretty small window when you're like actually like running at full speed or whatever.
I don't know. I've always thought it wasn't like that tight because I've felt pretty good at it, at least when I was like derusted in categories that go there.
Listen to this guy brag, ladies and gentlemen. My God.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
I'm kidding. It's not that crazy, but I feel like it's not super wide either. It feels like you have a fairly tight window to get it. Nice grapple by Nintoaster there. And let's take a look at this gravity suit. Ooh, very nice. Nice gravity suit by for Goaters there. I like that a lot. That looks tight.
You kind of look like a Rio almost. It's
Yeah.
kind of the same color palette.
By the way, shout outs to Chabo for some nice spring ball action down there. That was cool to see.
God bless his heart. Nice speed ball from Nintoaster. I think everyone's been nailing that one into Fantoon.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's be honest. I realize you like spring ball, but speed booster is where a lot of the fun is in this game, right?
Oh yeah, speed combined with high jump, the physics that result from that are pretty fun to play with.
One important thing in any video game is that it's fun, and Speed Booster makes Super Metroid a lot of fun. Always feels good to go fast and do Shine Sparks and feel awesome. All right, goodbye Fantoon. No more Fantoons in this relay, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, I didn't really notice before, but it looks like most of the teams that are using like the team uniforms, like the palette changes, the Shine Sparks have like kind of different colors. It looks like I'm kind of mad. Like I didn't get Speed Booster in my run now because I didn't really know.
You and I were denied Varia and Shine Sparking, or at least getting to look at the Varia color.
Yeah.
All right, drain the acid. Okay, so this is actually kind of like the one place in the run where like you could lose several minutes if you're not careful. But you do have that sweet, sweet spring ball action if you want to take it really carefully. So hopefully Freyas, yeah, there we go. Freyas doing the right thing. They're going ahead and morphing into Morph Ball. Just going to hold the jump button and make it easy.
As always, using that nice exploit, pinning GT in the corner and just pumping charge shots into him. Super fast fight with this beam combination.
All right, down goes Batwin for Chabo there for 4 spawn. Nice. What do you call that spark? Bowling spark? Nice bowling spark by the toaster there.
All right, we'll see Chabo coming up to Coliseum. Is he gonna go? Maybe go for the halfie. Oh, bonks right up there though. Gets the not quarter halfie. It's like a 16th halfie, I guess.
Somebody earlier, I don't remember who it was. Somebody accidentally hit the G instead of the H on their keyboard and called it the Gaffy, and I thought that was actually pretty good when you mess it up. See the full Gaffy. Whoever you are out there, somebody said it. One of y'all said it. Whoever it was, get your credit. Type it in chat. I can't remember exactly who said it, but it was really funny. So yeah, at this point, I believe the only thing left for Freyas is they are going to kill Ridley, grab the Ridley energy tank, and then book it to Torian. So the Nintendo Power run is coming to a close in terms of the stuff that kind of makes it unique.
Yeah, it seems pretty neat. I kind of want to give it a try now after seeing some of these Nintendo Power exclusive strats.
Yeah, you'll like it, man. You should run it. It's really fun. Plus, you know, I'm not saying that you can't fungineer and go for the fastest possible time, but like occasionally in runs, if you have items you don't normally have, you can kind of like come up with some unique strats that might not be quite as fast, but are just really fun, you know? A lot of cool spring ball opportunities. Space jump for Chabo. And here we start the Ridley fight for Freyas. While Nintoaster will be getting ready to begin his Meridia, just as Beefy is leaving Meridia for the first time. I think that was the exit from the Spring Ball, if I recall correctly, and I think he's about to head to kill Dragon. Oh, you know what? I gotta hand it to Nintoaster. He just did something I don't know if I've ever seen anyone do in a relay.
Did he save
y'all
at
catch that?
the tube?
Yeah.
Huh.
Pretty cool.
That's not a bad spot to do it either. It's pretty close.
Watch Nintoaster. Let's see if he can.
Oh! Beautiful.
How about that, baby? Let's go.
Someone's been paying for their Nintendo Power subscription.
Nintoaster's been charging up his parents' phone bill, getting tips from the hotline to learn the strats for Nintendo Power %.
Oh, that was a sick D boost into the room too.
Yeah, dude. Toaster's got the strats now. He's representing CAC attackers very well. Nice speedball out of Wasteland. That was always a really gratifying speedball to get. Even after I've done it hundreds of times, it always feels good, man.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, Freyas is completely finished with all collection. It's just get to Torian, beat Mother Brain, and escape. So Team Gebu's Goon Gang is looking very strong to finish in first place in this year's Super Metroid Relay.
Yeah, it's never over till you're on the ship leaving the planet, but I would be hard pressed to think Freyas is going to have a hard time closing this one out.
Yeah,
given their experience in any percent.
Yeah, I would say the chances are very, very high that they will bring it home. So I think we now have all 4 runners with Spring Ball. We got a Botwin fight. Ooh, that was a really, really good. Oh man, he kind of got trolled at the end, but that was a really good opener on Botwin by Beefy. So let's have a little fun here, Sloters. What's one of your favorite things about these Super Metroid relays? You know, they're such a big deal to put on. Total and Andrew work incredibly hard to put them on, and a lot of people, you know, participate. What's one of your favorite things about these events that when we have them periodically?
I just love how it brings together everyone in our community. Like you said, we had 32 runners today. We have people who have been playing the game for years, people who have maybe just started like in the last year or two. We have all the different commentators we've had for all the tournaments and events over the years, and getting to see everyone come together and put on this really great showcase, seeing everyone in chat, having a good time, watching all the runs. It's a super, super great moment for our community. I'm really lucky to have been able to be a part of it for the past few years now that we've done it. So it's an awesome event. It's definitely one of my favorite days of the years when we have them, for sure.
I agree. I love how, like, you know, we have our run that we prep for, which, you know, could last, you know, somewhere between 40 minutes and an hour or so. But then, like, you're still invested the entire day because your team's in it. You know, it's just really fun. I love team events. So
Exactly.
Yeah, so much fun today. Chabo had a nice little strat to get into the statue hand there, and he's gonna head in here and grab his GT regular missiles, also utilizing that spring ball. All right. Ooh, okay. Beefy made me a little nervous there.
Ooh, nice spike suit from Beefy.
Heck yeah.
And see, that blue suit it's not even blue. It's like a beautiful shade of red. I would have loved to have that. I'm not signing up for low percent next time. This is bull crap, honestly.
Listen, I will say it was my idea to do the team uniforms. I know not everybody loves it because, you know, obviously the original colors are fantastic, but I had a lot of fun seeing everybody's palette swaps today, and I hope it's something that we can continue in the future. It was really fun to see.
Yeah, it was really cool. I think everyone that's been using them, they've turned out really well.
All right. Freyas's break is almost over. Time to get down, kill some Metroids. And Toaster. Y'all, I just thank you, Nintoaster, for still one-rounding it, but is it possible for my team to not get a top pattern by twin, please? That's the third one in a row that I've seen.
RNG giveth and RNG taketh, I guess.
I guess so. Right, Metroid room number 1 down. We got the plasma beam for Beefy. Chabo making his way through the Key Hunter staircase. Then Toaster heading into the Coliseum, which I gotta say, I think that's one of the coolest names. Of course, I'm a gladiator nerd, so I really like that name. It's a great name for a room. Very fitting.
All right, Freyas is coming up to the baby skip. I have full confidence that they'll be able to nail this.
Let's go, Freyas.
Oh, that was really interesting. They laid a bomb to both take out that enemy after the Metroid drained it. But I think that was also kind of a cue for them to know when to start running as well.
Yeah,
that's
I think
a neat way
that's
to
a
set that up.
Zost. I think Zost has been doing that for a while, and I don't know who all does, but it's really neat. Now I don't know if Freyas, like, sometimes people do stuff the same as somebody else, but like they never even saw that person do it. You know what I mean? So I don't know if it's something that they picked up from Zost, but I really like the idea. It's really neat how so many things in this game can be just based on like coming up with a setup for the timing, you know, like jumping in Fantoon, for example, and stuff like that. So very neat to see. Great Ridley fight by Chabo. Slutters, I'm gonna have to let you take control of the commentary for about 30 seconds. My speedrunner in my house, Sam over here, has awakened and wants me to take her out. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. Well, Freyas took their last save, so, you know, barring a large number of deaths here at Mother Brain, I think Gabu's Goon Gang is likely to take this one. But we'll see how the fight goes here. Meanwhile, we got an Toaster coming back with that reverse full halfy. Very nicely done. He'll be on his way to the plasma beam. Looks like Chabo is on his way out of Lower Norfair as Beef Robber comes in. And while looking at all the other runners, Mother Brain already throwing ketchups at Freyas. And that is the telltale sign that Mother Brain is defeated. She will shoot her rainbow beam. And Freyas does have enough energy tanks to do the stand-up glitch, so looks like they already have Varia unequipped. Okay, Freyas got up a little slow there. That was a little scary, but that should be okay. As long as the baby Metroid comes back on screen, There it is. So yeah, as long as Freyas does not soft lock the game or otherwise mess up the stand-up glitch, it looks like they've got it locked up.
See, Nintendo Power, they knew what was needed for stand-up glitch, because look at the exact number of E-tanks you have.
There you go. See, they know it. They know all. Gear Force knew. Nintendo knows. So one thing that can be a little scary about this stand-up when you have this few energy tanks is once you are filled up completely, the baby will just kind of freeze in whatever position it's at on the screen. And if you happen to leave the baby on like the bottom left for Mother Brain, can't reach it with her attacks, then that'll be a soft lock. But I think Freyas was intentionally taking damage to delay that baby Metroid freezing.
That, and I am convinced that the reason we see that happen in GT Classic is because the last tank only has, like, what, 0 energy in it or whatever?
Yep.
And it can sneak up on you and surprise you, whereas in this situation, you actually have, like, the full 99. And it might sound like only a little bit, but that can sometimes be the difference.
Yeah, it is kind of funny how that 99 does actually lead to, like, a lot more soft locks in GT Classic than otherwise.
All right, y'all, get hype. We're about to have our final escape sequence for the winning team, Gebu's Goon Gang. Freyas about to bring it home.
And one last moonfall for the road. Quick little one down here in the Leodoc's room. And Freyas is just a few rooms away now from hopping on that ship, completing, being the first team to complete this relay. Oh boy, I do not like seeing this, Kip.
Oh, Lord.
Ah, alright. Freyas coming into the animals room, freeing our Decoras. Well, maybe freeing. Maybe Freyas is just giving up and taking the animals out with them.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening here. Shoutouts to Nintoaster for a really great strat going into GT here in a minute, or into the Acid Room. But yes, a big congratulations to Diddy Kong, P-Toil, Gebu, Beeps, Just Defend, Kevnastics, Bressingham, and Freya Spirit. They have won this year's 2021 Super Metroid Relay. Congratulations to Gebu's Goon Gang. Unfortunately, weren't fast enough to get that sub 9 hour that they've been aiming at, so they'll have to try again next time.
Yep, they'll just have to reset and do another run.
Yeah, let's just start it over.
We're used to it. We're speedrunners.
Well, as is tradition, at the end of every one of these categories, the next commentary crew comes in when the lead person finishes. So that's going to do it for me and Sloters, and you'll just sit in silence for the rest of the runs. Enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, rules are rules. There's no sense in breaking them. I don't know if Fuzda or Total want to hop in here. I know it's late for them as well, but they may have some words.
And I'm sure they'll say something when the whole thing is done. But yeah, as in general, I would definitely invite them to come in as early as they want so they can talk as long as they want. We'd love to hear from the organizers of the event. But yeah, so we got Chabo here going into Metroid room number 3. Chabo's had it. You know, really, all three of these runners had a really nice run of this category, and I thought it was cool because all of them did different strats and stuff. Really cool to see. Ooh, nice job, Beefy, on the reverse Flower House there. And then Toaster, not too far behind. Obviously, he started last, so it's not like he got behind necessarily. But yeah, he's not very far behind.
All right, Chabo setting up for that baby skip, giving himself a little bit more running speed. It's going good so far. He's got the baby in a nice game of jump rope. Cleared out all the brambles he needed to do. There it is. He's through. And there's the final save for Spore Spawn. That's a tough team name. I gotta say, whoever was the captain decided on that, I'm not happy with you.
Ooh, nice Flower House by Toaster. It's always a satisfying strat. And here's our last Ridley of the night. And what is going to be the official end time for Team GGG?
Looks like it should be 9 hours, 12 minutes, and 13 seconds. Big GG's to Gebu's Goon Gang. Wow, what a set of runs we've had.
Absolutely. And they took the lead during the any percent run, and at no point was any team able to jump ahead of them during any run. Now, there were different categories where people made up time, but their team was overall ahead for the last 6 runs in a row. So great performance by them.
I guess I don't really know, all the statistics for our last relays, but I feel like that was probably one of the most dominant performances, at least in the ones I've been a part of, holding the lead that long.
Yeah, that's probably the most lopsided we've seen in the last few years, but in the grand scheme of things, when you start thinking about it in the context of 9 hours, it's still pretty close, It's just that they kind of got ahead early and then never gave it back.
Yep.
Oh, I love the spring ball strat heading into Terminator at the end. Nice job by Beefy there. It's always a fun one. Then Toaster getting ready to exit Lower Norfair here, going into the Fireflies room. One thing I gotta take umbrage with the people that name all these rooms. How is it that we turned out to have 2 different rooms in the game that have like a big ginormous Ridley mouth statue in it, and neither of those rooms have anything to do with that, room name wise? Come on, man.
I don't know. I guess you gotta start making a name for those rooms and just hoping it sticks.
Yeah, that's a good point, Asher. That's a good point.
I'm just glad we got Mouthball, at least, for doing that mock ball out of Kraid's lair.
Right. No, that's a good one. I'm going to quote Polar Bear Bunny on this one. I remember her complaining about this one time. Like, that statue doesn't even look like Kraid. Or that.
Yeah, it's a very rough.
Yeah.
It's a very rough representation.
The Ridley ones at
Kraid.
least like actually look like Ridley. All right, Chabu getting that last climb spark. And we are about to have a second place finisher from Team 4 Spawn.
And there it is, Chabo. Going on the ship, of course, we'll get the official time once we see that 49%. If we don't see 49% disqualified, they're out of the relay, out of the
That's
tournament.
right.
Oh, but GG's to Chabo and the entire Spore Spawn team.
That's right.
Coming in
Let's give a
second.
quick shout out. Team 4 Spawn, Insane Firebat, White Mage Becky, Fat Scott 25, Keku Manshoyu, E Holden, Susrame. I'm sorry, is it Susrame or Susrami?
I think it's Susrami, I believe.
Okay.
But someone will probably correct us in chat.
My apologies. I don't want to get the name wrong. And then Junie June and Chabo at the end there. Congratulations, guys. Y'all had an excellent run today. And big congrats on second place.
Looks like Beef Robber not quite getting the baby skip, so he's going to take this refill just before his final battle with Mother Brain. So he should be 5 minutes or so out from the end, while Nintoaster approaching G4 now. On his tail, probably another 7 or 8 minutes, depending how things go. So yeah, pretty close finishing times between all the teams, all things considered.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, a lot of these categories could have gone kind of either way. You know, when you get to some of the bigger ones that have the variants, you can never tell exactly how close it's going to be because a one-run scenario can get kind of wild. So, yeah, overall, pretty close. All right, looks like Beefy's going to go for the cool spring ball Zeb skip. Very nice.
Beautiful strat.
You love to see it. Oh, then Toaster just accidentally firing at the wrong time on that entry. Getting grabbed by that first Metroid. A little unfortunate, but not a big deal. Cleaning it up nicely. And Beefy gonna get ready for some stand-up action over here.
There it is, team. Spore Spawn finishing with a time of 9 hours, 19 minutes, 37 seconds. GG's again.
Very nicely done. And I believe Freyas had like a 115 something. So Freyas a little bit faster than Chabo on this run. And Toaster,
I want to say,
missing that skip there, but very close.
yeah, I want to say Freyas might have had the best PB. I forgot to look at those before we started here, but I think they were all relatively close either way.
Yeah. Again, it's hard to eyeball these things on the fly because you're just watching so many things and talking the whole time, but it feels like Freyas had a very strong run. It felt to me like either Nintoaster or Freyas was going to end up with the best time of these 4 runners in this run today, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll see when we get to the final times.
All right, there's MB3 for Beef Robber, so he'll be on his way out shortly as Nintoaster taking his final save, and he'll be starting at MB1.
All right. Another Spring Ball Zeb skip here by Nintoaster, or at least an attempt at it. Very nicely done.
Oh, that was a cool way to do Blue Bomber from Beefy. He like bounced before like doing the jump to actually like go up there. It's an
Yeah.
interesting setup.
That was cool. So, Team Goaters about to come in 3rd place in this year's Super Metroid Relay. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to everybody on Goaters before he gets to the ship here. Goaters is made up of McTimothy, Al RTA, Galen, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Sloters, 27, Exodus, I think 9912, or I can't quite read that, Professor School, Apathy Duck, and Beefy here. Give a big shout outs to your team, Sloty.
GG's team, you did me proud.
Well done. And Nintoaster going to opt not to do the stand-up glitch. He's just going to chill. I don't blame him at all. Huh, that's neat. Beefy got a 49-minute in-game time to go with his 49%.
Perfectly balanced.
Exactly. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, fantastic day. Really, really fun to see. A lot of cool Super Metroid runs today. A lot of competition, a lot of fun. Everybody hanging out, having a good time in the chat. I really can't state it enough. We really, really should give a big thank you to Andrew and Total for putting this together. The amount of work that it takes to organize something of this magnitude, there are many, 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 many hours dedicated and many, many questions answered and things written and all kinds of stuff. So this would not be possible without people like them, and people like them are why I think the Super Metroid community is, without exaggeration, one of, if not, I'd put us up against anybody. I think we have the best speedrunning scene in the world, and in terms of just the folks that speedrun our game and our community, and it's really awesome to see events like this. So I'm sure they will come in shortly, and give a few shout outs and say goodnight. But big props to them for putting this on, and thank you to everybody who participated. It made it a really special day. So Nintoaster will start the final exit here for team the Cack Attackers. And I'll go ahead and shout out my team real quick. We had Magoo, M. Chan, Cutie, Tracy, myself, Papa Schmo, Mega Man 2, and Nintoaster on our team. So thank y'all so much. We had a great time today, and it was really fun to participate in this.
Yes, this has been a fantastic celebration of Super Metroid, not just as a speed game, but just a game in general. Seeing all the talent that was brought forth today, all these awesome categories, all of them distinct on their own, fun for their own reasons. All these people that stepped up to put this show on, especially Fuzda and Total being the masterminds behind it. It's been an excellent experience, and I'm super grateful to be a part of it.
Could not have said it better myself. Also, I'd like to shout out to Speed Gaming for helping us host this today. The crew, they're always very kind to us, and it's been awesome. So Nintoaster is going to finish and bring this thing to a close. However, the official time will not stop until the final, item percentage. So let's see what Beefy had. But GG to Nintoaster, and that's going to do it, y'all. That's nobody's controlling Samus anymore. So Beefy also had a 117. We'll see what Nintoaster had. And what the team had a 926.10, I think. Is that what that said? So congratulations once again to Team Goaters. Clear time, 46 minutes. Very good.
9.5 hours later, people still want more Super Metroid, huh?
Welcome in, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks for closing out this relay, Kevin Sloters. It was really nice listening to you guys' commentary. We had a great relay this time around. I'm really happy. Total and I decided to get this back started up again. We took a couple of years break, but we're back here again, and we'd like to start doing these relays up again. So keep on looking for the future. Give it probably a summertime date. We'll probably start that back up again this time. I also want to say thank you to all the participants, all the commentators, because it's all the people watching. I mean, this is what Total and I are here for. That's what we do it for. It's just fun to bring the community together and have a good time. I'm sure Total would say the same thing, but I think he's already asleep. It's pretty late for both of us right now. So.
Oh yeah, it's even later for you now than it would have been in the past. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's almost 4:30. So.
Well, once again, a very heartfelt thank you from all of us, Andrew. We really appreciate your time and effort. It does not go unappreciated. So yeah, but I will step out from here and let you guys close it out. Thanks again, everybody, and thanks again, Sloters. I had a lot of fun commenting with you, and yeah, we'll close this thing out here in just a second.
Yeah, thank you, Kip, and I want to say thank you to Fuzda, of course. Always a pleasure being able to help out with these in any way I can, being a runner, commentator, and just being in chat to enjoy the experience. So thank you guys so much for putting this on.
Yeah, thank you, Kip and Sloters, once again. There's I don't know, there's so much I can say about this community. It's given me back so much over the past, I don't know, 7-8 years I've been part of it. And I just hope I can give back a little bit myself. So here we are, coming up on the final item percentage for the Cack Attackers. Let's get a nice GG for Nintoaster and the rest of the Cack Attackers crew. Magoo, M-Chan, Cutie, Tracy, Kip, Papa Schmo, MM2 Nest, and Toaster.